This show is rated GJK. Extreme Exposure Warning. This show contains graphic images of Jordan's failures, constant critique of Jordan's game and legacy, graphic images of Zesty Jeffrey lies being exposed. This show may be offensive to Michael Jordan fans and Zesty Jeffries alike. Content is restricted to true basketball fans only.
If you're one of these idiot fools out here and you're an adult that believes that LeBron James is somehow greater than Michael Jordan, then you are the equivalent of an adult believing in Santa Claus still.
A few moments later.
Michael Jordan made us believe that we could fly.
What?
This is what we believed when we watched Michael Jordan. This is why you wanted the Air Jordans. You thought that you could fly with the Air Jordans on.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Michael Jordan's greatness, the Air Jordan, in the air, the creativity, the poetry in motion. You put those sneakers on and you thought that you could do what Michael Jordan was doing. You wanted to be like Mike.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom channel. This is the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Y'all know we go live every Sunday noon to talk the GOAT conversation and the greatest players to play the game of basketball. Welcome again to another great stream right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. We'll also should be streaming live on FYF as well, as we will be debuting there today as well. So shout out to everybody who is a supporter of the channel. We're also live on IG and also on our Facebook group. You guys can follow us there. We're also on TikTok, Discord. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. I'm A. Johnny the Exposer. I have my partner B. Lee. What's good, brother? How you doing today?
What's good? What's good, everybody? So today we're going to talk about our GOAT criteria. We have, like we said many times, the most comprehensive, the most objective way to determine who is the greatest players of all time. And today we're just going to try to show you guys a little piece of what we're going to do next week when we actually discuss more about who is the greatest and why such and such is the greatest, which most people know who's the greatest of all time, and it's not Michael Jordan. But as most of you guys probably do not know, this is the way that we determine who is the greatest players of all time. We always go by who has the greatest accomplishment, who's the best at what, who's number one at what. And as we can see in the regular season, we always acknowledge Michael Jordan averaged the most points of all time. And even though most people do not like to acknowledge LeBron James as the all-time leading scorer, the greatest scorer in NBA history, he does have the most points all time in the regular season. As we go down the list, we see that there's LeBron name stamped on a lot of things that he's number one in. And we see Jordan with the most points per game, since Jokic is passing him in most advanced stats, which is basically what you do on your team. So Jokic is very valuable to his team. That's why his advanced stats were high. And like Michael Jordan was when he was not winning titles, he had the best advanced stats because his usage rates was off the charts. And then when we go to the postseason, we see more of the same. We see more of Jordan as well, because Jordan was great in the playoffs. Jordan is, for me personally, is the second greatest player I ever seen before. But as we go down the list, we see LeBron James and Michael Jordan rule the postseason leaders. So just thinking about our criteria, I know you guys have seen it before. What objections do you have to our list? Let's start with Travis.
Like I said, it's not really objections. Like I said, I've told everyone, I'm like, as long as you have a criteria and it's consistent, then I'm not gonna shit on it. Like I respect it. I mean, the only things I don't agree with are like I don't use totals. Totals to me are very subjective because it doesn't really take into account circumstances of a player's career, like why they retired or how. I care about how long you are consistently dominated. Where I use at least 10 years of consistent domination greatness, because it has to be continued, double the average player's career, and then after that you qualify for the conversation if you're dominant. But totals can be misleading. I mean, obviously LeBron totals are impressive. It's a testament to consistency, but um, that's really the only thing that I really alter. Although I mean, I've told you before, I really like your criteria for the most part, but totals don't really factor into the equation for me.
Oh, well, I do have a question. Who would you say is a better offensive player, Gilbert Arenas or Tim Duncan?
I mean, probably Tim Duncan offensively. I mean, he was. If you look at, I think he was more consistent at least for a 10-year period. I don't think Gilbert Arenas was dominant for more than like a 5 or 6 year stretch. I had to look it up, but Tim Duncan was a more of a team oriented guy. He didn't need to take 19, 20, 25, 20 shots a game. He was efficient. He could give you 23 and 15, like in 2002, 2003 when he was winning MVP
Mhm.
I think it was more efficient. Obviously, Gilbert had it's from like three and stuff like that, but I'm taking Tim Duncan over Gilbert Arenas any day of the week.
So who would you think averaged more points for a career?
Probably Arenas because his career was notably shorter, and I think he had a more seasons of scoring higher points per game than Duncan. But again, just the averages for the career don't really factor into my criteria either.
Averages don't either. So averages and totals, what do you factor in?
So it's not an equation. You have to actually do your research and look at who the most
Uh-huh.
dominant players were as far as advanced stats, like impact on the team, things like that. And when you do that, there's a list that comes out of like players who are most consistent when all those things are factored in. It's mainly advanced stats. And again, it's like I give you my top five all the time. It's Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Duncan, and Hakeem. And I just think as far as the team impact goes, and as far as the advanced stats go, and if you factor in their entire resume as far as accolades and achievements, um, to me, that's really an untouchable top five.
Okay, so you basically dismiss totals and averages and whatever you did on the court. Just advanced stats is basically how valuable you was to your team. That's your main thing
That,
when judging who's the greatest. All
That's
right,
all you do.
let's
wait, but Brandon, but you
uh,
do know when Travis did his criteria, you know who ended up being his
Jok
goat, right?
Jokic, yeah. All right, let's go to Craig.
You didn't qualify.
So
You can unmute yourself,
yeah,
Craig.
Well, hello to y'all too. Shit.
Yeah,
Don't worry, Flip man.
indeed. Shout out to our panel. Y'all know who's down there. We got Travis, Craig, and King John in the building.
I
Thank you,
just
gentlemen.
went straight into the Jordan slander. God damn. I think I said Jordan name more than LeBron's and y'all little.
Hey, we don't have no problem talking about Jordan, but that's not here nor there. But you obviously we have our criteria. What do you think about the criteria? We've had it over a year now. It's been a year since we created it, and still to this day, no one else has been able to match it. And we think we still have the best criteria. To be honest with you, again, it's not Brandon and I's personal take. It's the most
yeah.
objective and comprehensive criteria to date. We have taken our personal biases out of it, so it's really up to other folks to show us a criteria that can help. We've asked you to do that as well, Craig. So, what do you think of the criteria, and how do you think it's gone since the year that has passed? Have you heard anything about it from other groups and other places talking about what we did?
No, and now I never had a problem with the criteria. I see the criteria is gonna just favor all the good players. Like if you don't meet the criteria, then you ain't going.
Facts.
All right.
That's
Well,
true.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
It is based on how great you are and the greatest accomplishments that are out there for sure. That is for sure. So
All right. John, how do you feel about the criteria? Any objections to any of the items in there?
I love the criteria. It totally takes your feelings about how you feel about anybody out of it. If I had people question me about your guys' criteria, and I asked them, like y'all said, so give me a better one. Um, they give you a criteria, you add up everything, and it gives you a list. How it comes down, they ain't got nothing to do with how you feel. It comes down to the numbers like you asked for. Um, the one thing I could disagree with Travis was talking about is he want to take the averages and totals out. Um, you don't get advanced stats without the averages and the totals from a player. Uh, Averages and totals have to matter. You don't have to make it your main goal towards what you decide is the goal, but I believe it matters. I think everything matters. I think advanced stats matters. I think averages and totals matters. I think everything matters. So to put all that stuff together and come up with a list, to me, is great. I mean, that's the way it should be done. Take your feelings out of it. And let's really talk about the game and talk about your top 10 list and come up with a criteria. And I think that matters.
you know,
I don't
Well,
think
talking
it's
about
Travis, Travis,
uh-huh.
oh,
Go ahead.
let me ask Travis a question. Where do you have Wilt Chamberlain ranked in your top 10?
Again, I have Bill and Will 1A and 1B. If all the of every stat and every accolade and every advanced metric was available, there would be no touching them. They just don't. It wasn't. So they're in my own separate list of players who would be the GOAT if all that was. I don't think there's any dispute of that. They dominate
No,
my metrics. They dominate yours. They
no,
would
I think most would know they would be one or two, but in your criteria, like where do you have them ranked right now?
So, like I said, I have a separate list for players who played before, like they kept track
Okay,
of like
so you
blocks.
don't have them ranked. You don't have
No,
them ranked the other
and
players.
like
Okay.
the reason I think like I agree with John. Everything should matter, but here's the reason why totals don't tell me anything. Like the last 4 years of Kobe Bryant's career, he wasn't an impactful player. He was just there trying to get the money, and that's fine. But like he didn't impact his team. The last like 3 or 4 years of Tim Duncan's career, same thing. Did he win a title in 2014? Sure, but he wasn't dominantly affecting his team, other than maybe from like a leadership standpoint, somewhat defensively. But he wasn't that guy who was giving you the best defense in the league and a top 10 offensive player, and he was going to win in the MVP discussion. So a lot of players just play to play, and like it gets away from their prime and career. LeBron's the obvious exception here to some degree, but I just don't think that. I mean, totals really tell you the story about how consistent they were, sure, but it doesn't really tell me how dominant they were in their at their best, which is what I care about.
Okay, so Travis, where do Kobe rank all time in shooting guards and scoring?
He's second, right?
He's
All
number
time?
one. Number
Scoring
one.
average.
Where do
Sorry,
you rank?
scoring-
And
scoring-
where do you rank?
Totals?
Where do you rank in assists? Where do you rank in assists?
I believe he's first.
Rebounds.
I'm not sure. I think
He's number one. He's number one. Why are you saying his totals do not show his greatness when it
Because-
shows that he's the greatest shooting guard?
Because when you're getting
With
ancillary,
totals.
because his like I said, the last few years of his career, when you're getting ancillary numbers that don't lead to anything, especially like when you're like team with winning, you're not really dominating in any statistic or analytic. You're just there getting hollow stats, and like it's not even comparing like to the best like how it used to be. Then why do I care about it? It says if anything, it's a negative toward like when you start seeing their numbers decline. But they just keep piling up in order to tell you a story. What you're going to look at it and be like, okay, he was the best rebounding shooting guard of all time. No, he wasn't. Again, Michael Jordan was a better rebounder than him by, again, if we want to give him metrics and just per game, there was quite a few people who were better than him. But he played longer than almost anyone, and he was getting rebounds as a cherry on top. It doesn't tell me how good of a rebounder he was. It just tells me how many years he played. It's like, come on, like
Okay. How do you tell how good of a rebound Kobe was?
Like 3 months ago, Travis. Where were you when I was saying this?
No,
I was
no,
good.
no,
I never
but
disagree with
this is
you.
I mean, how
this
do you
is the
tell
thing.
how good of a rebound Kobe Bryant a rebound
You
of Kobe
measure
Bryant was like?
you measure him
Wow.
against all other shooting guards as far as rebounds per game, especially in this.
But you just said that he played years that he wasn't producing. So how will we use
Exactly. That's why
averages?
I don't use all his entire career. I use his best 10 or 11 years as far as if you're looking at how dominant he was. That's where the analytics come in. I don't use like
They
years
gotta
16 through
remove
20.
years. They gotta remove
Analytics
years. And
and
this
analytics, you have to remove years too.
no, but this is the thing.
I
You have
do.
no you have no analytics without totals. You have
Yeah,
no
you do. Totals
averages.
don't factor in at all.
Yes, it is. Everything that you use to measure anybody's analytics, no matter what advanced stats you use, they're using your totals. They're not using your
Totals
averages.
divided
No,
by
we're
games
not.
played. Totals divided by games
Yeah,
played.
the
No,
per
but that's
season,
what I'm
sure,
saying.
but it doesn't not in your
Even the
career though.
average, even a player's average is determined by their
I know.
career
That's
total.
why
So
Look
that's
at
why I
average
use
without
players.
totals.
so any
That's why I use a
metrics.
player's best 10 years.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Any player's career, you're going to use whatever metrics you're going to use. The stats that they're going to use to determine those metrics will be the player's career totals. It'll be Kobe's 11-year totals. Whatever Kobe got for those 11 years.
I
That is what the
agree.
metrics would say. That's why those metrics would be different than his career metrics, because you only judging him by 11 years of a 20-year career.
Yeah,
For you
that's
to
what I'm.
eliminate 9 years of Kobe Bryant's career is ridiculous. You just removed an all-defensive selection away from Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, but again, that's what you have to do when you're talking about players who played drastically different career lengths. Again, the totals don't tell me anything about like how great of a scorer Kobe Bryant was or how great of a rebounder he was, other than like when you use their peaks and primes.
I think 5,000, 6,000 rebounds is enough to say that this is a great rebounder as a guard. I don't know
Okay,
how
when
that
you're
doesn't. I don't know how that.
like he was starting those years
I don't
too.
know how it doesn't. I don't know how that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a precipitous dip in his numbers. I mean, here's the flip side though. Do I dock him as a scorer because he was only averaging like 15, 16 points a game like his last couple of years? No.
because he got 36,000 points. No,
Of
33,000
course,
points.
and he did that because
How many
33,000
you
points.
want?
he did that because he had such a high peak and prime.
25 points per game doesn't tell you how great of a scorer Kobe Bryant is, but
It's
33,000
about
does.
it's about the consistency. I agree. It's not just 1 or 2 years. You have to have a good
That's
stretch.
what 30,000 represents, consistency. That's what 30,000 represents. If you score 33,000 points, there's no way you have not been consistent. Everything
For a long period of time.
to determine everything that you want to determine how great a player is within the totals, and you choose to ignore it.
I mean, you just said how Tim Duncan was a better scorer than Gilbert Arenas. We have to look at what he did for his career. Gilbert Arenas played over 10 seasons. You said Gilbert Arenas played like 5 seasons. He played over 10 seasons. So by your criteria, he's a better scorer than Tim Duncan because he's more
Okay, Kobe
impactful
Bryant.
for his career.
Kobe Bryant averaged about 15 points a game his last 3 seasons, but again, he's a career 25 point per game guy. Why is that? It's because he was so dominant for about 12 years, 10 to 12 years. That's where you get his ending averages. Again, I don't look at him and be like, well, he really tried. Same thing with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm not going to dock him. I still think he was one of the 10 best scorers in NBA history, not for his totals, but because of the stretch that he had from 70 to like 82. It's like same thing with Kobe. When you look from 01 to like, I believe objectively around 2013, he was still putting up like some of the best scoring numbers we've ever seen, even with if you take into account the efficiency of that era. Like it's the totals are fine, great. I'm not going to say you can't use them. But if you're like, oh, it's like this guy has more than this guy, and because there's a drastic difference in playing time, and it's fine, that just continues.
So how are you measuring who's the greatest scorer of all time? Did you just take the 10 best years?
No. So what I did was I looked at through history. There's only been 10 players who've actually led their team in scoring for at least 10 years and done so at a 50% clip or better. And that was, I believe it was like Shaq, Kareem, Hakeem, LeBron, Mike, Adrian Dantley, Durant, and I had Karl Malone. I think those are the 10 best scorers of all time as far as consistency, efficiency, and high points per game value.
Did you have Wilt in there?
No.
Wilt? Will, yes, Will. So I had the list in front of me here. I can't remember it offhand, but Will was definitely.
Wilt didn't lead his
Yeah,
team for
he
10
made
years.
seven,
did.
so Will was 8.
No, I don't think Wilt led his team in scoring for 10 years.
He did.
I don't think so either.
I think
He
he
may
did.
have.
I
I
think he
don't.
did. No, he did
He,
it from
he
60,
just missed. He just made the cutoff.
He did it from 60 to 68. He didn't do it in 69. So that's only
Will
9
Chamberlain was
years.
on there.
He only did it for 9 years. You said 10.
No, I believe Will was on. I have my list somewhere here, but
He did again. He did it from 1960 to 1968. That's 9 years. He did not lead the league in scoring, a team in scoring in 1969 on. When he was on the Lakers, he never
Yeah,
led
the
them in
Lakers.
scoring.
no. So I said 10 years, right? So from 60. Okay, so he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so let's see here. No, I have my list somewhere in, again, I did this, but that's my criteria for scoring there. Like, I didn't forget it or not. I didn't have it all.
Yeah, it's actually 9 years, but if you average 10 years out, I believe Wilt will have the highest average.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't, Will could have easily done it. He just chose to be a better team player, obviously, but
still, for 10 years, he would have averaged more than anybody.
Yeah, you can easily put Will on that list.
Yeah, Wilt is, if you're going by what they did on the court, it's going to be Wilt. If you're talking about scoring for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, no, those are the 10 best scores of all time, in my estimation.
No. Okay.
Nothing against Kobe.
All right. Did you have Kobe in there?
No, only because I get it. He didn't. It's the efficiency. Like, I get it. He played in like the toughest defensive era of all time, and Kobe's undoubtedly one of the best scorers. It's just that, to me, these guys rose above all that and were efficient while being volume scorers, while leading their team consistently and being that efficient. And I mean, it's hard not to put Kobe there, but I mean, if we're just being objective, those are the guys who did it.
Well, I guess if you're talking about 10 years, that eliminates Wilt and Kobe, which is crazy.
Kobe definitely led his team in scoring for 10 years, right? Yeah. From at least 02 or 03 to 13.
It'd be 2004, correct?
No, he outscored Shaq, I'm pretty sure, in 03.
You sure? Or are you just saying that?
I'm pretty sure.
Too.
I'm sure because he was in MVP talks with Tim Duncan.
Wasn't Shaq hurt in 03? I could have sworn.
Yeah. One of the years he was hurt and Kobe took over.
Yeah, Kobe averaged 30 points per game then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shaq never averaged 30 points per game. All right, so Kobe led the league from the Lakers from 03 to 2012. So that would make it 10 years.
Kobe.
And in 11 years if you count 2013. Is my mic better now? Y'all let me know if my mic's better.
Your mic cool.
Nah, they were saying my mic is low in the chat line. Shout out to
everybody.
Yeah.
The chat said it was low.
But I mean, like, it's like, what's your criteria for scoring? I'd love to hear it.
The same thing as everything else. Your
totals and averages.
Average and your totals.
I don't dock Kobe for his field goal percentage because of they added the zone at that time. And then you say it's the best defensive era ever. Why would he? I don't dock him for the field goal percentage at all. I never have.
I mean, Jordan last 6-7 years he shot under 50%, and his last couple of titles he wasn't really as efficient as he was before. So we could see that it was getting harder to score for guards. There's less going to the rim and getting easier buckets for guards. So I don't really dock Kobe too much for it.
Kobe never shot over.
Yeah,
Kobe never shot over 46
for it.
That's
true. That's true, but I mean, just look in the guards in his eras. How many guards were shooting above 45% as well?
Probably not many at all.
No.
Kobe's the GOAT. You're right.
Well, no, but this is the problem. This is why our criteria has changed everything, because what people want to do is ignore stats for their feelings. They want to use their emotions. That's how they want to get involved in this conversation. So when we want to talk basketball, if we're not talking stats, what are we talking?
Well,
What are we gonna be talking about?
Stats have just been removed over the last 5 to 6 years. People stopped using stats. We know why, but people just, because it was always Jordan got 10 scoring titles. What is scoring titles? It's a stat. You starting to
In
hear
their
less
mind, it's
and
not a
less.
scoring title. It's an award that you get for being the best scorer. That's what they relate that to. They
You
don't
talking about
understand that
official?
it's a number that you get to being the scoring leader. Just
Meaningless.
like the MVP. You don't have to have stats to have an MVP in accordance to some people, but you don't have to have stats to be
Scoring titles don't
a
matter.
scoring title leader.
Allen Iverson won when he
It
shot
makes
like
no sense.
30% from the field in like or whatever like in 2003. It was
No, but they'll use stats, right? They'll use stats to say silly stuff like this.
It's a slap in the face to all the people out there in America for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James as a captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. What the hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
See, when you ignore stats and you don't talk the game of basketball, you can talk like that and make that the GOAT debate. Ask silly questions. He asks, what has LeBron James done for his career to be the captain of the USA team? Well, ask Stephen Curry and them that. They're the ones who voted him. This is why when you guys start saying silly things about the stats and all that other crazy stuff, we here at GOAT James Kingdom had to come up with a criteria to show y'all how LeBron's the GOAT and how their greatness could be measured with the stats. I wish I could be like this man and just say LeBron's great and not mention nothing at all about stats in basketball. That would be so easy for Brandon and I to say LeBron James is the GOAT. And never mention any stats, any accolades, just off of LeBron James' skills and everything that he's done. That's it. That's why the GOAT debate is over. That's why since then, they've been talking like this. They've been saying silly shit like this.
Something else that LeBron James fans could use in their argument against Michael Jordan. No, LeBron's never been in the GOAT conversation. He's not in it.
I like how you saying y'all and you keep showing the same one person.
That's their leader. That's their leader, Craig.
Hey, Craig, he loud too. He blocked
Craig,
me for.
I don't even know who is that. Who is
See,
that?
Craig, listen, Craig, you do a good job ignoring basketball fans. You watch the game, you're a basketball fan, but you do a great job ignoring the basketball world. Who's that? Who is that?
He a part of Michael Jordan fans are the best.
Craig, that's their sound piece on Michael Jordan fans are the casuals.
Yeah, he a part of that. Yeah.
See, I give these people their attention. They gonna keep doing what they're doing.
Matter of fact, they'll tell you he's a better content creator than Brandon and I because he has like 12,000 subscribers. Craig, what are you talking about?
And they're all sheep.
They didn't come from basketball. That came from.
It can't be basketball. He don't talk basketball. That's not what he does.
When you have someone screaming at you about all the things you believe and like he's reinforcing your echo chamber in a loud way, you're gonna get subscribers because you can't think for yourself.
He's just screaming real loud. That's all he's doing. Just screaming real loud.
Casual.
That's because we have changed the GOAT debate. He encountered GOAT James Kingdom. So now it's just you can't talk.
And he had to actually walk off the set. He literally walked off the set.
I told y'all he blocked me for debating him on his own stream. He blocked me, and it was just like, well, since you want to talk about Jordan, let's talk about Jordan. He didn't want to talk about Jordan, so
he doesn't talk fact. He just does narratives and he does nostalgia and his own.
Oh, he loves narratives. It's
Mr. Narrative.
That's gonna take it. Yeah. We came on and he walked straight off the set.
Yeah,
terrified.
Because you guys cooked him.
Yeah, and all we want to do is have a GOAT debate, right? We just want to talk the game of basketball.
Civilized.
Have a real conversation about the game.
Like, Craig, you should have saw the way he treated Gilbert Arenas. You should have saw the way he treated Gilbert Arenas. It's crazy.
I don't know. Y'all just giving these weird people too much attention. That's why they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. I know how to ignore very, very well.
Yeah, but again, Craig, you by yourself. Like you said, you don't take one for the team.
Dear sweet Craig, we have to protect you.
But this is their. I guarantee you, Craig, if this man encountered you, he would say you a fake Jordan fan because you here would say LeBron James is second greatest of all time. That's what he would say. He would start calling you all kind of names. He would do all kind of weird shit like this.
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is not a great husband. You have your wife come on the stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use, right? For his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
Man, y'all got to pick a struggle. Is it nepotism or he don't care for his family? 1 minute it's about he got his son drafted. The next minute is he don't care for his fame. Oh, my God. I'm giving these people the wrong kind of attention.
No, because he is the face of the clown of the GOAT debate. He is the face of it. I mean,
Clown posse.
He's the extreme.
And they make it personal, Craig. See, this is why the exposure had to exist. You heard what he said. If you like LeBron James, you're a dirtbag. Like, he's talking about, like, just us being basketball fans, just recognizing LeBron James's greatness. That's why I said the GOAT debate is dead. There is no GOAT debate. LeBron James is the GOAT of basketball. There is not a basketball terminology or a basketball criteria that can be created to make Michael Jordan the GOAT. It becomes a thing about who can be a better fan. And now they're mad that there's a GOAT James Kingdom because now we are fans of LeBron. And guess what? We don't look like the silly ones. We don't look like the idiots. We don't look like the dudes who can't talk basketball because you got guys like this who are the head of the Michael Jordan fan base. And I'm not even saying the Michael Jordan fan base. These are anti-LeBron guys. These guys make content daily hating on LeBron James and claiming all they want to show is how great Michael Jordan is. But they can't tell us how great Michael Jordan is without saying stuff like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James does not carry himself like a grown man.
So I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. But he was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
Thing? No, it's not. It's classless.
What? Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
Like, and mind y'all claim like it's just him. No, the Michael Jordan fan base that have these dudes in it, they're all over the place. They're loud like that in the comment section. If you go on any social media platform and you talk about LeBron James in any good light, you'll get a bunch of them come talking about you in this manner. And then they want to get very disrespectful, and then they get mad when we just school them with the game of basketball. Because all we do is just tell them, hey, the game of basketball shows us all we need to know. But he's not talking basketball. This man makes videos every day, all day, just like this, Craig. Thousands of people go ahead and listen to this man. Him and the hungry man combined together. This is a white man who wears an afro daily in blackface. He wants to talk about integrity. He has the nerve to talk about integrity. Yeah. Integrity. Like these are the people we deal with, Craig. This when you get mad at me and you say, "Damn, hey Johnny, you be taking it too far." How can I take it too far when I have people talking like this on a daily basis?
LeBron James ain't top 5. He's not top 10, guys. He's not. He's not worthy to be in the conversation with those guys based on the way that he's carried himself, based on the way that he's went about his career. Right? He's a fraud, LeBron James. Never work on his overall game. New York City people, we ain't playing with this dude, LeBron James, man. We don't respect this clown, man. We stand on the values, the integrity, man. This is how we are. Like a cornball, like a goof, man, like a 10-year-old kid, like LeBron James always is. Always exposing himself as a soft, sensitive fool, man. LeBron James. Just like his fans. Remember, you attract the same kind of people, right, that you are. So all the people that are supporters of LeBron James, they're clowns, just like LeBron James. This is why I'm telling you guys this, man. Think about it. The only people that LeBron James resonates with, the only people that gravitate towards him are people who are just like him. Soft, sensitive clowns that stand on nothing, have no honor, no integrity, right? They have no respect. They don't love the game of basketball.
He must be from upstate. He must be from upstate. He ain't from.
Travis, you okay, Travis?
Travis is as red as my shirt right now. Travis is as red as my shirt right now.
I can't even handle it, man. I can't even handle it.
So wait a minute. If LeBron James fans,
Jesus.
LeBron James, in fact, fans like him, is this the reason why they have no problem with this man running around on television doing this stuff and being posted on TV like this? Because we know that all of Michael Jordan fans are obviously they're drug addicts. We already know they're deadbeat fathers. This picture alone will get them upset. We know they're deadbeat fathers. They don't like the idea of fathers being there for their children. They don't do that. He talked about integrity. He talked about all these things that LeBron James fans doesn't have. Meanwhile, this dude he goes live every week with a guy that doesn't pay his own child support to the point that they got to take his wife taxes. I'm a Michael Jordan fan. Of course I have a closet full of J's, although my wife's taxes get taken away because of my unpaid child support.
All right, no, that's crazy.
Mr. Sanders, what happened?
Yes, her taxes did get taken.
How much?
It was around
$3,738.
My bad. No, my bad. I was off. My bad. Hey, AB, you got me right there. My bad. I was off on that one. Let me go back.
Have the nerve to talk about us and what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom and LeBron James fans in general. Because, and Craig, honestly, if they're the leader of the Zesty Jeffrey fan base, guess who's the leaders of the LeBron sexual fan base? Even though we don't consider ourselves LeBron sexuals. They're going to tell you, GOAT James Kingdom. These guys went on somebody's platform the other day claiming that I'm obnoxious, disrespectful, while he has sports fitness rants and Mr. not pay his taxes and get his wife taxes taken away or not paying his child support on his show every week. They're actually going live right now on their channel, talking crap about LeBron James and LeBron James fans and people who know the game of basketball just because they like LeBron James. And they can't tell you nothing about Michael Jordan. They can't explain nothing about why Michael Jordan's great. That's why we created the GOAT James Kingdom criteria. It's been a year now. And I have not seen one anti-LeBron page, one Michael Jordan fan page, a Kobe Bryant fan page create a GOAT criteria that will legitimately make Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant better than LeBron James. They can't do it. They're just a bunch of liars who make up silly shit all day long. That's why the GOAT debate is over. Because we created a formula that ended the GOAT debate. That's it. From here on out, anybody who's telling you LeBron's not the GOAT, they're going to have a biased take. It will not be objective. It will be based on feelings. Because we did it in GOAT James Kingdom. We put it right here for you. We measured players by the greatest accomplishments of every category that exists. And we use all the categories that y'all like to use. We use advanced stats. We use the accolades. We use the per game averages. We use totals.
Seasonal titles.
Everything. It's everything. And all we do is getting cry babies. I mean, even when Brandon created this criteria. You remember this, Brandon?
Yeah.
They were all upset. Why would they be upset? Oh, well, why did you choose 5 finals? Why did you make it? Why did you make it only 2 finals MVPs? When Travis said I'm going to use 10 years, nobody had a problem with that but LeBron fans. Because 10 years make Kobe look good. 10 years makes Michael Jordan look good. 20 years don't for some reason. 15 years don't for some reason. You remember this, Brandon? Tell them about the backlash you got from this right here.
I mean, everything was off. Like, why you not using five MVPs? Why you not using six Finals MVPs? Why it has to be two defensive players instead of one? Why is it not six titles? Why is it 15,000 rebounds, 10,000 assists? Like LeBron don't have every category. He don't have every category, but he has the most because of what he done in his career. There's a lot of players who played 18 plus years, 20 plus years. Like there's players who play a long time, but Michael Jordan is up there because he's great. What he did in his career was great. He had he didn't have a short career like most people believe he had. Michael Jordan had a pretty long career. He played over 1,000 games.
Yeah, he has longevity.
Yeah, he played great.
A short career is under 4 years. That's the average.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Travis. With this criteria that Brandon put together right here, right? Tell me what's off here, because we obviously know Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell are at the bottom because a lot of these awards were not available to them. A lot of these stats were not available to them, right? So we exclude them. But what is off here? Who is off here? Who doesn't belong on this list in these tiers?
Who doesn't belong?
Scotty.
If we're using those specific things, I mean, these are all greats. These are all-time greats. I mean, like if you're talking about one of the all-time.
Well, wait. What's missing?
What's missing?
Who's missing? Who's missing?
No. He said we're using just these. He said these.
Oh.
No. I'm saying not just those. I'm saying.
But what else can we add?
Like I said, these are.
You want to add 10 rebounds?
I don't care about triple doubles. I don't care about double doubles. Those things are ancillary. It depends on your position largely. Like when you're playing, like what kind of stats do you garner?
So a guy being able to do multiple things very elite doesn't matter.
I mean, there's point guards and there's centers with double doubles and triple doubles. So
sure, no, and that's my criteria factors in your impact and all around play. That's like what contributes to advanced metrics. Is like how dominant you were on both ends of the floor. That all these things go into that. I don't say, okay, he has 10,000 assists. That's part of the team. Like that's part of winning. That's part of getting your teammates involved. That reflects in your record, how good you were, how good your team was on both ends of the floor, with and without you. All these things go into my criteria. Like these things are great. These are part of the finished resume overall, as far as like the awards go, like Finals MVP, all those things matter for part of the finished product, and like your performance usually translates to that if you're in the GOAT conversation. That's why my top 5 is really not ever going to change. And, it's like, I don't think you can put LeBron any lower than 2 objectively. I mean, you could make a strained argument for Kareem, but 1 to 3 is pretty much set in stone for me. But these things are I'm not going to say longevity stats because I think LeBron has redefined the word longevity and consistency. 2 words he redefined. Like, kudos on him. But I'm not going to knock other players for not being able to play that long. But, I mean, all this is impressive. LeBron is the most impressive player from a consistency standpoint we've ever seen.
Hey, Brandon, was Dr. J's ABA stats added into that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not biased. They love to call us biased, that we always trying to make it seem like it's LeBron. I don't know how this is making it seem like LeBron. We added 2+ defensive players of the year. How that help LeBron? We had 15,000 rebounds. How does that help LeBron?
Scottie Pippen being on that list is crazy.
Because Scottie Pippen has done a lot.
I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't be, because I love Scottie's game. It shows something to me. And it shows something that a lot of people don't see.
I see a lot of Jordan competition is on this list too.
Shows this criteria is bullshit.
I see a lot of 90s plumbers on this list too. I see a lot of Jordan competition on this list. But he is plumbers, so I don't know how.
Plumber Larry Bird out here.
Who, Craig? Who's Jordan competition?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Besides Akeem,
yeah, who's Jordan competition?
He played against Kareem, he played against Magic, he played against Shaq, he played against Olajuwon, Kobe, Irvin, Garnett. He played against Pippen in 2 games. He played against Bird. That's a lot of plays he played against.
He did play against Pippen.
That's a lot of
he said his competition. He wasn't competition to Larry Bird.
Did he not play against them? Did he not play against any of those players I mentioned?
He played
If you're
against
not
him, but you
playing the
said
game, when you
his
see those
competition.
players
He
I
wasn't
mentioned
competition
and
for
Jordan
Larry
played
Bird. He wasn't
every
competition
basketball game.
for
Now you
Kareem. He
want to
wasn't
go
competition
into
for
because they
Kobe.
lost, it's still he was competition. He had to face them to win, right? Somebody had to lose.
He didn't face Bird and win. He didn't face Kareem and win.
He never played a basketball game against Bird and won.
All right, which one of these
That's
people
what
he
you're telling
beat?
me?
Oh, wait, which one of these people he beat for a title though? Out of all these guys here.
Magic.
Okay.
Well, look, Johnny. So these guys are also.
And Shaq.
And I'm pretty sure Magic is ranked higher than anyone LeBron ever faced.
So Johnny, these guys, the
I
top.
don't know. I don't know about that.
All those guys are in my top 4, or are those guys in my top 5? Those players.
Duncan was ahead of
LeBron
Magic.
played against Scottie Pippen too, because Scottie retired in 2004. So.
Okay, and it's still
Old
not
Scotty.
the same amount of players that Jordan faced.
I know.
So, Johnny, my thing coincides with you because those are all my top 5. Those top 4 guys and Hakeem, I have ahead of Kobe. And I mean, those are so we're lining up.
Look how great Jordan is. You had to play 20 years to be on the
No,
same.
I mean, like I would say if you're looking at like top 20 players that they beat during a title run, you know, you could put Shaq up there, Magic, and Hakeem.
No, he never played Hakeem. Jordan.
Well, he was in the league during that title run.
He definitely
was actually in the league during that title run.
He finished the hardest run ever SRS wise, but like.
So he has those 3. I mean, LeBron, you know, he had Tim Duncan, he had Kobe, he had Steph. Like now, you know, Jokic is probably a top 20 player. Giannis, Kevin Durant, Kevin Garnett.
Well,
Dirk,
make this graph
like,
again
there's a
and
lot
see
of
if they'll
players.
make this list. Make this graph. They won't make this list.
I mean, there's a lot of players. There's more on LeBron because LeBron has played great for so long. That's why.
KD don't got
Curry
3
moves
titles.
up on this list. Curry moves
Kawhi
up
ain't
to
got
number
3
5.
titles.
Curry moves up on this list because he'll have 10 All NBA. Oh no, 10 All NBA first teams.
This was like 2 years ago. So
I was just about to ask you, when did you do this graph?
yeah,
This was like
Curry's
2 years ago.
Yeah, Curry's moving up, and LeBron's moving up some more points too.
Shouldn't Russell Westbrook be on this list now?
Kobe had a Magic? That's great.
Nah, not really, because he doesn't have nothing here that you would say besides the triple doubles and the double double. I don't even think he has 500 double. Well, he has to have 500 double doubles.
But I mean, he has a better overall stat line than Kobe. More Finals MVPs, more MVPs.
Westbrook has 500 double doubles now.
So he has that. He has
All Stars.
He doesn't have 14 All Stars.
You don't got?
No.
How many?
He don't have the assist yet.
And Shaq's ahead of Kobe too.
He would only have one thing in this category, and that would be the 2 things: the double doubles and the triple doubles.
Double double and triple doubles. Yeah, this
Shaq
is like
was
the greatest of the great.
Shaq was never like not the best player on his team, like for like a 15 years, like for like all but 1 year of his career until he retired. But like Shaq rewrote what it meant to be dominant. Like obviously, kudos to Wilt, but Shaq did it against better competition, consistently.
But just to let y'all know, obviously Brandon and I have been trying to create this type of criteria because we want to be able to have a debate. We want to be able to explain how great LeBron James is. We find so many ways to do it. Even when I created my own criteria, which was basically me putting some things together here, and Brandon and I had challenged each other to come up with the best criteria. My criteria was a little bit subjective because if you look on the right-hand side, I gave several subjective points to certain accolades, depending on how I felt those accolades should go, which completely got people upset. But when we did the actual GOAT James Kingdom criteria, they were begging for us to be as subjective as I was when I did this. And I also ranked players by their stats, but I did it by where they were ranked at. So it was a little bit different than Brandon's criteria. So at the end of the day, Brandon and I did say, okay, we're going to come up with something that's the best. And Brandon came up with really the best idea, which was basically measuring players to the greatest accomplishment of each category. And we used players' per game averages, their totals. We used the advanced stats. So we used PER for all you Zesty Jeffries in the comments. We used PER. We use box plus minus. We use win shares per 48. All categories that Michael Jordan are better than LeBron in. We didn't do anything that was gonna make anybody have an advantage over the next. We didn't have anything that made a position have an advantage over the next. We didn't do anything that had an era that had an advantage over the next era. Everything we did was completely objective and it was completely comprehensive. And we created the best criteria to date. And nobody wants to actually show us anything. Like, they don't even want to bring up anything. As of right now, I'll take a biased one. We'll take a biased criteria right now. And I bet you still can't make Michael Jordan the GOAT. I guarantee you, with a biased criteria, you can't make Michael Jordan the GOAT.
Oh, give me a little credit. What?
I dare you. I dare you. If you make a criteria, Travis, a good one too. No, you didn't. You made Joker was your GOAT. Michael Jordan wasn't.
No. I said Joker doesn't qualify because he only played 9 years. This is going to be his 10th season.
You got disqualify people.
Well, this would be his 10th season, right?
Yeah. This is going to be his 10th season. He's on track.
He's on track to be better than Jordan. Because I remember it was Joker. You had to disqualify him.
Well, I mean, is he going to win another MVP? Is he going to lead in every advanced metric? Is he going to just be so dominant that it's just not even a question, like for another 3 or 4 years?
Jordan's definitely not going to lead in every category. That's for a fact.
Well, I think Joker got one more MVP in him, because if he averages a triple double for a season, he's going to win MVP of that year.
And Joker's game doesn't require like mad athleticism or like just. I mean, he's just so cerebral and like from an IQ standpoint, and he's just insane.
I do want to see his game. Once he slows down a little bit, I want to see how he affects the game. Is he going to be like Sabonis was in Portland?
Hopefully not without the bad knees, though.
Travis is only taking 10 years. It's impossible for Jokic to not be the GOAT for him. Because if you're just taking 10 years, he's going to be on top of everybody according to Travis' criteria.
Well, not necessarily.
As soon as he steps, what you're going to remove some of his high years or something, like what are you going to do?
So here's the argument against Jokic, though. It's because realistically, this is going to be his 10th year of his career, right? So he's only played like 10 years. He's only really realistically had 4 years of actual dominance. His first couple of years were actually just middle of the road. Right. So I said you have to have at least.
You're just talking your criteria rate in the middle of.
No. I said you have to have at least 10 years. I said you have to have at least 10 years of GOAT-like dominance. That's how every one of the players on my list has.
What is GOAT-like dominance? What is that? What's GOAT-like dominance, Travis?
It's dominating analytically across the board, being one of the best two-way players ever, and
Kobe
again, accumulating the best resume.
Kobe don't got
that. I thought you said it fast. If you take soon as Jokic step 1 foot on the court this year, he's your GOAT, because that would start the clock as number 10. No matter what he do for the rest of his career, those 10 years would still have him on top.
No, it wouldn't, because he needs to consider this for at least 10 years of this type of dominance. Does he have that in him? I don't think so, because
he already got 10 years.
No, total play, not dominance.
That's a great thing. Shout out to Twin Man. Let me ask you this: Is it 10 straight years, or can you take a break like Jordan did for his 10 years?
No. It's just 10 years in general. It doesn't have to be straight years.
10 years in general. Okay, 10 years in general. Why does that? It's 10 years in general for Jokic.
Dominant.
He's the GOAT.
Look at his stats. He wasn't this dominant force we've seen the last couple of years. Like when was he drafted? Like 20 or 14. He wasn't doing this in like his first 3 to 4 years. Like he was just okay.
There we go. Hey, look, there we go. Y'all look. Is the most missed field goals, the most turnovers, the third in most missed threes, fifth in the most missed free throws count in the totals. Yeah, we can count that if you want to count that. I don't see how that's gonna hurt LeBron. It's gonna knock down everybody else. How do we do that, Willie? When we put the link up, Willie, we want you to explain to us, right, how we can do that. Because the way it works is like this, Willie. Pay attention now, Willie. You need to pay attention to this very closely so that when you show up, you can have an opportunity to show out, right? So let's start off with our favorite point guard of all time, John Stockton.
Top 5.
Right? Let's start off with John Stockton, right? Right? You have to show us, like how we're going to do here, you have to show us how we can measure it. So by points per game, John Stockton is 4.4 points. That means he's 44% of Michael Jordan's 30 points per game. How are we going to score the missed field goal attempts, the missed free throw attempts, the missed three-pointers attempts, the most turnovers? How are we going to determine who has the most per game? Because if we do that, Michael Jordan has more missed field goal attempts per game than anybody in NBA history outside of, I think Elgin Baylor only has more than him. So that means Jordan would score. How would we score that for Jordan? What's the negative that we're going to add? Because that's how we did the thing. You have to measure it by the greatest. So if we're going to go by the worst stats, we got to find out who has the worst stats. So if we go by missed field goal attempts per game, your boy Michael Jordan points have to go down worse than LeBron's. So I hope
did a lot of LeBron research.
Oh, he's not. We already know he's not going to do that.
Yeah, he did a lot of LeBron research. I mean, wow, that was crazy.
Willie's working. He can't do research.
Willie off on Sundays. Willie earned the right to be off on Sundays. But I'm just saying, we had to create a criteria, and that criteria just basically shows LeBron's the GOAT. And I have yet to see any Michael Jordan fan or anybody who's an anti-LeBron fan or anybody that's an actual Kobe Bryant fan create a criteria that makes Michael Jordan the GOAT without being completely subjective and removing things from the GOAT debate.
Okay, Johnny, hear me out really fast because I know that you've heard this before, but okay. It's all about being the most balanced. So Michael Jordan, right? If we're talking about his metrics, he was, up until recently, he was a leader in PER, box plus minus. Again, offensive and defense, defensive, he was high as well. Winters per 48, VORP. Up until recently, obviously LeBron passed him there, but it's like he has the best mix of being most impactful player. Again, as far as advanced metrics go, he has the 6 Finals MVPs, 5 MVPs. Is he the best in all these categories? No, but who else has that combination? He's tied for first with 9 all-defensive first-team selections. Again, he has in total. So when we're talking about sheer impact, he led the league twice in defensive box plus minus. Again, when you saw all these things that go into your impact, as far as you have to be efficient on when you're scoring the ball to lead, to have an impact like he did offensively in those metrics and defensively. So he's objectively a top 1 to 2 two-way player of all time by any measure you want to do. And his offense or his overall resume, if you're not counting things like ancillary things like Player of the Month, I get it. There are actual media awards, but who else has who else has the titles of 6 MVPs or 5 MVPs, 6 Finals MVPs? Things like that.
We didn't count none of that. We didn't count.
So he has the most
player of the week.
He has the most balanced
count it.
He has the most balanced case for GOAT you're going to see from a two-way perspective and from an overall resume perspective. He has more MVPs than LeBron James.
No, he doesn't. He has fake steals. He has fake blocks. He has fake defensive accolades.
That's why we don't use those because they be lying on them stat sheets.
Hey Travis. I thought Russell Westbrook passed Jordan PER in 2016, and they changed the criteria of PER.
They did?
No, it was VORP. It was box.
They did. I just don't care.
No, it was box plus minus. Yes, Russell Westbrook's box plus minus was so incredible in 2017, and it surpassed Michael Jordan by so much that they decided to change how the stat was calculated. And that's how Jordan became back on top for box plus minus, because they changed the calculation based off of totals.
So all they did
they're not using averages when they're basing Jordan's box plus minus. Jordan's PER is based off of totals, not his averages. So all these advanced metrics you guys want to keep using, which we did not ignore, and we added to our criteria, still shows Michael Jordan's not the GOAT.
Instead of all they did was say instead of 2 times 2.
What? He leads LeBron in all these things. Like what does LeBron lead Jordan other than totals?
He leads him in rebounds per game, assists per game. Like, I mean, we've got to get the field goal.
So Jordan has him points per game, steals per game, blocks per game. Their efficiency is virtually the same.
It took Jordan 21 years to pass him in blocks per game.
I thought they was even at blocks per game.
No, they're
LeBron's at 0.7 now.
He's at 0.7 now.
But again, I don't count that against LeBron.
Years to get to that point. But LeBron has more blocks. He has a better block rate than Jordan does. And LeBron plays in a tougher era where guys are not sitting around shooting the ball in the same spot, where he actually has to guard guys 25 feet from the rim. Jordan didn't have to do that.
How long he's been doing that? When did it? Because this y'all keep saying this tough era. This tough era is about
Since 2009.
5 years.
Since 2009.
I mean, Travis loved to talk about advanced stats.
When did this running around for 48 minutes really start?
It's about the people, yeah. It's about the people who are most consistent in those
It
things.
started with the Orlando Magic. They were the first team to chop up over 25 3-pointers per game in 2009. Just jacking them up, left and right. They had the what's it called?
That Phoenix team didn't do that.
Not Tucker Glue. Yeah, it was Tucker Glue and Rashid
Lewis
playing the 4.
Turkaloo, not Turker Glue.
Rashard Lewis,
Johnny.
Jameer Nelson.
Yeah, jacking up threes, left and right as 4s.
And then Curry came.
Forwards doing that.
Yeah. How very Vashon Leonard of them and Glenn Rice.
Curry and them just was the most successful with it. Because prior to that, people thought you couldn't be successful enough with it. It wasn't. It was to Curry.
That was what,
We're bitching about your mic here,
6 years later, it was successful.
Yeah, it took some time. It took some time because it took some time to get great shooters together. And once you put Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry together, I mean, you're talking about one of the 2 greatest shooters of all time.
So is it only successful because they won championships? But I mean, because
that's a successful season for a team is to be an NBA champion. I mean,
I get that. I mean, no, because I remember when Phoenix used to win all them games with 7 seconds or less when they came down to court and shot. So I thought they were successful, even though they never won a championship.
They were successful by keeping people jobs.
They was until Amari stepped on the court.
Yeah,
that was that Robert Horry. That was that Robert Horry bumping them on the sideline, and everybody getting suspended.
That's the same thing that he
really, how is LeBron better than Kareem too? Like, let's have that conversation. Like, Kareem had arguably the most dominant 10-year stretch in NBA history, where he was averaging like 20 points and 15 rebounds. He would have averaged like probably 5 or 6 blocks a game if that would have been counted. 6 MVPs. Was the winning there? No, but like these are, and like his numbers dropped precipitously when he joined the Lakers for obvious reasons. But like these are things that measure how dominant you're.
So for a career, you would say LeBron is ahead for his career.
Moral defensive selections. Yeah, I mean, and then he eventually passed Kareem in All NBA, sure, but I mean, was there a better player?
He been
career
past
for
Kareem
career.
NBA. He been past Kareem in All
career for career.
He has more All NBA than Kareem.
Yeah,
but Kareem, like, was there a better player during that any kind of a 10-year stretch than Kareem?
No, they was in the ABA. Let me stop.
Yeah, exactly. There was. If Dr. J was in the, if
Dr. J was in the ABA. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, give me that player over anyone if I'm drafting first. Give me that player over anyone in NBA history.
Why? So you can take a bunch of hook shots?
I think LeBron is the greatest number 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean this is not the 70s.
Exactly.
This is not the 70s. Travis.
He was athletic. He was fast.
That's 50 years ago.
Huge
that's
IQ.
50 years ago.
Arguably a top 3 defensive player.
Yeah, arguably, yeah, in the 70s.
Oh, but you know what?
And some of the 80s.
Listen, y'all can argue whatever y'all want, right? Because when we did the criteria, remember Travis and I did a top greatest defenders of all time. And I used the GOAT James Kingdom formula. And when I did it, these were the greatest defenders of all time. Like, and I separated by perimeter and interior guys. And in reality,
I'm sorry, LeBron is not better than Scottie Pippen defensively.
Well, the numbers say it.
The numbers say it is.
The numbers say it. The numbers
So Travis, I have a question. You love advanced stats. Why don't you use the block, rebounds, and steal percentage in advanced stats to show who's the greatest?
I do. I literally use those in my top 10 greatest defenders. I literally use those.
So since defense is steals, defensive rebounds, and blocks, would that be 2-1 LeBron over Jordan, right?
No. So I use Jordan has because Jordan has them in steals per game, blocks per game, steal percentage.
Okay, I'm talking about the percentage for advance. He has steals. He doesn't have blocks and rebounds.
He does have blocks. You're talking about his advanced stats.
not in advanced
You
metrics.
you
No.
said advanced stats is the only thing that matters.
I factored all those in. I
You
sent
said
him Johnny
advanced
my
stats is the only thing that
formula.
matters.
Yeah, it's all about
You said what?
offense. I factored in defensive win shares per season as well. I factored in those percentages that you're talking about. I factored in defensive
LeBron
box
has the
plus
better
minus.
defensive win shares than Jordan by far. Jordan has the better defensive box plus minus.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I factored in per season. Remember, you and I talked about that. And Jordan smokes LeBron there.
Okay, but when we're talking about the steals, the blocks, and the rebounds, it's 2-1 LeBron with advanced stats. How can you say Jordan is a better defender if those two go to LeBron and on the steals
Because
go to
that's only
Jordan? Which we know-
three. That's only three metrics you're using in there. Like I used like 9. And Jordan clears everyone.
Defensive rebounds, block rate, steal. Defensive rebound rates. All of these things go to LeBron. Defensive win shares go to LeBron. More blocks, more steal. Well, no, he doesn't have more steals.
I have my criteria. You want me to pull it up? I'll do it.
He has more steals in the postseason.
I'll pull it up. Here we go.
LeBron's the all-time leader in steals and defensive rebounds in the postseason.
And this is how I scored it right here. If you really look at the score, LeBron only beat Jordan by 0.03, 300ths of a.
Okay. So
put it up. Put it on the screen. Share your screen, brother. I'll put it up. Share your screen. You gotta step up to the plate. Stand 10 toes down.
I'm trying.
Like I'm doing right now. How I'm showing you why LeBron James is a definitely better defender than Jordan. Because he can guard all 5
Which
positions.
Robinson is that? Which Robinson
he's
is that?
more of a versatile
Yeah, these are a lot of 90s players, yo. I'm shocked. These are a lot of plumbers.
No, there's Pippen, Jordan, Robinson,
Duncan,
Hakeem.
Garnett.
Duncan is not a 90s
Duncan
player.
is not a 90s player. Garnett is not a 90s player.
Leonard, Howard, Garnett, LeBron James.
So Pippen's an 80s player?
Is that Ben Wallace?
In 88.
Is that Ben Wallace?
Yeah, it's Ben Wallace.
Right.
Ben Wallace.
So
yeah.
it is more from LeBron's era.
Hmm?
It's basically more from LeBron's era.
Yeah,
okay.
More players that couldn't win in the
Duncan,
90s.
Garnett,
LeBron came in the league. That's
Kawhi Leonard,
Can you guys see that?
Howard. I can say I'm bringing it up right now. I'm gonna bring it up right now. Here we go. Let's bring it up right now. All right. So
okay. This is why I hated it when I talked about. So the metrics are defensive boxes minus total defensive win shares, defensive win shares.
Travis, hold on before you go. Why does it look like you're a web page coding? Like you're coding a web page or something like that? Why does it look like
I literally typed all this out for you.
You use
Notepad instead of I'm going to have to make a graph for you so we can see it.
I told him to help us so we can help him make a graph. This is
a long time ago.
this is hard to understand. Okay, but talk slowly. Yeah. I'm gonna put you on the big screen because this is useless. We can't use this. Go ahead and explain.
I agree. It's tough.
Explain yourself, young man.
Okay, so you see the top 10 interior. That's on top. What I use for perimeters, though, the criteria was defensive box plus minus, total defensive win shares. Yes, defensive win shares per season, steals per game percentage, defensive rebounds per game, and then all defensive selections. So that is what is it? Like 7 categories there that I use for perimeter.
Brandon said you didn't use block rate percentage. You didn't use
I didn't use block rate percentage because I felt like it was a lot of these guys aren't really dependent on blocks because they're all guards. They're all defensive.
So you're really into your feelings, right? In life,
I'm into my feelings. Yes.
I mean, if we're just using blocks, steal, and defensive rebounds as a player, instead of using advanced metric that adds percentages, add values, add team stats, if we're just using what they did on the court, LeBron's a more versatile defender, and LeBron will have 2 of the 3 defensive major stats: steals, blocks, defensive rebounds. It will be LeBron James.
You mean totals? Sure.
Any metric where you're using basketball terminology and basketball stats is going to be LeBron James.
No. I mean, these are literal basketball stats. They don't favor LeBron. LeBron's number 3.
Who is a better shot blocker, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
For their position, I think, and overall, Michael Jordan.
Who is a better shot blocker, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Not in real life. Who is a better defensive rebounder, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
LeBron.
Who steals the ball better, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
So it's going to be 2-1. LeBron, he's a better shot blocker. He's a better defensive rebounder.
Better
He's a
shot
more
blocker.
versatile defender,
He ain't
and
like
Michael Jordan will have the steals.
he ain't like your
Simple as that.
He told you
You
was
can't say
wrong.
versatile defenders. I don't care about that. Like versatile defender, what does that even mean? Like they're able to
I mean,
switch
he can
from
guard
larger guys.
more positions.
I
That's
say
why
version
he's
of the
great.
eye test.
That's why he's great at all of them:
I say
defensive
version of
rebounding,
the eye
blocks,
test.
and
No,
steals.
when you say versatile defenders, what you're saying is like you're trying to discredit these guys who are their size.
I'm not trying to discredit anybody. I'm just saying LeBron has the most. He's a better shot blocker. He's a better defensive
Not a
rebounder.
better shot blocker. How?
By using stats.
Okay.
By his block rate. And the fact that he has to block guys. That
Look at the guys on this list.
No,
these
he
guys
has to
are.
block-
I mean, people are still afraid of LeBron one-on-one down the court.
If we're talking about,
If we're talking about, they're still afraid of him.
If we're talking about the most versatile defenders on this list,
and they get nervous.
If we're talking about the most versatile defenders on this list, I'm probably thinking Dennis Rodman over LeBron. Same thing with Scottie Pippen. Versatility. Again, the best defenders on this list are probably low-key Tony Allen and Scottie Pippen. Maybe Gary Payton. If we're talking IQ and cerebral.
Okay,
Dennis Rodman couldn't do the things LeBron has to do.
This is Travis's top 10 greatest players by all time, going by interior and the perimeter players.
It is.
So he got Russell in there. I don't know how he don't have Wilt Chamberlain on there. He put Bill Russell in there. You should have Wilt Chamberlain. But either way, it's not that far off from what I got.
I love that show. It was great.
But the idea again, if he gives LeBron James credit for his block rate and his defensive rebounding, he would be ahead of Jordan and Pippen, just like I did it. That's why mine was better than his.
I just feel like, how are you going to dot John Stockton because he wasn't like a great rebounder in his position? It's tough, like Tony Allen.
I mean, I had John Stockton in mine too. He was 9 for me, but you put him in front of Kobe.
I did.
Craig, you was on this show. I remember, right? You showed up for this Friday Night Exposure with Travis.
Yeah, I remember because we was just talking about. I remember because we was saying, well, yeah, Pippen is a great defender, but remember Jordan and LeBron still had to give you 30 points too, along with being a defender. So you would give the edge to the person who was responsible for the bulk of the points as well as the defense.
Facts. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I knew. You remember you saying how Pippen.
That was a fireball take.
People like him. People like Pippen, Blaylock, Rodman, Tony Allen. Like all they had to do was.
They had to do one thing. That was defend. That's why LeBron's so high.
Ishmael said this is one of the worst lists ever.
Ishmael can never make a list. That's why he doesn't have a list.
But that's what makes our GOAT James Kingdom formula so great. That's what people don't understand, is that with our formula, we can do it for any categories. As long as you know what the greatest accomplishment is for each category, you can measure it and have a true objective list. So that's even Travis. Travis knew he had to come up with an objective list. That's why his list looks similar to mine. So Brandon, you have more to help them understand why our list is so
I got
great.
bored, just so we won't give away what we did. So I did add some players, and when we use our criteria, this is how these players rank. So if we're ranking these players in order from 1 to 5, this will be the order that they will come in using our criteria. So Stephon Marbury, Tony Parker, Gary Payton, Russell Westbrook, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd will come out above all these players. So how do you guys feel about this order, and what would you have switched in this order? Let's start with you, Travis.
What am I looking at here? This is the greatest ever?
No, this is using our criteria. These players, this is how they rank as point guards.
Oh, so it's okay. And this is the order that it did? Okay. Starboard?
This is with our criteria.
I just chose these guys to show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with our criteria, Jason Kidd scored higher than Westbrook, Gary Payton, Tony Parker, and Stephon Marbury.
Well, yeah, so Jason Kidd's one of the better two-way players of all time. I mean, especially defensively, and like I think
So
he
so you guys would think Jaden Kidd would be the top point guard of these guys,
definitely.
and Russell would come in second, or would
No.
you have Gary Payton?
I'd have Tony Parker. Go ahead, Craig. Sorry.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I would have Tony Parker ahead of after Jason Kidd.
You would have Tony Parker after Jason
Westbrook is
Kidd.
the most overrated player in NBA history.
Oh, no,
Get him out of here.
I don't know. Again,
Wow.
That's why our criteria matters. He does have a Finals MVP. He does have. He's only
No, he
one of
doesn't.
11. Wait, he's only one of 11 players that has 4,000 playoff points for their career. So that got to mean something. It's the playoffs. Y'all love the playoffs.
He's a stat batter. He's inefficient. He doesn't contribute to winning. He gets passed around like a blunt because he's just a trash stat batter. That's all he is. I'll take every single player on that list over Westbrook any day.
No, or you
Especially
are
Tony
a Westbrook hater.
Wait. You said I thought you were talking about
years.
Tony Parker. Westbrook is up there now. Don't sleep on Westbrook. Westbrook has 25,000 points, 8,000 assists, or 9,000
I'm
assists.
sleeping on
Show
him.
some
All-time
respect.
leader in triple doubles. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. And he has 7,000 rebounds or 8,000 rebounds too, something like that. He's up there.
I just don't
Would
know
you
why
rather have
Marbury-
8,000 career points or 4,000 career playoff points? Which one would you rather have?
Which one? I'll say that again, Craig.
Would you rather have a 4,000 career assists or 4,000 career playoff points? Which one would you rather have?
Well,
Marlon, no, I was talking about Westbrook,
4,000
not Tony
points in the
Parker.
playoffs.
Four-
That's-
Oh, you're talking about
4,000.
Westbrook. Oh, because I'm saying Tony Parker would be after Jason Kidd in my
I love
opinion.
Tony Parker.
Yeah, so you would have Tony Parker after Jason Kidd on this list right here, Craig?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So for one thing, all of the NBA so-called experts didn't even have Tony Parker top 75. So
Well, they're garbage
that's all
too.
I'm throwing there.
Only thing I don't
Guy-
understand is why is Marbury on this list. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
I
what?
don't
No, he just chose
Because
five
he's
names.
last.
He just chose
He's
five
last.
names.
I don't.
Starboard.
What
what
does it
I'm
have to
trying to
be?
say is,
Stephon
I didn't
Marbury
even
is
know he
last
was
of
low.
these players. He's last of these players. That means
Wait.
he's not better than these four players. So
No.
Yeah, he just
Marbury
chose
was
names.
actually a good player.
In reality,
No,
right? Because
yeah.
hold on, wait. Let me give y'all the point guard.
He
that
was a
Marbury
really good
wasn't-
player.
He was good, right? But Kyrie Irving scored
was a really
higher
good
than
player.
Marbury. But when we put Kyrie Irving up, Kyrie Irving scored better than Marbury because he just did more in his career than Stephon Marbury did. Again, this criteria did not give anybody an advantage whether you played short years or
Marbury's
long.
Marbury averages are higher than these players, but Westbrook. But still, the averages, just because he has a higher averages doesn't mean that he's going to be better.
So you have
Yeah,
the highest.
you got to be
No,
good across the board. You got to be
No,
good
I like the
across
list
the
the
board.
way I like the list the way it is. I mean, I like Tony Parker at 4. I like Westbrook at 2, and GP at 3. I mean, I like the list. The way it is.
Okay. Yeah, I think the list is pretty
So
good.
you saying
Yeah, I think-
a player that was drafted in 1995 as a player is better than a player drafted in 2009, 10? What was it Westbrook was drafted?
Now, mind you, though, I'm sorry, Jason Kidd is not the greatest point guard on our list. He just ranked higher than these guys.
He ranked
Yeah, that's what
higher
I'm
than
saying. I
these
just
guys.
chose 5 point guards. It just
Yeah,
ranked them.
I understood the point y'all was making. Yeah.
Okay.
I
All
didn't-
right,
We got more. We got more.
so let me go to shooting guards.
Start with you, Travis. Take your drink. Go ahead, because you know.
I need more drinks.
You don't make me go get my bourbon off this one.
Is it Iceman?
Of course, that's the
let's see.
Iceman.
Yeah.
We recognize all eras in GOAT James Kingdom. We're not gonna do like we don't exclude players.
So
We don't exclude things.
it definitely goes Wade. I put Iceman second, Ray Allen. I think Iverson's wildly overrated, but I'd put him ahead of Reggie still. So
All right, what about you, Craig?
Yeah, Wade is number 1 out of these 5. It's a toss up between because Iverson was more so he was more popular, so that's what people would say. But I would say Gervin, then Iverson, then Allen. I would just swap out Gervin for Iverson. That's all.
So, wait, are y'all including Gervin's ABA years as well?
It's y'all graph, right?
Yeah.
But I'm asking you for
I would say
yeah.
I mean, this is just ranking their play, not the production. If you would
but we're just showing you how our criteria ended up putting it together. So it's very close to what you would have done. You got Gervin ahead of him. That's then Iverson, but because we did include the ABA career, so that does exist. We did include their career.
And mind you, this is also like based off the person with the highest. So you really, it's not them, it's them against the person the highest. So they're really going against the other, whoever got the highest. So what? It's just based off where they rank in between.
Yeah, exactly.
You could say George Gervin's career from 74 to 84 was better than any of these players outside of maybe Wade. Like,
I mean, I would even include his 87 year or 86 year when he was playing with Jordan as well. We can include that, might as well.
All right, John, what you feel about this order?
I like the list. I'm trying to see a lot of people. I was just watching something and they was talking about Ray Allen's game had matches Reggie Miller's game, and I remember Ray Allen game wasn't nothing like Reggie Miller game at all, especially the Milwaukee and Seattle years.
It's after he got those injuries that he became really a jump shooter and shooter.
Really in Boston,
in Milwaukee, he was
really in Boston because he had to. Yeah, in Boston he had to, and then after that.
Listen, Michael Jordan is the greatest shooting guard. We don't have to put him on this list. We're just trying to show you from how our criteria is based, how these players ended up being ranking. So obviously before it's Dwayne Wade, the two shooting guards we have before Dwayne Wade is Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. Go ahead.
I thought he was going to say Jerry West and Michael Jordan.
I'm just trying to decide.
No, because Jerry West is really a point guard. No, Jerry West is really a point guard.
I think George Gervin the second, Ray Allen is third, Iverson fourth, Reggie Miller fifth.
Y'all gonna get the.
Oh, do you have all the positions?
Set. Y'all hate.
All right, so this is a small forward list.
Here we go. Juicy.
Juice out of this one. Let's go. Start with you, Travis.
I want to go first. I want to go first on this one.
All right, go ahead, John. Drop the mic.
We're moving Kawhi fifth. Let's move him to fifth. Because we got to count games played. Availability has to matter. I mean, it has to matter.
It counts. It's in there. It's in there. His totals are there.
Yeah, everything's in there, especially his 2 defensive player of the years and his 2 finals MVPs as well.
Yeah.
And 2 titles.
I got Paul
and
Pierce
7 all NBAs and all defensive selections.
Yeah, everything's in there.
I got Paul Pierce at second, James Worthy third, PG fourth, and you know why I got Kawhi.
So you're just penalizing Kawhi because he cannot stay healthy enough to be.
Yes, I believe you. I think availability is the number one thing of anybody's career. Availability.
Okay.
He was available to beat your GOAT, though.
He was available to lose. Right. He was available to lose to him too.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Travis.
That's a rookie. That don't count. He was a rookie.
All right, Travis. What's your take?
It's actually a pretty good order, man. I mean, obviously James Worthy is my favorite player in league history, for no particular reason. But I mean, I think this is good. I mean, I'd have the order pretty much the same, honestly. I think Kawhi, John has a great point. He's been often injured, but he's definitely, when he's on the court, he's arguably a top 10 two-way player ever. I still have Pippen over him because he was more consistent. I think he was a little bit better defensively. I mean, I wouldn't really change this. I think that you can maybe argue that Paul Pierce wasn't. I don't know. I really wouldn't change. I don't have a problem with the order. Honestly.
Okay. What about you, Craig?
Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, I really
cool
don't
order.
have a problem. If y'all going dock, I can't dock Kawhi Leonard for being not available because the stats is only available when he plays. So you can't.
Why is it y'all? John said that.
You said he may be not playing.
That was John. Why are you putting us with John? Come on, Craig. Don't put us with John. John did that.
I'm knocking him for not being there. Ever.
You can't knock him twice.
All right, let's go to the power forwards.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Let's go with you, Travis.
Oh shit. I mean, these are just okay. These are just random people. I was like, it's not the best of all time. I'd put
the same way.
I'd put AD over Dirk,
Ooh.
and I'd put Chris Bosh third, then Powell, then Rodman. I mean, maybe switch Powell for Rodman because Rodman was way better defensively, and a rebounder. But I mean, I would definitely have AD number one out of that group.
All right, Craig.
Bosh fifth is wild.
I mean, I think Bosh was only a one-time All NBA player.
Don't care about that. His stats are better than Powell's, better than Rodman's, on par with Dirk's.
Not really.
On his Toronto years? Yeah, they were.
For his career?
Dirk?
30,000 what are you talking about? Dirk got more points, rebounds. I'm pretty sure blocks.
Prime Bosh was on par with any of these guys, except for maybe ridiculous AD. I definitely have him over Robin, but go ahead.
All right, Greg.
Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. Jim Brown asked about T-Mac. T-Mac was graded. He didn't make the top 50 list. And if we put him as a small forward, we wouldn't put him as a small forward. Was he? Is he? No, he's not a. Is he a small forward or a shooting guard?
He was a two guard. He was a backup for
He was listed as shooting guard most of his career, but he really was a small forward.
Yeah. He would have been in front of Reggie Miller, if anything, if he was a shooting guard, and if he was a small forward, I don't think he was better. Who was the last small forward you had?
It was
Paul George. No, it was Paul George.
I don't think he above those guys either.
Yeah, he wasn't above Paul George neither. No, yeah. So he would have been in front of Reggie Miller, but he wouldn't have been in front of any one of these guys as a small forward. But go ahead, Craig. These power forwards, Craig.
Yeah, I will swap out AD for Dirk. I mean, AD is a better defender than Dirk, and is just as well as an offensive player than Dirk. After that, like I said, Bosh, he was great for 3 years and then paid fourth man in Miami, so he didn't really play long enough to have his numbers reflect. So yeah, other than AD and Dirk, I'm fine with the list.
Okay. All right, John.
The only thing I disagree with is Bosh and Rodman. I mean, you can't dock and say Bosh was a number 3 guy. What number was Rodman? 4, 5, 6. I mean,
Rodman was a better defender than Bosh was a better offensive player.
Yeah, but remember, we are not docking nobody for nothing. We are just showing you their
Bosh
career
was
as
just
is.
as good as an offensive player. I mean, I think the gap is the same as Bosh on offense and Rodman on defense.
I would rather have Rodman defense than Bosh offense on the team.
I don't think Rodman would get on the floor until
I only think I would be switching is Rodman and Bosh. I think besides that, the order is great.
Bosh was a trash defense.
Don't say. Hey, listen. Don't say. Bosh played great defense in Miami.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, he did. He did.
He played great defense in Miami. I didn't watch him in Toronto.
Bosh was great defensively.
Uh-oh.
That was some casual.
What about these centers, Travis?
Hakeem with a bullet. D-Rob. Great order. 100% agree.
All right, Josh.
Okay, I agree with the order, but I have to say this: if a friend of mine is on this live in the chat, I want to change Hakeem and David Robinson. But if he's not on this live, I agree with the order totally. Okay, I'm telling y'all.
What?
Okay,
John, no.
Who's out here bullying John? Who is bullying John out here? Who's out here bullying John?
Bodying you, John.
If a friend of mine is on this chat, switch Hakeem and David. But if he's not on this chat, I agree with the total order. And my friend knows why. Okay.
All right, Craig.
I don't know. I agree with this, but unless want me to say Moses over Robinson, but I just
Yeah, Moses
I'm gonna
was
leave it
a
alone.
dog. Moses won three
Yeah,
MVPs.
that was tough.
That's what I'm saying. Moses, the David Robinson. I wouldn't be mad if you seen. I wouldn't be mad if you had Moses over David. Just like I'm not mad that you had David over Moses. That's how I feel. The list is
The reason I believe David Robinson came out on top was because of Moses played for so long and his averages took a huge dip.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He played what, 21 years? 20 years like that?
Yeah, his averages took a huge dip.
Yeah, he played a long time.
He was a
I think it was
beast
19
though.
years.
He was like prime.
He was the man. He definitely was the man.
That's what I'm saying. I would have put him, but like you said, he played too long. Like he said, it dropped. See, that's one.
The longer you play, just like Vince Carter, the longer he played, the worse his stats look.
Yeah, but
Was he
honestly
playing?
though, David Robinson's career is illustrious as well. He has a nice career. He has a Defensive Player of the Year. He has a MVP.
Stop giving all these 90s pundits credit, man. Get out of here.
I want to put D-Rob top 10 so bad. I really do.
5 seasons in the 90s. Do not say anything great.
Isn't that the era of the centers? Isn't that what people tell me? That's the era.
It is. Robinson is a fringe top 10 player.
Hey, so everybody know Moses was on that super team 83 Philadelphia 76er team. That was the super team.
Overrated team of all time.
Where you got the picture from? The 83 Celtics was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Sixers.
Johnny's favorite team ever?
Well, I listen, man. Dr. J, you know how I feel about Dr. J. And that year, Dr. J let everybody know why he was great. That was a great season for that team. They were great. They whooped.
Johnny, the 83 Sixers smoked the 16 Cavs.
No. Nobody's beating the GOAT unless you have Tim Duncan, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and that's
Dude,
it.
Dr. J would dunk on LeBron and then LeBron would retire in game.
It would be nice, though. It would be nice. But again, this helps you guys understand how good our criteria is because obviously it does fall in line with what most people think. But obviously here in GOAT James Kingdom, we don't just think. We do more than think. We prove what we think. We do everything that we're supposed to do. So that's why our GOAT criteria is the best criteria that exists, and nobody has been able to match it yet or even beat it. And we've been asking folks. We've been trying to tell folks, come up with a criteria. Let us know, because when we do our criteria, LeBron James ends up being the GOAT. Nobody ends up being greater than LeBron James. Nobody accomplishes more than LeBron James. He legitimately has done more than anybody in NBA history, and if it wasn't for media votes, he would have every accolade that exists in NBA history. He's just the greatest player to play the game, and we know that.
Most improved player, he ain't get that. He never got most improved. So you what? See, here you go.
Six man.
That's Six Man of the
Coach
year.
of the year.
We didn't include those. That's not included in our list. We can include it.
He really
Now,
should have
mind you,
got most improved. He should have got most improved player his second season.
I did include it in my list. I think I didn't.
What?
Me and John agree that he never should have got DPOY.
No, I didn't
Rightfully
include
so.
it in my list. No, I did not include it in my list. But again, you know what I'm saying? Our criteria is the most comprehensive criteria to date. Nobody can match it. Nobody has ever even brought up their own. We still waiting to see where everybody's criteria is. And we'll put up the link right now. If you guys ready to put the link up, you guys ready for the link?
Not
You guys
really,
ready
but
to-
since they've been crying.
You know, so I think
It was so peaceful up until then.
It was
Johnny.
so, the internet is strong today.
Johnny, I really think you should do this. I really think you should do. I think we should do random names of each position every week because I like that. I mean,
This is great.
Yeah.
Whatever names you guys want us
Or
to do again.
and after every season, do an update for the current players.
Best defender order, best scorer order,
Yeah, we can
smartest player.
We can do all of that. Again, we can do all that. Remember, that's how I did my best defender criteria, right? I used the formula. The same formula was the same way. I graded every player by their actual accolades and achievements and all the stuff and by the greatest. So oddly, Dr. J had some of the greatest accomplishments here for perimeter players. He didn't crack the top 10. Because he didn't have enough all defensive selections and other accolades to help him crack in the top 10. Because you have
That's
to have
because
that.
he was in the ABA
even though his
in
stat
Bill
says that.
Prime years.
Dude, can we give a shout out to Ben Wallace, the most underrated player of all time? Next to
Yeah,
David
you can
Robinson.
shout out to Ben Wallace. which our criteria helps determine that. So we're gonna put up the link here, and we're gonna let people up one by one so y'all can ask us a question about that. I'm about to put the link here in the chat. Y'all hit that like button, huh?
I don't think Ben Wallace should have been the first player from that 04 Detroit team to make the Hall. I actually think Chauncey should have been the first. He was the leader of the team.
You think so?
Yeah, I believe he was the leader. But I mean, that's not to diminish Ben Wallace at all, because I mean, he was doing this thing during that time. But I think Chauncey should have been the first. Just the first. I'm not saying Ben Wallace shouldn't have made it. I think Chauncey should have been the first.
True that. We got Twin Man in the building. Shout out to Twin Man. Thank you for joining us.
I'm gonna behave myself today.
You should behave yourself. You should.
Oh, that's so fun.
Because we're having a lot of fun. We are going live on FYF Sports Debates channel as well. So shout out to Lamont and all those guys over there. Y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Y'all know what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. We talk the GOAT debate. We don't run from it. And we prove why LeBron's the GOAT, while y'all just sit there crying in the comments and sounding like zesty fitness and rants. But what up, Twin Man? What you got for us today?
So just to start off with cokehead and face plants. There's something wrong with him. Any man who would sit here and say he made his wife go on stage and call him the GOAT, like she can't have an objective opinion, is insane to me. I mean, she's only been with her husband since high school, watched him grow in the game, see the work he's put in. I'm pretty sure she sees the numbers. I'm pretty sure she's an avid basketball fan herself. But this man with a straight face says, he doesn't respect his wife because she said that. That is literally the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my entire life. Let's think about that for a second.
Hey, Twin Man, did Kobe White basically say the same thing about Kobe? Didn't she say the same
but
thing?
But see, shh. King John, there you go making sense again. There you go making sense again. I would be shocked if any spouse didn't think that their husband was the best at their field. I'm pretty sure if they put Kevin Garnett's wife up there, if he's married, I don't know. I bet she'll say he's the best power forward ever, or he's the GOAT. Because you know why? That's what a supportive spouse would do.
Top three, respectively.
But you understand what I'm saying. I understand cokehead,
but Zesty Jeffries
don't get that.
Yeah, they don't get that because they're not married. And if they are married, they're embarrassing. They'll go on live television and embarrass their wives, and all of that. Like they can't relate to their wife talking about them. Great, because we already know.
So hold on, hey Johnny. Here's my sports fitness and rants impersonation. LeBron James, I mean, he doesn't conform himself with any honor as he hits the cocaine. I swear to God, he puts the cocaine on his hand as he says he comports himself with no honor. He made his wife go up there and call himself the GOAT. I'm trying to tell you, that's what he does. Every time he sniffs, it's the residue on his beard and his mustache that he's getting off. Because I'm trying to tell you,
you talking about this?
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is not a great husband. You have your wife come on the stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use. Right, for his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
You heard that, right,
I want you to think about this for a second, bro. Yeah, I saw how quick he put that hand up there. The cocaine was on his hand. He just did it fast. But listen to what he said. He's a dirtbag off the court. He doesn't care about nobody. He doesn't care about his friends. This man brought 5 of his closest friends up with him. Not only did he get the payday, he made his best friend his agent. He's helped all of his friends open businesses. See, this is how you can tell cocaine's a hell of a drug. This man said he doesn't love his family or his children. I believe everybody was screaming from the rooftops about nepotism when his son got drafted to the LA Lakers, but he doesn't love his kids, and Bryce is going to get into the NBA as well. Where's Michael Jordan's sons right now? Doing the same cocaine and sports fitness and rants. I don't understand what is wrong with these people.
Oh,
so
you talking about Mike? Oh wait, Michael Jordan's son.
To
Hold
the
on, wait,
other
Michael
half
Jordan's
of the
son.
show. To the other half of the show, I like how you did. I like how y'all took the 5 random players and you used the criteria to figure out who's the best. That's pretty dope. Keep that going. But back to the bullshit. There's something wrong with sport fitness and rants. He needs not just rehab. He needs a shrink. He needs a hug. He needs a Tootsie Roll.
He needs y'all to
Something
stop
wrong with
giving
his
him
blood
attention.
sugar's
That's
low.
what he needs.
Trust me, we have not been giving any attention. He lucky to get this now.
Craig do not like that. He don't like
Craig
us
don't
bringing up
understand. Craig
haters.
don't understand. Now, mind
He
you,
don't like bringing up haters.
Now, Craig, you're familiar with this individual. This individual went. Remember, he was talking about friends that only use other people for their own benefit. Now we have Young Miami running over there to the Michael Jordan fans are the worst page and running with steroids, fitness, and rants, and running with the angry man. Meanwhile, this is what this guy's life is about. This is Young Miami's life. I'm a Michael Jordan fan. Of course, I have a closet full of J's, although my wife's taxes get taken away because of my unpaid child support.
No, that's crazy.
Mr. Sanders, what happened?
Yes, her taxes did get taken.
How much?
It was around
$3,738.
My bad. No, my bad. I was off. My bad. Hey, AB, you got me right there. My bad. I was off on that one. Let me go back.
Not only, bro, listen, not only does he hang out with this person and do a show with him all the time, all they do is talk crap about LeBron James fans, and they talk about us. You know they talk about, especially me. You know they love talking about Johnny the Exposer. They have the nerve to disrespect us as fathers, as husbands. Brandon and I are fathers and husbands. We actually raise our kids. We actually love our wife. We wouldn't be on national television embarrassing our wives by saying that, hey, I paid back the taxes that they took from her, while meanwhile not having money to pay his own rent in his house, and then telling his wife it's on her to come up with the rent money afterwards. And did this on national television, y'all. This is not like, and these are the type of people that want to talk bad about LeBron James fans and say that GOAT James Kingdom is a proper propaganda thing. We work for Clutch Sports and do all this nonsense when all we do is talk the game. Like, we showing y'all how great LeBron James is, and they're mad because all we keep showing them is how great LeBron James is. Then they tell us we can't talk about Michael Jordan. How many times they told you can't talk about Michael Jordan, Brandon?
Like 14.
All the time.
It's an everyday thing. It's an everyday thing. Like, why are you talking about Michael Jordan? Because I want to talk about Michael Jordan. I'm not
because he's great.
Jordan.
We know Michael Jordan's great. We know Michael Jordan's great at the game of basketball. We never said Michael Jordan's not good at basketball. We don't hate Michael Jordan. We just know he's not as great as LeBron. Huh?
I've been called a traitor because I'm from Chicago. I've been called a traitor.
Oh,
I should have said
Blue Boat,
LeBron.
I was about to bring you up just now, Blue Boat. If you want to come back up, let me put the link for y'all. Again, I'm sorry, but we could bring y'all up. But I just had to let y'all know that because they are like Twin Man was breaking down. Man, these dudes, they have a problem. They're the ones who claim that they don't like LeBron James. LeBron James sucks, but all they do is create content about LeBron James. And people run around and regurgitate what they say, Craig. And what Sports Fitness Rants is saying, you'll see people talking about it in the comments. You'll clearly see it all over the place.
And the real clown takes are win because at least you guys and all of us are like, no matter what you think of like Michael Jordan, at least we have him like at a ranking that's appropriate or whatever. It's not like you have these clown tanks where it's just like, oh, he's not a top 5 or not 10. Like over in that clown channel or other channels, they don't want to have LeBron even like top 5 or 10 or 20. Some ridiculous shit like this is because they don't know basketball and they're so blinded by hate because people have dared to say that Mike's not the GOAT. That's where it's coming from. It's not that they don't like your ranking. It's that you said that someone could actually surpass, in your opinion, Michael Jordan, and that actually infuriates these people. Like, it gets in their feelings. They lose all perspective and objectivity, and they just go ballistic. And that's really what it is. Bottom line.
Shout out to Blue Boat. Thank you for joining us, Blue Boat. We know you're a Michael Jordan fan, and honestly, people like Blue Boat and Craig and people like Ralph, these are the guys we could respect because they tell you why Jordan is the GOAT to them. They understand it, but they don't hate on LeBron. They understand how great LeBron James is, but they do give you guys a bad name, even though you guys don't take one for the team.
Man.
I know you don't take one for the team, just like the rest of them. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, over the years, man, I just, at this point, I don't even want to associate myself with Michael Jordan fans, man, because a lot of them, like you said, they can't make a legit argument of why and how Michael Jordan is the GOAT. They don't bring up the 10 scoring titles. They don't bring up he made the all-defensive team 9 times. They don't bring up he was the first guy that won Defensive Player of the Year, MVP in the same season. All it is 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. And you got PCP steroids and clown take rants over here, right? Yeah. PCP steroids and clown take rants. That's who he is. He's a representation of all this stuff. He's a representation of all this stuff, man, because, like, he's not the only one, man. You got he's just a grifter, man, that he saw what profitable the LeBron hate was, right? And I'm willing to bet that you see his background, right? He got Michael Jordan posters, the Come Fly With Me posters, the Slam Dunk posters. I bet you a million years you ask him what was Michael Jordan's best game, right? He won't even, he can't even think about it. He can't even think of it, man. I'm willing to bet you he can't even think of it, man. All it is goes back to LeBron James, how he's a scumbag, how he's a terrible father, how he's a clown, and he's opportunist and all that BS, all that jazz. It's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? The only reason you got subscribers is because you're over here just putting a narrative out here. You're just like everybody else.
Look, what are you talking about? He's a faithful husband and a caring father. He's the worst piece of shit like ever.
No,
listen,
right. That's what I'm saying. He discovered the earth. He discovered the earth.
This how exactly how Blue Boat just described Zeszy's sports fitness and rants. This is how he is. Listen, this is what sport fitness rants be talking about. Like you said, you gave us an exact description of it.
If you're one of these idiot fools out here and you're an adult that believes that LeBron James is somehow greater than Michael Jordan, then you are the equivalent of an adult believing in Santa Claus still.
A few moments later.
Michael Jordan made us believe that we could fly.
What?
This is what we believed when we watched Michael Jordan. This is why you wanted the Air Jordans. You thought that you could fly with the Air Jordans on.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Michael Jordan's greatness, the Air Jordan, in the air, the creativity, the poetry in motion. You put those sneakers on and you thought that you could do what Michael Jordan was doing. You wanted to be like Mike.
Johnny, what movie is that from?
They talk about fanboys, right? They talk about fanboys, right? They talk about fanboys talking about saying that all LeBron James fans are casual and they fanboys. He's a poster child of a casual, man. Because I bet you $1 million. You don't even watch a full game. You don't watch a full game of basketball once in his life ever. In its existence. I'm willing to bet that.
Games. They don't watch the games. We already know. They already admit that they don't watch today's NBA. Now, mind you, they claim Michael Jordan's impact of the game was so great that it changed the way the NBA is played, but they hate that change. They hate the game that exists today that Michael Jordan eventually created for them. So they don't watch today's game, and they didn't watch him back then. I think Sports Fitness Rants maybe at the same age as me. If not, he's probably younger than me. So he didn't watch Michael Jordan's career.
Right.
All he saw was a
what
Nike
I'm saying
commercial.
is, they saying right for as much, they say they prop up LeBron to be this guy that's in the media, in the spotlight and everything. They trying to put a narrative behind LeBron and everything. Well, guess what? That all started with Michael Jordan. For as much as I like Mike, you got to admit they did everything in their power to protect that. From the gambling spots and other stuff going on with the Jordan rules book and all that stuff. See, I could be accountable for people. You know what I mean? I don't put people on a pedestal. I may like you playing. I respect your greatness, but at the same time, nobody's above criticism and reproach. you know? Somebody, you know, just deal with within the game of basketball, you know what I mean? So it's like, for me, it's like a lot of these guys are grifters. A lot of these guys are opportunists. And he ain't the only one. I can name like 5 cats that act like sports and fitness rants just by their videos, making content about LeBron every day, saying LeBron ain't this, LeBron ain't that. I can name 5 right now. 2 Raw for Sports, Big Dave TV, Prince Sports, Kuncino. Who else? Black and White Sports, whatever. Man Down Sports. That's more than 5. Straight up. I know all you heard of some of them cats.
What do y'all be searching? Y'all just be searching people that hate LeBron James and
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Some of them cats were LeBron fans, so-called LeBron fans. But the problem was, once he got into the conversation of the GOAT, they resented him more. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Am I lying?
They got popular after the pandemic
they were
as
LeBron
well.
fans, and they found out later that they can get more subs talking negatively about LeBron.
Exactly.
In the beginning, they was talking
Johnny.
positive about LeBron.
Right.
And then later, they subs.
Same with this Prince Sports guy.
And they now have clicked up because of Brandon and I. They see what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. They're starting to click up now. They're starting to get together. They're starting to help each other out. Again, you'll catch Mr. Zesty of Fitness and Rants on the Hungry Man channel doing stuff with the Hungry Man. You'll find Unsmart Hoops hanging out with Michael Jordan fans or the worst. You'll see all of that stuff. They're all there. That's what they're doing best now because they've realized that there's LeBron fans like Brandon and I that's out here killing the GOAT debate. We're destroying everything that they're talking about in every aspect of the game. If you see a picture like this and automatically you're going to be upset and get angry, that means you don't know the game of basketball. You don't know the game of basketball. If you think LeBron James is not great for what he just did in the Olympics, you don't know the game of basketball. That's why you got to sit here and go on your page and sound like this.
It's a slap in the face to all the people out there in America for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James as a captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. What the hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
I guarantee you he won't make no videos about how Michael Jordan's a horrible father because his son's out here doing the booger sugar.
You're able to do drugs during the day and then
the
still
one thing
function, still do your job.
Well, how the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
You guys are way too crazy.
Oh man, that's crazy, man. And you know what? That's probably that. Part of that is true. Part of that is true, man. You know, part of that is true. Unfortunately,
they can relate to that. I guarantee you, they got the same plug, right?
Pretty much.
If who's that MMA fighter supposedly got the same plug LeBron got for steroids?
Chanel Sonnet.
Well, Zesty Fitness Rants and all of those YouTube pages all got the same plug Marcus Jordan got. They got the same plug. That's why they can relate to him. That's fine. That's cool. That's grown man. That's being a grown man.
It's becoming to a point now where I don't think Michael Jordan fans are really basketball fans. You know,
they're not.
It's to the point now. I mean, it's just like I might be the only one.
I wouldn't say Jordan fans. I'll say LeBron haters. I think there's a difference.
Yeah, there's Zesty Jeffries, and then there's Michael Jordan fans. Craig is a Michael Jordan fan. Blue Boat, you're a Michael Jordan fan. Travis, you're a Kobe fan. Stop trying to jock strap. Okay? Get out of here with that shit. You're a Kobe Bryant fan. Okay?
Hey, Johnny, I got one for you. I got one for you, bro. Check me out.
Go ahead, 2 minutes, Johnny, come afterwards.
That grown man sat here and said, if you're a grown man, you're a LeBron James fan, that's the equivalent of you believing in Santa Claus. Motherfucker, you just sat here and said, we bought sneakers. You bought Jordan sneakers because you thought they could make you fly. I
With
want y'all
tears in
to
his
get
eyes.
that. Understand that. He sat here and said, if you're a fan of a player, that means you believe Santa Claus if you believe LeBron James is the GOAT, but you bought sneakers because you thought those shits was gonna make you levitate and fly.
I know one thing that made him levitate and fly, that 8-ball he bought.
Also, shout out LeBron for landing a very savvy, business-wise, and very attractive queen.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. You had something to say, John. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Twin Man, help me understand this. They haven't watched the game since the 90s, but they can break down LeBron James' game, and he was drafted in 2003. I ain't watched the game since Jordan retired. So how you can tell me so much about the game since 2003 to 2024? Hey, Twin Man, can you help me with that one, please?
I'm gonna try to help you figure this out.
Okay.
Because they listen to people like Skip Bayless, because as long as you can get the LeBron hate, that's the best information you're gonna get on LeBron's game. Because again, you have these things like SportsCenter not top 10. LeBron was on there a couple of times doing some weird stuff. So they'll pull up those highlights immediately. You'll have the Rob Parkers of the world talking down on his game. You'll have who's that other dude? The dude on
Doug Gottlieb. The dude, the
Doug
Carlton
Gottlieb.
dude, Carlton from he's got fired as well. All these guys are getting fired. They're all losing their
These
jobs.
dudes only listen to them. They don't do any research. You'll hear dudes sit here and say LeBron James cannot score the basketball and is literally the all-time leading scorer. You'll hear them say LeBron James can't play defense, and he has like the most blocks in the playoffs. And he's like up there. I think he's top 15 in blocks or something like that for his career. Like it's
So
insane.
in the playoffs, he's number 10 in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's top 10.
My bad. 10 in the playoffs. My
He's
fault.
number 10 in the playoffs. The number one in defensive rebounds, number one in steals.
I want to ask a question to you guys before I left.
I don't want to overrate him.
Let me finish.
I don't want to overrate. My bad.
Yeah. Let's let Blue Boat get in right quick because I know Blue Boat be in and out. Go ahead, Blue Boat. What's the question you got?
This seems to be. I was on a Twin Man should know about this. I was on a live stream last night. True the King, shout out to him. He had a live stream saying Kobe is not in the GOAT debate, right? Mm-hmm. You had a lot of Kobe-tards in there getting in their feelings because we presented with them they were presented with concrete facts about how Kobe's career actually went. What I want to know from y'all is there's a narrative out there where around 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, Kobe was still the best player in the NBA. I'm talking 2010 to 2013. They had cats in there legitimately trying to say Kobe Bryant was better than LeBron James in 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013. How funny is that, man? Like, they act like Kobe was this guy when actually Kobe actually stopped being the best player after 2009. Let's keep it 100. Am I lying about that? Am I delusional about that? That's just me or what?
No, I mean, Brandon is a Kobe guy. So Brandon thinks Kobe's great, but he didn't have Kobe ahead of LeBron at that stage, right? No, right? He wasn't better than LeBron then, right, Brandon?
Well, in 2010, no.
No, right? I mean, to be honest with you, that's why GOAT James Kingdom does exist, Blue Boat, because in reality, Kobe is the gatekeeper to the GOAT conversation. I don't know if he's in the GOAT conversation, but if you're not better than Kobe Bryant, you cannot be in the GOAT conversation. And I don't know if anybody disagrees with me. Do anybody disagree with me there? If you're not better than Kobe, you can't be in the GOAT debate.
No.
I disagree with you.
My question is, when was Kobe the best player in the NBA?
To be honest, I say about around 2006 to about like 2008, 2009ish. After 2009, it became LeBron. If you ask me, I think 2009 was
2006 to 2008. Yeah, I said the same thing. 2000.
Right. But I'm saying like 2009 was like the connecting point between LeBron and Kobe. Then you start to see Kobe start to dip a little bit, and come LeBron's first MVP season, you started to see the dominance, the overall overall dominance of LeBron to where Kobe was pretty much a playoff performer at that point. Now I will say 2010 Kobe was probably better in the playoffs, but other than that, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you said I don't think Kobe was better. I mean, I think Kobe was best player in the league in 2006, like for sure. I mean, from a
right. That's what I said.
I mean, like you could say I think he was robbed of MVP in 2013, although LeBron was a better player, but I think Kobe did more for his team, especially considering all the injuries and their expectations.
Nah. I can't go there.
Kobe like that in year like 17 at that level when he had nothing to work with, they wouldn't have sniffed the play.
Nothing to work with. Well, hold up. Dwight Howard. I mean,
injured Dwight Howard.
He wasn't into the whole season. He wasn't into the whole season. I mean, I give you Steve Nash. Yeah, I give you Steve Nash, but you still have Ron Artest. You still have Pau Gasol. You have Dwight here and there, right?
Yes,
right. Well, off and on. The times he was there, he made a difference. The times he was in there, he made a difference. You know, that's
in the much tougher conference.
Yeah. I mean, you can say that. But then again, at the same time, 2013 Lakers are no different than the 2022 Lakers, right? Right.
I mean, for me, with the Kobe and LeBron, I think once I seen them play on the same team together, that's when I think LeBron took up ahead of of Kobe, because if you saw them play in the Olympics,
you talking about Redeem Team 08, right? Redeem Team 08, right?
Kobe literally took a step back because he was playing with LeBron James, and
except
there's really nothing you can say about it.
Hey, Brandon, that's what I got
one for you, Travis.
There's really nothing that you could use to say when someone outperforms you on when you're your teammate in every category, but 1 out of 12, you can say that he's a better player. Like, it was clearly LeBron outperformed Kobe Bryant next to him every time they played together.
Kobe's a better player than LeBron. I mean, LeBron's a better player than Kobe. Sorry, like there's no debating that.
There's no doubt, but I'm just saying when they played together next to each other, LeBron was superior to Kobe.
But when did it become concrete? When did it become concrete that LeBron became the best player in the NBA? I'm just saying. I want to ask a question to everybody to that.
Honestly, I would have to sit here and say for me it was 2007.
I can't go with that. I can't go with that because at that time, you know what I mean, it was still, he had a case. He was in top
right
3
after the Olympics. Yeah, right after the Olympics in 2008, 2009 season when LeBron won an MVP. I would say that's when LeBron took the reins as the best player in the league.
You could say 2009 was arguably the best season.
You know what? That's fine. That's the same thing I was thinking, Brandon. 2008, 2009 was probably the first time you could consider LeBron better than Kobe, because at that point the dominance was starting to come about. While he was still great, you could see his game started to tail off a little bit to more of a perimeter style game. He started to go to the rim less.
So tell me
he started to attack the rim less.
Tell me the year that Kobe became better than Duncan.
Kobe became better than Duncan. You can't. I got Duncan ahead of Kobe.
No,
that's just it.
No, because that's my question. Because I got Shaq to 05 as the best player.
Wait a minute. You saying Duncan the year Duncan Kobe became better than Duncan as the best player, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
About 2005, 2006.
Duncan in 2003. I get Duncan 2003.
So would I. I say about from 2003.
Yeah.
2003 to 2005. But hold on. What'd you say?
So Shaq only got 2000 to 2002, just those 3 years?
Yeah, because you started to see a tail off.
Now, I don't know.
Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time. Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time. Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time.
What's up, T. Perfect?
He outplayed Shaq.
What are you gonna say?
You look at the numbers. Tim Duncan always outplayed Shaq.
Brandon, you're actually overlooking the fact Blue Bolt wildly contradicted himself when he said that LeBron was like the best player in 2008 because Brian Scalabrine cleared him every metric.
I knew that was coming. But yeah,
Perfect. I got an argument. Blue Boat. You'll probably remember this argument from last night too. Who's the better scorer, Kobe or KD?
KD.
You know what? From a totality standpoint, it's got to be KD because the only thing Kobe had over KD was flash. The only thing Kobe has over KD is flash. The thing about KD is he's a scorer, but he's efficient at it. KD is a more efficient scorer. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, man. Kobe might be more enticing.
Trying to argue down.
KD is the best scorer of all time.
Talking about KD. Talk about Kobe is a better scorer than KD, even though he's more efficient. His true shooting is better than Kobe's. Like, there's no argument.
When you're almost averaging a 50, 40, 90 for your entire 17-year career, you're the best scorer in history.
Kobe got 33,000 points. Until Kevin Durant get there, I don't want to hear nothing else. Let's let Jermaine in the building. Shout out to Jermaine. Thank you for joining us.
All right, fellas. Salute to y'all, man. Everybody.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Blue Boat, man.
Twin man, you heard Johnny say that just now.
Let's let Jermaine get his take in. Jermaine, we're talking about the GOAT debate is completely over because LeBron haters have nothing to talk about other than stuff that's non-basketball related. And as far as GOAT James Kingdom goes, we've created the greatest criteria to show who's the greatest player ever. What is your take on today's show, sir?
God, who you talking to, man?
Talking to Jermaine. Is
that your name? No, you're not. No, you're not. This is what I'm talking about. Hey, Zesty. Hey, fam. This is why the Zesties are necessary. What's up, fam?
Oh, shout out to Chilltown. What's good, bro?
What's up, man? This is why the Zesties are necessary. I got 2 quick questions for you, and I'm going to lead you to it. Now, does winning matter when we're talking about the best player in the game?
Yes, winning does matter.
No.
So, yes, that's a yes or no question.
Yes, it matters.
Okay, so in your history, of all the work that you've done, Jay, in your history, when has the best player in the NBA missed the playoffs, bounced in round 1, bounced in round 1? When has that ever been the best player in the NBA?
Jordan rookie season.
They made the playoffs his rookie season. Focus, man. Focus.
I know Jordan got knocked out of the first round 3 years in a row.
And he was never considered the best player in the game. It was Bird and Magic.
I don't know about that.
In 1988, it was Bird and it was Magic. As good as Jordan was.
1988? Because Jordan made it in 1987. Jordan wasn't considered the best player in the league when he won the scoring title, 37 points per game?
No. You know why? The reason why he wasn't was because he wasn't winning. Like you just said, winning matters.
Well, they called him the GOAT in 88.
They called him the GOAT in 88.
They did not call him the GOAT in 88.
Yes, I can show you the articles where they were talking about him.
They were calling him the GOAT in 88, and they were calling him the GOAT with 1 championship after 91. So is 1 championship all you need?
Okay, so one championship. Okay, we're talking about later on. I'm talking about you missed the playoffs. You get bounced in round 1. You get bounced in round 1. You're the best player in the game. That's not happening. That's number 1, Jay. Number 2. When have we not said that the best player in the game won the NBA championship twice in 4 years and been Finals MVP twice in 4 years over a guy that's missed the playoffs, got bounced in round 1, got bounced in round 1. That dude is better than the dude who was the Finals MVP, was the Finals MVP twice in 3 years.
So are you saying this player is not the gatekeeper to the GOAT conversation?
I think Brian, I can definitely get with that logic. I really like that. That Brian is the gatekeeper. I love that. However, when I think about him being the best player in the game, what is the criteria? That's number 1. Number 2, when can you say he was undisputed the best player in the game?
Okay, just so y'all know, your mic is kind of bad, Chill. Everybody know we're talking to Chilltown Hoops. He's coming as an undercover agent right now. Because he's coming as an undercover agent because he knows there's a bunch of Michael Jordan police out here, and they might mess up his live tomorrow at 9 a.m. on TikTok.
They can help.
Yes, I gave a sketch artist a description.
Yeah, she'll be back with
Ed, that'll be all, McTeague.
Why don't we get that other artist? You know, the one who never dates, lives with those two guys?
Yeah, right. Sorensen?
Jane, I'd like to see the rest of the Institute now, if you don't mind, Dr. Meinheimer.
So shout out to you, Chill. Your mic was kind of bad. But he was saying some true stuff there now. He was basically saying Kobe was in the middle of his prime and he wasn't making the playoffs. So how can he be the best player and get knocked out of the first round 2 years in a row? And one of them was because you quit on your team. You was up 3-1.
Listen, I already told you I don't agree with Kobe being the gatekeeper of the GOAT conversation. I'm sorry. And last
I've been
night
saying you got to be better than Kobe, though. Wait, a minute. Where do you have Kobe Bryant ranked on your top players of all time? Where's Kobe Bryant?
13th.
He's 13.
I have him 13.
Who's 11 and 12?
Steph and KD.
You have Steph and KD in front of Kobe Bryant?
I sure do.
Yo, you're going to have to probably revoke your GJK license. We might have to revoke your GJK license here. Hold on now. Are you serious?
I sure do.
Stephen Curry?
Yes. I have Curry.
So wait. Wait, this is the worst.
That's worse than me. That was worse than me. That was worse than me putting Jerry West
I said what
and
I
Oscar
said.
Robertson.
I meant what I said.
Is anyone going to check Chilltown on that bad take? Like, okay, you just said everything. Okay, so by that logic, 2014 Kevin Love, even though he dominated analytically, was one of only 5 players in NBA history to average at least 26 points, over 12.5 rebounds, and over 4 assists, behind Billy Cunningham, who else we got here? Elgin Baylor and Kareem. So does that mean that he wasn't a top 5 player in the league because the Timberwolves went 40-42? No, that's the dumbest take ever. Your winning depends on your team composition, not your individual dominance. There's no argument for Kobe being better than LeBron in 2008 or 2009 because LeBron was transcendent on every level, especially from a two-way perspective and a team impact perspective. The Cavs don't sniff 30 wins if LeBron isn't doing everything on both ends. You can say that winning equates to greatness historically, sure, but you can't argue that Kobe was a better player when there's nothing to support that other than the eye test of like his footwork or whatever you want to say. Kobe was not a better player than LeBron. Did he lead his team to a championship? Sure, but LeBron was the better player. That was just a bad take.
Actually, I think he was agreeing with you.
That's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say Kobe was. Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. He was saying Kobe was at no point in time. Basically saying the time that y'all saying Kobe was the best player, there's no way he could be. He wasn't making the playoffs. He was getting knocked out in the first round, so he can't be the best player in the league. That's what he's trying to say. So there was no point in time.
Kobe was disagreeing because he then brought up the fact that Kobe won back-to-back Finals MVPs when y'all saying that LeBron was the best player in the league. So
yeah, he said Kobe was better because he was winning Finals MVPs over LeBron, and that's just bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Sports Talk Only. You're right. There are over 500 people watching, and we know there's a lot of supposed Jordan guys or anti-LeBron fans, but y'all don't want to hit the link. You know why they don't want to hit the link? Because as we told y'all and explained to y'all, we have the greatest criteria to exist. We could prove why LeBron's the GOAT. They can't prove why anybody's better than LeBron James without talking bad and being negative. We have changed the GOAT debate.
Jim Brown.
The only way you could ever come on here and sound like you're making any sense to anybody that's outside of people who know basketball is if you come on here sounding like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James does not carry himself like a grown man.
So I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. He was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
No, it's not. It's classless.
What? Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
So they're not going to hit the link. They won't give us their criteria to explain why Michael Jordan is the GOAT or why Kobe's better than LeBron or why Kareem's better than LeBron. They're safe in the comments. You guys know this already. This is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because y'all not gonna find no other platform that talks the game of basketball the way we talk the game of basketball. We do it better, and guess what? We control better than y'all control. So at the end of the day, what are y'all gonna end up doing? Crying in the comments like y'all supposed to. That's just how it works. Unless you want to sound like this.
LeBron James ain't top 5. He's not top 10, guys. He's not. He's not worthy to be in the conversation with those guys based on the way that he's carried himself, based on the way that he's went about his career, right? He's a fraud, LeBron James. Never work on his overall game. New York City people, we ain't playing with this dude, LeBron James, man. We don't respect this clown, man. We stand on the values, the integrity, man. This is how we are. Like a cornball, like a goof, man, like a 10-year-old kid, like LeBron James always is. Always exposing himself as a soft, sensitive fool, man. LeBron James. Just like his fans. Remember, you attract the same kind of people, right, that you are. So all the people that are supporters of LeBron James, they're clowns, just like LeBron James. This is why I'm telling you guys this, man. Think about it. The only people that LeBron James resonates with, the only people that gravitate towards him are people who are just like him. Soft, sensitive clowns that stand on nothing, have no honor, no integrity, right? They have no respect. They don't love the game of basketball. Shut the fuck up!
Hey! Shout out to you, Darnell.
Grant does not represent all of New York. I am from New York. He does not represent me. He needs to stop speaking for everyone in New York. Speak for yourself.
Man, I'm getting so much hate in these fucking comments, man. Like they just.
No. Hey, Travis. He was at me last week. Jim Brown. He was at me last week. Trust me. He's picking everybody on
Brown. No mind, bro. Like people saying I'm diabolical. 13th. Yo, hey Johnny. People are saying I'm diabolical for having Kobe 13th. Who are you taking out of the top 10 to put Kobe in there?
First, let's start with Steph. First, let's start with Stephen Curry. First, let's start with Steph.
Who's your top 10?
Let's start with Stephen Curry. Yeah, who's your top 10, sir? I'm putting you on blast. Who's your top 10?
Yeah, we need to know your top 10.
You already know who I got at 1. So
yes.
I have LeBron.
Jordan? Oh yeah, okay.
Jordan.
Absolutely. I have LeBron. I have Cap. I have Wilt. I have Jordan. I have Duncan. Then I have Shaq. I have Hakeem. I know Duncan. I have Shaq. I have Hakeem. I have Bird. I have Magic.
That's 9. That's 9. That's 9. That's 9.
You're missing somebody.
I miss.
Son of a bitch.
You said LeBron.
Did you say Russell or Wilt?
You said
Russell. Russell was supposed to be 6. That's my fault. Russell was supposed to be 6.
Russell should be your gun if you rank him at all.
You don't have Wilt Chamberlain in your top 10?
He does.
I did say
he does. He said
Wilt. Okay.
I think Wilt was third, right? He was third.
Wilt was third.
Wilt was third.
Oh, Wilt was third. So it's LeBron, Cap, Wilt, Michael,
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan 4.
Then Duncan.
Duncan 5. Then it's supposed to be
Russell.
6.
Russell.
Then Shaq
6.
and the rest.
Then Shaq.
Yes.
Then Bird. Then Magic.
It's Shaq, then Hakeem, right?
Oh, then Shaq, then Hakeem.
Yeah, I had Shaq, Hakeem. I had Shaq, Hakeem, Magic, and Bird.
Wow.
I know Bird. Well, I know I had Bird then Magic. I had Magic 10. I have Magic.
It's not a list if we're being honest.
No, but now hold on now. But now hold on again. Our criteria is so great. That's why our criteria is so great. Because remember, I did my top 50 list, and I just excluded certain stats like the advanced metrics. I didn't use no advanced metrics, but I added stuff to the playoff accolades and things of that nature. And when I did that, this was my top 10 greatest players of all time. Again, you can catch the Friday Night Exposure every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform or on FYF. Either way, you know what we do best here. We talk the game. And it ended up being the same way. It was very similar to the GOAT James Kingdom top 10 list. But LeBron James still ends up being number 1 because he just accomplished more than anybody. He's done more greater things than any player in NBA history. It's just the facts.
I got Tim Duncan at 5, bro. Tim Duncan has to be.
Johnny, I like how we have the same list. If you take out Bill and Wilt, we have the exact same top 5.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But that's what our list does. That's what our criteria does. It makes it so where you can really determine who's the greatest players ever. Even when we did ours, right? Because we were talking about it. Brandon and I talked about this before. Well, I don't have it here right now. But But like I said, when Brandon brought up this criteria, I was just like, yo, this is the best way to do it. Because he was like, man, I'm measuring everybody to the greatest accomplishment. It's just easy. It was just very simple. No, nothing complicated.
So,
want to step up to the plate and have a conversation. Y'all are some scary little LeBron
I know
haters.
I said some people who want to talk about the GOAT debate, but you know
These are
they
the
get
supposed
scared
people
after a
from
while.
FYF, and they're too pussy to come up here.
They're liars.
And,
They don't
hey,
want none of this smoke.
It's NYC because he wants attention. You can look at him in
NYC's a clown.
He wants attention.
I think the gatekeeper of the GOAT debate is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. For me, that's the gatekeeper of the GOAT debate. It's Kareem.
Didn't you have Kareem second?
He's second.
So that means only
So
him and
so you
LeBron's
say
in the
that
GOAT debate?
nobody. You just said only Kareem and LeBron's in the GOAT debate there. You just excluded everybody.
And look, and this is another thing we wanted to do too, because Brandon did something brilliant as well. He did separate it, right? Because we separated players by what they did in the regular season and what they did in the playoffs, and we combined their numbers together. So when we talk about who had the best numbers overall in the regular season, it was Wilt Chamberlain, because obviously we had to make sure that we accounted for all their stats, and it wasn't no disadvantage to them because they didn't have certain stats and accolades available to them. So we were able to just judge them by what they were doing in their time. And when you do that, Wilt Chamberlain had the best regular season, but LeBron was the best player when it came to all the playoff numbers. And he outbeat everybody. So that's how you combine the numbers for you to get the type of list that we got. And at the end of the day, like I said, it's just the most comprehensive, the greatest list, the most objective list, and no one has been able to match it. We've been asking people to match it, and no one wants to match it.
They don't want to put the work.
None at all.
It was a lot of work, to be honest with you. It ain't easy.
I remember that show. It was a lot of work, you guys.
Yeah, that's the problem. They can judge y'all criteria, but they don't want to put the work in yourself.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was a lot of work. It wasn't easy for Brandon and I to do this. We graded over 80 players, and we were able to determine how great a player was by all the greatest accomplishments in NBA history. We counted everything that they said we should count. Brandon didn't want to count steals, titles, and the
seasonal titles is ridiculous to count. I don't understand why y'all keep harping on that crap. They're included in their numbers.
I didn't want to include advanced metrics, but Brandon was like, we got to, because that's something they wanted to as well.
Yeah, they are people like Travis would. I don't like advanced stats because majority of them are just what they did versus their teammates. So it doesn't really make any sense to include that crap. But we had to include everything, even seasonal titles, which makes no sense.
Brandon, you want to explain the criteria again? We got some new folks in the chat, some new folks watching the show. Shout out to everybody who's watching us. Again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Check out the membership in the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We're going to go ahead and explain it to you how we went ahead and graded the greatest players of all time using the GOAT James Kingdom formula and criteria. All right? And it's the greatest criteria that's out there. No one's done better than us. So let's go ahead and get this going. Go ahead, Brandon.
All right. So basically, with our criteria, we look at who had the highest in a certain category. So if you look at points per game, it's Michael Jordan. Total points is LeBron James. You look at defensive wear shares, is Bill Russell. You look at MVPs, it's Kareem. So we took all of the major categories that we could take with points, assists, rebounds, blocks, steals. Those are the top in averages and totals. Then we look at the advanced stats, and we try to use most of the advanced stats that every player we can calculate for them. I know there's a few we could not, so those players that did not get judged by those if those was not included in that era. But we took basically everyone that we could measure, every player through the history of the game that we could, and we took the greatest awards, the All NBA, All Defense, All Stars, MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and seasonal titles. So we took all of that, and then we got a percentage of their numbers, and we got a number. For instance, Michael Jordan he's at the top. So 30.1 divided by 30.1, he's going to get a perfect 100%. So that's a score of 10. So 10 is the highest. And if we take LeBron James as 27, he's 90% of what Jordan did points per game. So he would get a 9.0, I believe. So we just took the percentage, and we got a whole number of 10. For instance, LeBron blocks is about almost 25% of Hakeem Olajuwon's. So he would get a 2.5 for block. So we would add all the averages, all the totals, all the events, and all the awards, and we would come out with a number. So we would average whatever they got in the averages. We get a whole number. Totals, we get a whole number. Advance, we get a whole number. And awards, we get a whole number. We put it all together, and we get a number about what they did in the regular season. And then we measure everyone to that. And then we went to the postseason. We did the exact same thing. And so once we're done, we combine the numbers, and then we would get the whole number of where each person ranked in order. So everyone had a point system of where they rank according to all of the major statistics, stats, and awards. And that's how we get our GOAT formula.
All right. And to give you an example, just to give you even more of an example, this is how Karl Malone scored. So if you look on the top, those are his regular season numbers. The highest score any player could get across the board is 80. So if a player scores 80 points, that means he's the greatest player ever. He gets a 10 across the board, all the way across the board. So Karl Malone scored 22.7 in the regular season when we take his points per game averages, his per game averages, his totals, his accolades, his advanced stats. Then when we do the same thing for the playoffs, like Brandon explained, and we measure him towards those greatest accomplishment, he scores 15.75. 15.75 plus 22.7 is 38.45. That made him 14th rank in our list. So only 13 players scored higher than 38.45. So that's how our criteria was put together. That's how the formula is. And it allows you to do that across the board. We can do that across the board. It doesn't matter what criteria or what category y'all want to talk about. Our formula will help you understand that greatness. Even for you here, who asked here, Mr. Stop Flossing TV, about the 6-0. If we wanted to include 6-0, we would have to make John Havlicek's 8-0 the best, and we would measure everybody towards that.
He probably like, who?
Right.
And like, I've never heard anyone doing better than 6-0. I mean, that's what they told me on ESPN. That Jordan.
So does that mean
that's
Scottie
what they told me on
Pippen,
Facebook?
So that means Scottie Pippen's the GOAT because he's 6-0.
No. Scottie Pippen don't count. He didn't mean nothing to the Bulls.
Well, Mr. Stop Flossing TV, you are more than welcome to tell us what your eyes saw, because we can't see what your eyes have seen. Since you can't see the stats with your eyes, we're probably more than likely sure you didn't see nothing with Michael Jordan as well. You didn't watch Michael Jordan's career. You guys are just liars. You didn't see Michael Jordan play. So it's just a lie.
Who the job? Who really chicks?
No.
Who's this guy you talking about?
So again, if you got a criteria out there that can make Michael Jordan the GOAT, we're all ears. Don't be safe in the comments.
Okay,
Come out here and tell us how Michael Jordan is the GOAT. We'll give you your time. Explain to us how Michael Jordan is the GOAT of basketball.
Okay, this is the criteria. You have to go 6-0. You can't win more than 6 championships at all.
So now the finals MVPs, it has to be 6 finals. It has to be 6-0 plus finals MVPs.
And guess what? You have to win 2 3-peats. It can't be 8 in a row. It has to be 2 3-peats. That's it.
Facts.
Okay.
John, you gotta
wait, Mr. Jim Brown. If the Finals MVPs matter the most, so does that make LeBron James? LeBron's 4 for 4. Is he second on your list? Because Kobe only got 2 Finals MVPs, and Kobe is not undefeated in the Finals as well. So I'm quite sure you can't put Kobe in front of LeBron.
Jim Brown got Kobe second on his all-time list. I can't take him serious.
If you've been watching since '93, that means you did not watch Michael Jordan's career. That is what 9 years you missed of Michael Jordan's career.
Hold on, question. I have a question for Twin Man. Really fast.
Go ahead.
Hey, Twin Man. So this is just hypothetical, and like let's put our thinking hats on here, okay? So if I came up to you and I'm like, hey, here's player A, here's player B. Player A, and you had the stat line. Player A obviously is Michael Jordan, right? So 35 and 6, right? He had, and you knew what, like they said, what the standard was for all defensive first team selections, 9. Finals MVPs. who had the most things like this, right? All these major awards, and then you have the advanced metrics. Michael Jordan's now second in most of them, right? I think LeBron leads in VORP. So if you had all these selections, right, you didn't have their totals, you just had their averages, you had their media selected awards here, right? Their major ones, which are MVPs, Finals MVPs, DPOY count, their actual yearly titles or whatever it was, like steal titles, scoring titles, assist titles, all this rebounding titles, whatever they have here. For total all NBA selections, sure. First team selections, sure. Defensively, things like that. Who would you take? Would you still be taking LeBron over Michael Jordan?
You have to omit a lot of stuff, though. Do you see what I'm saying there, though, Travis?
What am I omitting besides totals?
If I'm going by the specific thing you just said, it's Jordan. It has to be Jordan. But if you're taking totals into account,
Not doing that.
Again,
the totals are bullshit.
If you're not doing that, it's going. Actually, no, it wouldn't be Jordan.
Will Chamberlain.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it'd be Will Chamberlain.
No, fuck Will Chamberlain. No.
So this is the thing that Jordan fans do. They try to make a criteria specific to Jordan, but when you look 2 to 10 down the list, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't even make Jordan the GOAT. When they try to
it doesn't even make any sense.
Remember, Brandon, the criteria they create is to make Jordan better than LeBron, and by doing that, it makes Jordan not the GOAT.
And it makes the list look ridiculous.
Like having Joker as the GOAT.
I don't know if you guys remember when like Dart tried to make his list to put Jordan on top, and then when he went down the list, it looked kind of stupid. So
well, yeah, because his list is retarded.
Formula that somehow beats PER, where I don't know. I have somewhat of an idea of these guys, but I think it's comical that their basis of a claim that LeBron James is the GOAT is off of a mathematical formula that they produced.
My turn! It is. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You lost.
It is my turn.
You lost the game.
It's my turn.
I've been gone for the last 2 weeks stewing over the most objective formula to prove that Michael Jordan is in fact the GOAT. This formula is based on all objective awards that are or were available to anyone that played in the NBA for its entire history. NBA championships won, scoring titles won, and assist titles won.
Why?
These titles accurately represent a player's dominance in their space and time. 1. Michael Jordan. Number 2. Bob Cousy.
No! God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Are Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down.
So this is what they use to make LeBron's a GOAT. And the rest of the list was pretty ridiculous too. So when you try to make a criteria, it has to be at least consistent. You can't have Bob Cousy as the second greatest player of all time and LeBron number 15 with your list, because you're trying to use things to eliminate LeBron from being on top, because you don't want to use everything.
This is crazy.
And this is why I don't know if you saw the interview he had. Shout out to Casual and Vanity Sports. They had an interview with the Michael Jordan fans are the worst page, and this is why he says that for him, Zesty Fitness and Rants is just a determined and passionate basketball fan saying stuff like this.
Something else that LeBron James fans could use in their argument against Michael Jordan. No, LeBron's never been in the GOAT conversation. He's not in it.
It gets funny.
It's hilarious. It's completely hilarious, man. I don't know what to say about these dudes, man. They're funny as ever, man. They're funny, man.
They even said George Mikan is better than LeBron James. There's a greater basketball player than LeBron James. George Mikan.
Yeah,
Like, bro, do you know the lengths you got to go to make George Mikan better than LeBron James?
He went through a lot.
It's on YouTube. You can see it now. I mean, at first you couldn't see it. Now you can really see it.
I literally debated that. Literally.
Yeah. He said George Mikan was more popular in his time than LeBron James.
You mean the time where like black players weren't allowed to play basketball, and he was like playing against people who like baked your bread on the corner?
Yes, and
like
he shot 40% from the field, and he was right.
There is something to be said when players or certain people aren't allowed to play the game, and like when that got abolished, the swing was like the ratio was like 80-20. Like there's something to be said for that. I don't care about eras usually, but when you're talking about like segregation, like George Mikan, great, but like you can't place him logically among the all-time great players when there was nothing equal about those days. Like there's nothing.
I mean, 90% of people didn't even know who he was. I'm pretty sure in the 50s when he was playing basketball.
Yes,
but he said he was more popular than LeBron James in his time.
Fuck no.
Popularity is what they count. So we got a new person on the panel. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Shout out to everybody who's also watching us on our Facebook group, because as you guys know, we have reached 100,000 members in our Facebook group. But we have a new member here. A new panelist here. Shout out to you, Rel. Thank you for joining us. What you got for today's topic, sir?
Coming here with no picture. I want to know who I want to see who I'm speaking.
Bro, Lamar.
Hey, I just got one question. Why nobody ever talk about LeBron James recruiting Team USA to play with him? Those are the greatest. Those are the best players in the league at the time. He goes and grabs Team USA players, and y'all talk about Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. This is Team USA.
What team? What players are that?
Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, Anthony Davis. Keep going.
When he recruited
those guys?
He didn't recruit them from Team USA. They didn't come from Team USA and then join him after they played together on Team USA. That didn't happen.
What year did Kyrie Irving play on Team USA?
Didn't Paul Gasol?
He didn't. Kyrie didn't play on Team USA.
Didn't Paul Gasol win international championships and was begging for people like Kobe was begging for him to come on his team?
No, I'm saying. But you're saying Michael Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. No.
Didn't Ray Allen and Paul Pierce be a part of the USA team and Kevin Garnett recruited him?
No, we talking about Michael Jordan. We talking about Michael Jordan and LeBron James. You keep bringing up every other person to make your case for why LeBron is this great. Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. You keep saying he recruited Dennis Rodman.
Yes.
LeBron recruited every player that was considered for Team USA.
No, he did not. Every player.
He did not.
Okay. All right. So Rel, who do you think is the GOAT?
It's Jordan.
Is it close? Is LeBron a close?
I mean,
second?
I would never say LeBron is not up there. You know what I'm saying? LeBron is LeBron. But to try to take away from somebody else just to make this dude the GOAT is crazy to me.
What are we?
And then half the people that's here arguing this, half the people that's here arguing this is only getting it from your mouth because they've never seen the guy play.
No, okay.
They see highlights. They've never seen him play.
What are we taking away from other players to help LeBron be the GOAT?
That he doesn't play with the best players in the league on his team.
He doesn't play with the best players on the team.
He don't?
On his team. No,
what do you mean? Team USA players are not the best players in the league?
So you're just going off of just being a Team USA. That's it. When Michael Jordan played, they didn't put nobody on the NBA on the USA team till '92. So majority of Jordan's career,
Jud Bushler would have made that team. Jud Bushler, Dickie Simpkins, Jud Bushler, Randy Brown, they would have made those teams, right? They would have made those teams.
Rel, this is what we're going to do, Rel. This is what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. You have an opportunity here to prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT, because you obviously want to talk. Hold on, you obviously want to talk.
My point is,
you have to let us talk. You have to let us talk. So I'm going to ask you. We have this thing where we let you prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You'll have 5 minutes and 1 minute intervals to show us that Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Do you want to accept the challenge that you say that you can prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT? Yes or no?
But I came with questions and you didn't have an answer for
I did have an answer for you. Your answer does not prove anything. What you're basically saying is LeBron James can't be the GOAT because he had teams that played on the USA team. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
What I'm saying is stop taking away from somebody else's greatness to make your guy the GOAT. That's crazy.
I
No one's
asked
taking away
you,
from anybody's
what
greatness.
did we take away? You didn't mention that. What did we take away from other players?
Like, come on, bro. You
What
can't
did we
be a
take
GOAT
away?
when you flop when nobody's standing next to you.
Okay,
Are
you're
you
not answering
gonna
my question.
accept the
You're not
challenge?
answering.
Are you gonna
you're not-
accept the
yeah,
challenge?
You're not answering the question nor accepting the challenge. Is that correct?
I guess I'm not, because y'all ain't answering my questions.
We did
answered
answer
all
your
your
questions. We
What'd you
answered every question
answer?
you have.
What'd you answer?
We just told you LeBron James did not recruit everybody on the USA team. That's what we just said.
He recruited players from the USA team, right?
He had players that were teammates that were on the USA
No,
team.
he recruited. They didn't play with him until
didn't
after
recruit.
they played on that team together, right?
How can he recruit
Right?
them? Wait.
You play a whole summer with somebody, you can't recruit them?
Okay, answer my question. What player name the first player he recruited that was on the USA team?
Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh.
Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh went to the Miami Heat. Why didn't they go to Cleveland if he was recruiting them?
Because Dwayne Wade was more established in what's the name? And they had a better organization.
Huh?
So LeBron James didn't recruit them. The Miami Heat signed those 3 stars, correct?
Recruited them to go play with them. Like,
so
okay, so I asked you, I'm gonna ask you a very simple question. Why couldn't he recruit them to the Cleveland Cavaliers if he's the one doing the recruiting, if he's making the decisions?
because he was done with Dan Gilbert at the time.
No, he wasn't.
No,
yes, he was.
He was trying to get them to go to Cleveland.
Hey,
he was
Lamar,
he
can I
trying to
ask
get
you a
them to
quick
Cleveland.
question?
Oh, wait. Matter of fact, okay, no. Don't ask him nothing. I'm going to ask you this, Rel. Why didn't Dan Gilbert sign Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh then?
He did later on
Why didn't they? Why?
because they wanted to go to Miami.
No,
So that means LeBron James didn't recruit, correct? That means Pat Riley convinced them to go to Miami, not LeBron James, correct?
So he joined forces with the greatest, and then after that, he decided to recruit. So what's the difference? What's the point? You just delaying the inevitable.
No. You said he recruited USA team players. I just point out the first 2 players you named, he did not recruit. Now, after Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, which he did not recruit, what are the other USA team players that he recruited?
Brown was on. Don't mean they didn't recruit each other. They decided to play with each other. And
how can you recruit somebody if they have the decision to go wherever they want to go?
hey, let's go play with this team together. Let's go over here. We could become the greatest thing ever. Win 3, 4, 5 championships, which y'all didn't do. But go ahead.
Again, I asked you.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you again. That he didn't recruit Dwayne Wade. He didn't recruit, obviously, Chris Bosh because he had nothing to do with the Miami Heat. So, what other players? What other USA teams?
That's crazy that you saying because they went to Miami that they didn't conjure up a thing. They didn't conjure up something to play with the greatest players.
No,
he didn't conjure.
Because Dwayne Wade said that the night of the decision, he still didn't know where LeBron James was going to go. And it was Pat Riley who convinced LeBron James to come to Miami. So it had nothing to do with Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh.
I know you can't believe everything that man say.
Why should I believe what you say? Why should I believe what you say?
I know you can't believe everything that man say.
I can't believe nothing you say because you're making things up. You sound crazy.
That's crazy.
No, you sound crazy.
He had a whole decision and didn't know where he was going. Get the fuck out of here, my guy.
Hold wait. You didn't see that Dwayne Wade had a decision party and he was sitting there saying, "I'm nervous because I don't know what's going to happen" while he was doing the party? You didn't see it?
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Did you or did you not see that?
I mean, it was good for media.
Hey, Rel, can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead, Travis.
So, Rel, really
I
quick.
don't know why you're doing that.
So, Rel, this is just off the top. First of all, I love your avatar. I assume it's like a high-quality nugs right there. But also, can you tell me the 3 players in NBA history who have actually played alongside a teammate who's been voted top 5 in MVP voting at least 5 times?
You got one person, and that's who y'all hype on, bro.
No, there's 3 players.
That's crazy. You got one person, and that's what you go off of. Like, the dude played with one All-Star his whole career, and then that's what we go off of.
Can you name those players?
Can you not name all stars that LeBron played with? Jordan played with one all star his career. That was an all star while he played. An all star while he played, and we gonna argue this. This is bonkers, bro.
Are you going to accept the challenge, or are you just going to get off? Which one is it? Like, just
You saying 5 years? Like he didn't even play with people for 5 years. What are we?
Sit your ass down.
Bruh, I got tired of it. He didn't even want to answer Travis's question. He don't want to answer nothing. He just wants to hold the conversation, but not actually have a conversation. You cannot dictate the people in GOAT James Kingdom what we're going to talk about. This is why you get put in the dugout like the rest of you zesty Jeffries, because you don't know how to talk the game. We're trying to have a conversation with you. You won't answer none of our questions.
Sit your punk ass down. That old bullshit.
Think that people really want to hear what the fuck y'all got to say. You sitting here, we asked you what players. I just broke down 2 players that you first named that LeBron James couldn't have recruited because they went to a team that LeBron James wasn't even on.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't.
Sit your ass down.
And this is what happens when you come up on GOAT James Kingdom and can't talk to us. Travis asked you a nice, simple question. He started ranting about all-stars.
So it's Kareem, Kobe, and Michael Jordan, by the way.
Yo, I was listening to this, and I was like, first mistake, and he made like
our
2
super
instant
chat in
mistakes
there.
when he started.
Yeah,
2 instant mistakes.
Let's get our super chat. Let's get our super
Yeah,
chat.
let's get our
In.
super
Shout out
chat.
to you, Ruddy Hood Sports. He says, I'm married with 4 kids. Wouldn't swap my life for LBJ's life. The haters want GOAT James' life because they aren't content with their own lives, which is true. LBJ is the GOAT. MJ was great. LeBron James is better. Salute, fam. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. It's just that simple.
Hey,
It's
Travis,
just that
that
simple.
was a great question too. I want you to know, Travis,
He
that was
can't
a
answer
great
none
question.
of those questions. We're gonna let Aaron get in. Shout out
Nobody
to you,
answers
Aaron. What you got for us on
Body.
today's topic?
I just wanted to say, Body, T Perfect asked him a question and he couldn't even answer it. That's crazy, bro. But they claim that they know basketball, watch basketball. You know what I'm saying? But see how he says that only people that label LeBron the GOAT are people that never seen Jordan play. Isaiah Thomas seen Jordan play. Draymond Green seen Jordan play. I seen Jordan play. If Rel wants to, he can ask me any question about the 90s, about any roster or anything, and I guarantee you I'll name him 40 players from the 90s off the top of the head real quick without no hesitation.
Draymond Green
All right?
ain't seen
My
no
memory
Jordan
is great.
play. He
My
younger than
memory
me.
is great. And then he want to talk about emotional. Meanwhile, this dude's getting super emotional. And
Wait, this is you, dude. This is you. I'm your father, bro. I won't even talk.
Man, dude, yo, Joe, check this out. Tell your two dad.
I'm your dad.
Stop sneaking in your room at night, bro. Stop sneaking in your room.
I'm your dad.
You're too old to play tea time, bro. You're too old to play tea time. All that slurping has fucked up your knee pads, bro. Fuck out of here. What you talking about, bro? What you talking about, bro?
Rel,
Over here.
you are
we-
listen, Rel.
ain't
You
even
are
talking
allowed
about
to come
basketball.
up.
Yo, my
and
nigga, If you want to talk shit, my nigga, I'll send you my fucking address like I did, and you can pull up real easy.
Nah,
and
we
can
ain't
finish
gotta do that,
conversation.
All right, Aaron. It's cool,
Aaron,
Aaron. It's cool, but it's cool, fam.
Listen. Listen, Rel, we are giving you the opportunity to prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. No one will cut you off. We'll actually let you sit up. We'll move everybody to the background. Do you want to accept that challenge or not? Because you're not going to come up here being disrespectful and making up lies on GOAT James Kingdom. If you want to talk about all-star selections, why don't you mention why LeBron James has more all-stars than Jordan? That makes him better than Michael Jordan. Since his teammates, all-star selection makes him better than LeBron James' teammates. You don't want to do that. So do you want to accept the challenge or not? Are you going to sit here and prove us wrong that Jordan's the GOAT over LeBron or anybody else?
Let's get it.
You want to do
Because
it?
the one question, the one nigga asked, the 5-year question, who has LeBron been on a team with for 5 years? Name them.
So you didn't even hear the question, because if that's just your response, you didn't hear the question.
Name the
What was the question?
Name the super team.
No,
face.
it's done. He's going to
It's
do.
done.
Listen, y'all.
He's going to do the exposing GOAT James Kingdom.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do Exposing GJK. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom platform, as we will have Rel Lamont. We're going to put all you gentlemen in the background right quick so that he can speak for himself, and he's going to explain to us why Michael Jordan is the GOAT of basketball. So, Rel, you got a minute for your first round. Go ahead and explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. When you start, your minute begins.
Jason Terry, JJ Barea. I'm done.
He said he's done.
6 losses. Nobody remembers the number 2 team, bro. So y'all just going off stats and all that shit. You can't lose 6 times and be the greatest. That's just it's absurd, dog. Jordan was never the number 1 scorer of no time to be the greatest. LeBron had the past stats. This nigga's in the league with triple double averages on his watch. People with more rings on his watch while he was the king. But yeah, he's the king. The LaFainton GOAT. You got it.
Right, I'm done. All right. So we asked you to explain why Michael Jordan is a GOAT and not why you don't like LeBron. So that first round
I
is
never said I don't
basically
like
F.
LeBron. Never
That's
in my life
definitely
have I
wrong.
said I
You did
didn't
not
like
explain
LeBron.
one reason why Michael Jordan is the GOAT. So
I
that
don't not
first
like LeBron
round,
though.
that first round was
We let you
garbage.
talk. You can't
So we
overtalk
let
us.
you talk. So we're going to go to the second round because you didn't say one thing why Michael Jordan was the GOAT. So you get a damn F for that first round. All right, second round about to start.
Go ahead. Your round starts when you start speaking.
I never said I wasn't a LeBron fan. I just said he ain't the GOAT. You can't have a losing record and be the GOAT. That's why he's not the GOAT. Because he has a losing record in stat pads. Go ahead. You got it. And he creates super teams to lose to super teams. So go ahead. That too.
All right.
Right. That's round number 2. Second round, you did not explain why Michael Jordan was the greatest player of all time. So that's 2 rounds that you can't even make one argument for Michael Jordan being the GOAT. It's kind of sad. So we're going to go to round 3. Hopefully you know something about Michael Jordan to make him a GOAT. Let's go.
Oh, he didn't have none of the greatest teammates but Scottie Pippen. But y'all keep going because Scottie Pippen played a full career. LeBron's teammates still are in the league. So yeah, he's the GOAT because he made everybody better. You got it.
Wow. Wow. So that's 3 rounds. And you said Michael Jordan is a GOAT because Scottie Pippen was his teammate. I'm completely lost. I'm fucking lost. Michael, 3 minutes straight. The only thing you said is his teammate was Scottie Pippen, and that's why Michael Jordan's a GOAT. All right,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna go to round 4. All right, we could go right now.
I'm not a stan. You niggas are. And that's just what it is. This is GOAT James Nation. I don't have a GOAT nothing nation. I just know I watched the greatest player at the greatest time. And that's what I know. I've seen both of their careers. But yeah, you got it. I stat pad.
All right. This is one of the few times someone has actually went 5 rounds, but this is the least words
That was
ever
4.
for
That was
5
before.
rounds.
That was
That's
4.
I know we got one more, so this is
Oh,
gonna
you
be
got
his
one
5th
more?
Nah,
round.
nigga.
So
Because I
let's
came
go
for a conversation.
now.
I came for
We
a
are having a
conversation.
conversation.
Let's start right
We are
now.
having a
Nah, y'all
conversation.
asking me to explain why this man is the GOAT. Like, because he's the GOAT, nigga. When did he have to have the most points to be the GOAT? When did that start? When did shooting guards lead their teams to championships? Who left, played baseball for 2 years, came back, lost to Orlando, then took over the league again. Who did that? You can talk about Scottie Pippen, but when Scottie Pippen was the man, they lost to Orlando and New York. But yeah, we got it. Y'all got that too. When he was the man, nobody took him down. LeBron, the man, he's 4-6, and he loses to super teams with super teams. That makes him the GOAT. Stat padding and losing makes you the GOAT. It's good. Good. Good.
Wow, that was brutal. That was brutal. Man, that has to be the worst
I never
ever.
heard anybody explain Michael Jordan's the GOAT better than that, Rel. I got to give it to you.
Wow.
You're the best at it.
Because I could care less to
Wow.
explain why he's the GOAT. I seen why he was the GOAT. I don't have to explain the
We can
stands.
see. We can
I
see
don't.
you want to
I
talk
don't have to
LeBron.
explain the stands because nigga, you are gonna believe what you want to believe.
No.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay, are you going to let me speak?
Yeah, go ahead,
your
Johnny.
time is done. Okay,
You
listen.
got it.
You only want to talk LeBron James. We gave you 5 minutes to explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You couldn't even explain it. You couldn't even explain what your eyes saw. You just said Jordan's the GOAT because he's the GOAT. That didn't make no sense because we don't understand what that means. You talked about Michael Jordan quitting the game of basketball after only playing 9 years because it was too grueling and it was too mentally tough.
How is it grueling when you win a championship, bro? That's crazy.
You're not going to cut me off when I'm speaking. That's what he did. He
That's
quit.
crazy work.
That's not crazy work. What's crazy work
That's
that you showed up
crazy
here
work,
and we
man.
gave you 5 minutes and you couldn't explain shit in 5 minutes. And I'm trying to get my little 1 minute in and you won't let me get my 1 minute in. Jordan quit. There was a retirement. He said, I'm not playing the game of basketball anymore. I'm done after 9 NBA seasons. He went to go play baseball, correct? He came back and lost. He lost to that same Orlando Magic team that you want to blame Scottie Pippen for. That's how this works. See? But again, this is what they do. This is why they are the Zesty Jeffries.
But what happened to you
Let's
after?
discuss. I ain't discussing shit with no goddamn kid. Motherfucker, let me tell you something. Who give a fuck? Sit your ass down.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you don't allow us to speak after we just gave you a whole entire 5 minute for the platform to speak and you don't let us speak, you get put in the Michael Jordan dugout in 94 because he couldn't play the game of basketball the same way you can't handle us here in GOAT James Kingdom. We asked you to prove why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You couldn't do it. You were so bad, we got Willie in the background ready to save you because he already knows what just happened because you couldn't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. All you wanted to do was talk about LeBron James, which makes LeBron James the GOAT.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You fucked up big time. You're incapable of running this shit.
So obviously, you didn't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Because him winning 3 championships and quitting and coming back and winning 3 championships means nothing. He didn't dominate. He had more help than anybody in NBA history to do that. You mentioned Scottie Pippen. He was the only one to have a Scottie Pippen in his era. No one else had a Scottie Pippen in his era. You admitted LeBron lost to super teams. Jordan never faced any real super teams. He faced nobody. He lost without Scottie Pippen. When Jordan was the main man without Scottie, he lost every time. You want to mention finals losses. So you want to give credit to a player who couldn't make the finals while knocking a player for winning their conference, all because they didn't win the NBA championships. They both ended up with the same results, not the champions, but one had a better season. One made the finals. One accomplished something. They won their actual conference. Little do you know, there's an actual hat, shirt, banner, confetti, presentation, trophy for winning your conference. LeBron's done that better than Jordan. If you're going to say Michael Jordan is the GOAT because of winning, that means you didn't watch basketball. But at the end of the day, we know the truth. You saw LeBron play more than you saw Jordan play. So LeBron is really your GOAT. And you came on GOAT James Kingdom to actually be proven that. Now you are officially a LeBron James fan now, Rel. You are a fan just like us. We have proven to you LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. He's a better winner than Michael Jordan. You're not going to say guys who won more championships than Jordan's a better winner than Jordan. So why can't we say LeBron James is better with 2 less championships. Jordan couldn't win nothing. He had a good 6-year stretch. That's fine. That's great. But that's not enough to be the GOAT. Definitely not enough to beat what LeBron James did. You came up here and lied about USA teammates, and you couldn't prove none of that shit. And this is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. You have no criteria to say why Jordan's the GOAT other than the fact that you said you saw him play when you admitted you only started watching the NBA in 93. And we're going to say that you saying that because you probably was, 10 or 12 years old then? If that. You wasn't watching the games. You didn't watch Michael Jordan play. And you came up here on GOAT James Kingdom, and you have now officially been exposed by the exposer because you can't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT, but all you can do is explain why you don't like LeBron James. So we'll bring back up our normal panelists, and we'll have a conversation here.
So I got put in the backstage. I got put in the backstage for that bullshit.
Yeah, he kind of did.
But I got put in the backstage for that bullshit.
You kind of
Well, we also got Willie. Willie in the back. We got Willie.
Shout out to Willie. Thank you, Willie.
Willie, yes!
Willie.
All day.
Willie, that soul patch is rocking, bro. I love it.
Willie, can you save Mr. Rel here, please? Because he needs to be saved.
I don't know.
Well, first of all, I mean, Jordan is older than LeBron, so you asking us to explain why Jordan is the GOAT. I mean, you should be explaining why LeBron is the GOAT. I mean, because you come from an angle. You come from okay. All right. This is why Jordan is the GOAT. Because
hold on. Wait.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Are you wanting to go to your 5 minutes again, just like last time?
No. Let me talk. This is why Jordan is the GOAT. Jordan losing is what made him the GOAT. Jordan losing early to Bird. Jordan losing early to Detroit. And then winning 6 championships made him the goddamn GOAT. Now what? Ain't no way.
Now
what?
LeBron losing.
Now what?
What a joke,
bro. You say Jordan's losing makes him.
Can I go first? Can I go first, please?
I don't know how to do this.
Please?
Oh yeah. Oh, I got Twin Man here. Now I'm a body.
Can I go first?
Go.
Only thing we hear is one Jordan fan after another come up here and talk about how losing is so bad. Now all of a sudden, losing early in his career made him the GOAT.
Yeah, cause losing. Yeah. Yo. Losing in your ninth season in your prime, boy. You look like trash in 2011. Trash.
I thought losing was bad, Willie.
Trash.
I thought losing was bad. That was great. Now it makes you great. Losing makes you great.
Your GOAT cost the team a championship. Talk about
that. My God, no! My GOAT owned the conference for a decade. That's what my GOAT did.
And my GOAT owned titles and championships for a decade. You sharing that with Curry?
Not in the 80s.
One never played.
What did he do in 88? What did he do in 89? What did he do in 90?
What you doing in 4? We both can do that dumb argument.
What did he do?
It's a dumbass argument.
What did he do in 86? What did he do in 85? Nothing. He made the playoffs with a losing record.
What he do? He stayed with his team.
Know what it feel like to lose a playoff.
He stayed with his team.
But that made him go. That makes him go.
Hold on, wait. Let's let some new names.
That was the way.
John,
Hold on, wait. Let's wait. Let's let some people speak in. Hold on. Let's let Ishmael in first. Ishmael, thank you for joining us. Thank you. Go ahead, Ishmael. What's it? You're not doing nothing. You ain't cooking nothing. Sit back and smoke a joint. Go ahead, Ishmael.
You try
me. Ishmael. Don't
it's
start.
A lot right now.
Don't
it's a lot
start.
To take right now.
Losing makes you the GOAT.
We got these guys who didn't.
Listen, we got let people speak. We got let people speak. Let's let Ishmael speak. Go ahead, Ishmael. Your turn.
It's a lot right now. I'm trying to gather all my thoughts right now from what I just witnessed. So
for real, yeah, that was trash.
That was somebody attempted to expose us and can't even prove. We already proved why LeBron's the GOAT.
I lost my train of thought from all this.
Shut up, Israel.
All right, so let's
Can I get the one on with somebody? Can I get the one on? It's like 9 of y'all. Like
no, you can do that on a Friday night. You don't work Friday night. There's no construction happening on a Friday night. Why you don't show up on a Friday night for a one-on-one with me?
$100,000 a year, $100,000 a year. So keep talking.
Again, why can't you show up on a Friday night for this one-on-one? You know we got a full panel. We just gave you your little 2-minute soliloquy.
You asked me why Jordan was the GOAT. I said, you asked me why Jordan was the GOAT, and I gave you the answer.
And no,
I gave you the answer. Losing became winning. Nigga, like a Superman movie, nigga.
You just skip me and come back.
Yes, I know that's what I'm trying to do, but
Yeah,
Willie,
the only thing Willie said was about titles, and we know titles don't make Michael Jordan the GOAT.
So let's go.
So
Sports talk only. It's your turn, brother. Thank you for joining us. What you got for the topic today, sir, on today's show? Go ahead, brother.
I had a question for Willie, because this is a common thing that Jordan fans do.
Yeah, Willie's listening. Willie's listening. Go ahead.
6 finals losses, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me ask you something, Willie. Was Jordan in the finals at age 22?
No.
Okay. So we can move over that. Hold on. Let me finish.
I answered your question.
That wasn't my only question.
Willie, we're gonna give you your chance. Willie, let's let Sports talk first, and then we're gonna let you go right after, because he did address you. We're gonna give you a chance. You know that. We don't do that in GOAT James Kingdom. We don't just mute people. You good, Willie. Go ahead, Sports talk. So that
okay, that was LeBron's first finals loss. All right. In 2015, LeBron loses Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. Did Jordan ever lose Pippen and Rodman or Pippen and Grant in an NBA final series, in any NBA final series, and win? Did he ever do that? Did he ever have to deal with that? Did he ever have to deal with that in the finals? I'm asking you the question.
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
In the 1998 finals, Pippen had a bad back. Averaged 13 points. Jordan scored 50% of the team points. 45 points in the closeout. So what did Pippen do to drag the Bulls in the 1998 finals?
Let me give you some context. Okay, so in the first round of the playoffs, Kelly Olynyk tore Kevin Love's elbow out of socket. So Kevin Love was out. Kevin Love was out from the first round all the way to the finals. He didn't play. Kyrie Irving gets injured in overtime of game 1. The Cavs lose that game. LeBron scores 44 points that game. So for the rest of the series, LeBron didn't have Kyrie Irving or Kevin Love. He won 2 games. I asked you, did Jordan lose Pippen and Rodman or Pippen and Grant in an NBA final series for the series and win the series? Did he ever do that? Did he ever have to deal with that? You said Pippen injured his back. Pippen played the series. Pippen wasn't out for the series. Rodman wasn't out for the series.
And was the third
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. Did Jordan ever play a full, complete series without Pippen? No. But you asking me questions like LeBron won. LeBron shot 39%.
Yeah, but he averaged 35, 13, and 8 and led both teams in points, rebounds, and assists. But that's trash because he was the only offensive threat.
Jordan was the only offensive threat in 1998.
Okay.
Jordan was
Pippen and Rodman was injured though? They was injured. How do you think he would have shot if Pippen and Rodman was injured?
Wait. Hey, Sports Talk, land it here so Willie could address you at the end, because we do got other people that want to come up and speak.
Right.
You guys not going to sit there and go back and forth with one another.
Yeah, but he's ducking and dodging the question.
Wait. Land it. No, don't keep going back and forth with Willie.
All right. Well, then we just
Friday night exposure is available for that.
Well, then the last question I had. Because, Tony. Okay, this is what I'll give you. 2011, LeBron didn't play well. I'll give you that. All right. 2017 and 2018. Did Jordan play a team as good as the Kevin Durant Warriors?
No, because they were that. They had Jordan.
Here we go. Yep. I already knew. Yep.
They were that. Right. And you mad because KD was busting his ass in 2017 with an even matchup. LeBron versus KD. Curry versus Kyrie. Love versus Green.
Here we go.
Nigga, that was even. And they folded.
All right, bro.
And they folded.
You got it.
All right,
and they folded.
Let's let Chad in here. Shout out to Chad. What up, Chad? You know what we talking here. Thank you for joining us. It's been a while.
Fucking Chad, yeah.
What up, Chad? What you got for us today, man? What's good, bro?
First, I just want to say here lately, Travis deserves my respect for much love. Old dude said something earlier about what shooting guard was leading his team to a championship or to the finals before Jordan, and that, my friend, is Jerry West.
Sure he was.
I was going to say that guy had the worst take that I've ever saw in 2 years on here, but Willie always comes in there and tops it off. That's all I got to say. All I got to say.
I appreciate you, Chad. Chad, I'm gonna let you go because we got some other people waiting in the background as well. Again, y'all want to join the GOAT James Kingdom platform? Hit that link, hit that subscribe button, become a member of the channel.
Hey,
We
Johnny,
doing
I
big
got
things.
a question. Do you not currently have any room right now for the panel?
There's some people that are trying to get up.
It's too many people on. There's a lot of people
drop
on.
off and can I come back?
Of course,
They talking about a goat.
You're always welcome, Ishmael.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll drop off. All right, I'll come back.
Okay, all right, so we'll let you go. All right, so let's
Ishmael
let
got a
Dante
headache from
speak.
this
Dante,
crazy
thank you,
shit.
Dante, for joining us. You've been very patient. We appreciate you. What you got on to today's topic, sir?
What's up? What's up, hey Johnny? Hey,
good, man?
B,
What's
what's up? B, what's up, man?
Hey, what's good? What's good, fam?
Oh wait, who? Dante? Do you know Dante, Brandon? We know where we
No,
know
he
from.
he been on a few times.
Okay.
I've been in the Facebook group with you, bro.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man. What's good, man? Again, we did reach 100,000 members in our Facebook group, so we are doing big things here in GOAT James Kingdom. So we appreciate everybody who supports us and continue to support us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So go ahead, Dante.
Congratulations.
What you got for on today's topic, sir? Thanks, Willie. Willie follows us on all platforms that he's on. Shout out to Willie, man. Willie, you the best, man.
Yeah.
Hey yo! Can I ask Scottie Pippen fans something? Because they always say 1 and 9. I want to ask them. Can they please explain how did Scottie Pippen get Jordan out of the first round? And we can leave it at that. Just explain that. In 1988, when Jordan got out of the first round, because I see a lot of 1 and 9 without Pippen. But can you tell the people, tell the public, or tell the world how Pippen got Jordan out of the first round?
Tell him, Johnny.
Oh my God. Well, first off, we had a show talking about this. All right. Now we all know in 1988, Michael Jordan was the man. He won all the awards that you could win during that span. But what we also do know is that they were up 2-0 versus the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they lost 2 straight games in a row. And they were struggling while Michael Jordan was out here putting up supreme numbers during that time. Michael Jordan was looking phenomenal in that series, and the Bulls were still split 2-2. Right? You see the numbers. They lost game 4. They lost game 5. I mean game 3 and 4.
Damn! Look at them numbers from the gut.
I know. Right? So it looks like Michael Jordan is the reason why the Chicago Bulls win. But if it wasn't for Scottie Pippen in game 5, the Bulls would have lost that series. Because Scottie Pippen ended up being the player.
So wait, Johnny, you're saying Jordan led his team in points, assists, rebound, or points, assists, blocks, and steals, and field goal percentage, and they won because of that?
Scottie Pippen was the reason why the Chicago Bulls won that game 5 in Cleveland in 1988, which was Michael Jordan's first playoff series win. If Scottie Pippen doesn't do what he does in that game, the Bulls lose because Michael Jordan still had 39 points and was scoring, and the Bulls were down that entire game.
That's facts, but also Jordan had the best series of all time.
How can he have a better series? How can he have a better series? How can he have
player of the game?
When he was no. How can he have the whatever when LeBron James had a triple double in a losing series in the finals? So that's better than LeBron's triple double. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You are
Pippen averaged 9 points in that series, bro. You saying one game?
You actually thought we didn't know this question. You thought you was gonna get us on this one, didn't you? You thought you was gonna get us on this one.
You'd be traded if he was playing with LeBron with 9 points in a series.
9 points? What do you think the other team was doing?
Yeah, it was 8 points.
What do you think the other team was doing?
Oh my God!
That's
what like he was dropping 41 like Kyrie in 2016. You know what I'm saying? They act like
he was getting carried by Shaq. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's crazy because
like you know what I'm saying? Or he was dropping 25 like D Wade in 2011. You know what I'm saying?
Willie just said y'all talked about one game for him to turn around and do the same thing.
For a series.
Exactly.
You just really did the same thing, bro.
I know.
You
91 Jordan had that greatest series of all time. Sorry.
Talking about. But then he gonna say Scotty saved it, right? Scotty saved that 88 series. But when Scotty went out with the migraine, what happened? Did he save that?
That's why Jordan couldn't win, because they didn't have Scotty.
Did he save that?
Jordan didn't win. So why
That's why Jordan didn't win. Why did he win? Why couldn't he win a game 7? Why couldn't he win that game 7?
So explain to your audience how Jordan won in 1998.
We just asked you a question.
Scottie Pippen.
You're going to answer a question.
Scotty played in 98.
Answer the question.
Explain what Pippen did to get them over the hump.
Willie.
They can't do that.
Wait. Because we have to let Dante speak. Because Willie, you hogging the speech. This is what your boy was doing his first playoff series in that game 5.
9 rebounds for Charles Oakley, and Jordan overthrows Pippen, who winds up 4 rows into the press sector. Price missed, and Williams has the shot blocked. Jordan got that one. And Pippen can't hold on. So 2 fast break opportunities by the Bulls goes by the boards. And it's 72-68. You've got to admire the Cavaliers. They're poised. 18-point lead cut to 1. Chicago tied it up, and then Cleveland scored 4 in a row to keep their lead and get the ball back on a turnover. That's the 3rd turnover for Jordan in a row. Williams hits 12 on the shot clock. Jordan has it knocked away by Harper. Watch him pull up for the 3. Price with Paxson in his face hits the 3-point shot, and it's 104-101. 33 seconds to go. Price hit it with Paxson in his face.
Yeah. Wait. Willie, I'm not done, Willie, because while they were talking about Jordan doing that, almost coughing up the game, Scottie Pippen was saying that.
CBS Sports welcomes you again to the exciting 1988 NBA playoffs. After 3 periods of play, in which the winner will move on and the loser goes home. The deciding game of this first round, the Chicago Bulls outscored the Cavaliers 10-1 to take their first lead, and they did it with Michael Jordan on the bench. They have rallied from 18. Mike Sanders goes in and scores, and it's a 1-point game. We have talked about Cleveland. Michael Jordan hit only 2 of his first 6 from the field midway through the second period. Since then, 9 of 12 and 33 points. But Scottie Pippen has been the other man for the Bulls this afternoon.
Well, right now, he is the man, the way he's performed in this second half for this Chicago team.
96-92 Chicago, under 4 minutes.
So you heard that. That came out of the people who was watching the game because you wasn't watching it. So let's let Dante speak. Go ahead, Dante. Willie did interrupt you. Go ahead, get your take in. We got Ralph in the building. Shout out to Ralph. We're going to let you in, Ralph, here shortly. Go ahead, Dante.
What's going on?
What's good, bro? What's good? Go ahead, Dante.
Oh, Ralph.
Go ahead, Dante. It's your matter of fact. Listen. When I put somebody on the big screen, y'all got to be quiet, please. Go ahead, Dante.
Man, I don't got really much to say, man. I'm just letting Willie bury himself, man. That nigga a clown, bro.
Shout out to you, Dante. Appreciate you, brother. So, Ralph, what's good, brother? We got you in the building. What you got for us, man? Long time no see, man. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. I've been on the road for the past 6 weeks. That's why if you see me, I'm back home now.
Ah, that's good. That's good, man. It's good to have you. Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. It's been a while. We were actually talking about our GOAT criteria and how everything is over right now because basically, you know, the Michael Jordan fans got nothing to stand on. And I know you've been trying to save them for years now, but you really can't because you don't take one for the team. But it's been horrible for them. It's been horrible for them. It's been horrible.
Well, I'm still working on my criteria. I'm going to present that to y'all shortly. I told you. Me and you had that conversation already.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself, Brandon.
I'll just say it, Ralph. You've been working on your criteria for over a year now.
Nah, I've been working on it for about 8 months. But the thing is, for 6 weeks, I've been on the road, like going to different cities working, so I haven't really got back to it. Like I said, I got 58 I got 58 categories. I want to get to probably about 100, and we'll see.
Jeez.
I'm gonna present it to y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna present it to y'all. Don't worry.
Willie, Ralph, you still out there hooking? Or
nah, I'm driving. I'm driving, man.
Yeah, man. So what you got, man? As you can see, we put another person up for exposing GJK. They failed horribly. And
Willie?
they only want to talk. No, we're not.
no, Rel jumped it, dude.
it was real.
Rel was a casual for sure.
It was pretty bad.
Where my man go that was knocking me? Where he go? I was cracking up.
Dante's still there. He's still there. Listen, Willie, who you got on fentanyl next to you in the car? Who's passed out like that sitting next to you, bro? What's going on over there? What you got going on? Yeah, what you got going on?
Reds.
Oh,
it's sports
okay.
fitness and rent.
Y'all out there doing zesty Jeffrey activities.
You know what I'm saying? It's Sunday. We work. We work. We smoking.
I hear you. Go ahead. Let's let Ralph talk because Willie's still in the show. Willie's the star. Go ahead, Ralph. What's good, Ralph?
Nothing. So the conversation today was y'all criteria that y'all showed in the past.
And how nobody's been able to really come up with one. And as of right now, it's been so bad for the Zesty Jeffries and the LeBron haters that they're out here talking about LeBron James like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James is not carrying himself like a grown man.
So I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. But he was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
No, it's not. It's classless.
What? Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
Jesus, like, all right. I listen. I done tuned in on their show from time to time, and it makes me upset to where I try to get on a panel and they're gonna make me defend LeBron myself, and like, even though I don't have him as the GOAT, like, but they're ridiculous over there. Like, and I've heard his takes and everything. It's terrible. It's like saying that he's not top 5 or top 10 is crazy. Like,
yeah, he's excessive. He's excessive. Even though I have Jordan as the GOAT myself, but he's doing too much. He's a little bit excessive. See, I only talk basketball. I don't want to talk about what you did off the court. I don't care about that. I want to talk the moments, the pressure moments. You know what I'm saying? The shit that 33 million people was watching at one time. I only talk about the moments when you played well or folded. We watch like in the Olympics. Say, for instance, okay, LeBron fans be like, oh, well, LeBron had the rebounds and the passing. We watch basketball to see Curry hit that shot. I don't care about who passing. I'm not watching basketball to see who passed, bro. And nobody watches basketball to see that.
So you a casual, bro?
I want to see that.
I don't want that, bro.
But you know,
I want to see the all aspects of basketball.
He was on point to that
last
end.
That's exactly what that means. He's a casual.
Yeah. No, because
like,
Willie, Willie, you know that was one of the greatest basketball moments of all time. There was almost 250 million people watching it, right? You know that, right? When LeBron James broke Kareem's record, there was almost 250 million people watching that. You talking about 33 million, right? Hitting shots. But hold on, this is another thing. Let me give a shout out because again, my beautiful wife has said, "Hey Johnny, let me take you on a date away from these zesty Jeffries." And
see, listen here, wifey. I always tell Johnny he has a smart wife because she's a New York Knicks fan. But hold on, zesty Jeffries. Hold on, wait a second.
No, but wait, Ralph. See, they would be upset because my wife is supportive of what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom enough to not only become a member of our channel, but also to do a super chat. But if you allow people like Zesty Fitness Rants talk, they'll say your wife should not be doing it. They'll be talking like this.
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is not a great husband. You have your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use, right? For his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
As a Jordan fan, I would never go that far as to try to bash that man's family and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've always said keep it basketball, and like he's going way too far.
They don't do drug tests.
That's too much. That's too much. That's too much.
Ralph, you know here we respect fathers, right? Because you a father yourself. We respect husbands. We respect men that have wives and come home and provide, right? Just like Willie. Willie works hard, goes home and provides for his family, those that support him. They can't relate to that. They can't relate to that because see, when Michael Jordan's son is out here doing the booger sugar, they have no issues with that. They can relate to that.
You're able to do drugs during the day and still function, still do your job.
Well, how the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
That man, son, 40 years old. They ain't got shit to do with basketball either.
Jesus Christ.
Listen,
that man 50 years old snorting cocaine.
Yeah, listen. When you can't talk the game of basketball, these are the things you have to resort to. These are the things you have to resort to when it comes to where you can't say stats. We can't talk the accolades. We can't talk. That's why I respect Willie. Willie said about the moments. Willie said it's about the moments.
That's not the moment. But it's funny how you brought up Pippen playing one good game in 1988, but you didn't bring up that one good game Boobie Gibson had in 2007 when LeBron shot 27%.
Wait a minute. You asked us
you
to
ain't
bring up
that
moment. You asked us to bring up the moment that
Boobie Gibson carried
saved Jordan. I gave it to you. I got other ones too. There's other ones as well.
Bring them, and I can bring you 1,000 of them.
You want to talk about the finals? You want to talk about the finals game?
What are you talking about?
The finals game versus
what are you talking about? Don't even bring nothing up, bro.
Oh my God, you are this guy is the best.
Boobie Gibson carried them boys. LeBron shot 27%. Game 6 to go to the finals.
Hold on, can I get a?
Got it.
So what he's doing is he getting real loud. He acting like sports Brandon and he's acting like him right now.
Hold on, a good time, bro.
He's hilarious.
He's hilarious right now. He's literally acting like him right now.
Hold on.
See, the thing is this.
Don't see you acting like
I'm talking basketball. I'm talking basketball, and you talking about me.
We see you. You really
I'm talking basketball. I'm talking basketball.
I'm just making sure.
Basketball. I didn't say LeBron's son got caught smoking weed on the internet at 16. I'm talking basketball.
You won't allow nobody else to speak, and you just laugh and laugh while others speaking. You have to stop at some point.
See, now it's counseling. Talk about the game. You ain't my psychiatrist. Now it's counseling. Talk about what I said, bro. I talk basketball.
Will you talk narratives, dog?
You got your feelings. Without your feelings. Let's do this. Let's do this, Willie. Since you want to rep so much. So how come when we did our criteria, Michael Jordan did not end up being better than, forget LeBron, he wasn't better than Kareem and Wilt. How is Jordan better than Kareem and Wilt?
Kareem and Wilt.
Yeah, Kareem and Wilt. Because when we did our
you know what? To be
Jordan didn't
honest,
score as high as them.
to be honest with you, stats wise, I don't think Michael Jordan is better than Kareem and Wilt. I only think Michael Jordan is better than them as far as legacy and his impact and what he did for the game. But as far as numbers, because they are centers, it's funny how y'all compare centers to guards. It's funny how y'all just act like a center don't shoot a higher percentage than a guard. But y'all, that's y'all show and it's y'all criteria. That's the weirdest thing I ever heard. I compare guards to guards, forwards to forwards, centers to centers, power forwards to power forwards. That's my criteria. So when you want to,
All right, no. So let's do this. So who's your greatest point guard? Since you said that, let's start there. Who's your favorite, best point guard? Who's that?
Magic Johnson.
Okay, and Michael Jordan's your greatest shooting guard. So who's your greatest small forward?
LeBron James.
Okay, and who's your greatest power forward?
That's hard. That's hard. That's one of the hard ones.
That's not a conversation.
You only saying Duncan because of the accolades, because Malone busts his ass through stats. So I don't want to hear that.
And winning
that's
is
a hard one. Hold on.
No, it's not.
He didn't win with his stats, bro.
Let me get this.
Duncan in stats?
Hold on.
Carmelo has better stats than Duncan?
So wait, Malone did knock out War under control.
Carmelo was number 2 scoring all time at some point.
Go ahead, Ralph. Let Ralph in.
When you look at both careers with Duncan and Malone, like you look at Duncan with his winning aspect, the MVPs, yes, the All NBA's All Defensive, and on top of that, not missing the playoffs in the whole 19-year career, and then the first 10 years of his career. When you look at, he's top 5 in MVP, and I believe 9 of those 10 years. And then on top of that, he's top 5 in MVP and deploy within those years as well. You can't, Carmelo, you can say he was top 5 in MVP a lot of those years, but not MVP and deploy in the certain years. And then when you look at, he has, I believe he's second in all defensive win shares all time, I believe. And like the defensive metrics, it's not even a close comparison.
Ralph, also you're forgetting the fact that Malone was like number 1 in knocking up like 13-year-old girls like during that period. So
that's scandalous.
Undefeated.
Well, when we did our criteria, Tim Duncan did score higher than Karl Malone. Tim Duncan was 6 all-time on our list. So again, we did do Karl Malone as well. Karl Malone ended up being 14th on our list. So you can see Karl Malone scored 38.45, and obviously you can see Tim Duncan scored 47.02. So and again, the things that's holding Karl Malone back is the fact that he doesn't have championships. We obviously know Tim Duncan has 5 championships. So that kind of changes the meter there, which I find funny that Willie wants to try to put Karl Malone in front of Tim Duncan with the idea of winning and moments and. Because what Karl Malone moment do we have? Yeah, I'm listening, Rel. Go ahead.
Hey, but with the numbers, Karl Malone and John Stockton would be the best point guard and power forward.
Hey,
so those numbers don't count.
Bro, you don't get to say shit. You asked. You got.
Hey, I can say whatever I feel like saying, sir. You can't tell me nothing. I'm a 45-year-old man, son. Hey, I'm a 45-year-old man, son.
Bro, you were embarrassed.
I'm sorry. You can do whatever you want to do. Talk to yourself. I don't need to talk to you. Go talk to your wife. Go talk to your dog. Stop talking to me. And I can talk when I feel like it. I can talk when I feel like talking. As long as he allows me on the panel.
Yeah, but you are not going to disrespect our panelists. Travis is part of our panelists. Thank you. He gets a chance to eat you alive because he's trying to rep for Michael Jordan every week. Right? And here it is. You showed up and we gave you an opportunity and you had Travis as red as my shirt because you couldn't explain why Michael Jordan was the GOAT. It's not his fault. So you're not going to disrespect Travis. Travis is a part of the program, brother. You got to respect.
Really, you couldn't even explain why Michael Jordan.
We respect your take. It's just a horrible take, brother. It's just a horrible take.
It was a non-existent take. You said Michael Jordan.
I didn't say Malone. I said it was a hard decision because Malone was a 2-time MVP. You know what I'm saying? Malone led the league in scoring. Like Malone was a monster. I know he did his thing off the court, but like Kobe did his thing off the court. But I'm only talking basketball. Malone was a monster, bro. I mean, he was a monster as far as scoring. But I'll probably take Duncan because Jordan plays better with guys that play defense, not a bunch of offense. So
But Karl
I would
Malone is a
probably
better
take.
scorer than Tim Duncan. You can say that, Ralph.
Yeah,
He's
a better scorer. I'll say he's a better scorer, but the defense is a much bigger gap than the offense.
Yeah, he's a better. Yeah, no, Tim Duncan is one of the greatest defenders of all time. So
Malone defense is great as well, so he wasn't no slouch on defense. His numbers prove it.
I'm not saying he wasn't a bad defender, but when we compare Tim Duncan and Karl Malone, it's a bigger gap than the offense because we're not going to act like that Tim Duncan couldn't score the ball as well.
Duncan controlled the game way better than Malone,
top
too.
5 in scoring, and he was like top 5 in defense in several of those years. That's the reason why he got back-to-back MVPs in 02 and 03.
So here's a trash take from Canelo. High guard Malone was a trash take. No, that's not true.
Hey Ralph, you said Tim Duncan was Ralph, you said Tim Duncan was DPOY. What year?
No, I say he was top 5 in DPOY.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he didn't win. They've been hating on those dudes. I don't know why they never let those players win Defensive Player of the Year. And it seems like you're only win Defensive Player of the Year if you only do defense. If you're a two-way player, they really don't like to give it to you. So
his on and off
I just can't get over how this man didn't bring up anything like Jordan's advanced metrics. He's like leading the league in the finals MVPs, second MVPs. Again, anything like that elevates his team. There's a ton of arguments you can use for Jordan as the GOAT, but I didn't even hear one except for I watched him play. He's the GOAT. That is mind blowing. Like Relmar, you sound like an intelligent guy, 100%. You sound like you've watched the game a lot, but you got to ask a simple question. You have 5 minutes to you couldn't say one argument why Jordan wants to go.
Yeah, that's
to Willie's defense. Karl Malone was a beast. You know what I'm saying? Because Tim Duncan
got that off Glad.
Tim Duncan did have way more help than Malone did in his career. I can say that.
No, we don't want to do that now.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying Karl Malone's better because to me Duncan is the best power forward. But one argument you can have is that Karl Malone had less help.
Man, look at them late 80s teams.
That's true.
No, look at them late 80s teams that Karl Malone had.
Aaron, what do you mean? John Stockton was the best player of all time.
You had John Stockton. You had Mark Eaton. That was a two-time.
Man, Mark Eaton was
God, man.
You had the leading blocks, averaging 6 blocks a game.
Okay, Goldberg. This is the only thing I really love about Jordan is that Jordan really won only with really defensive players. He didn't win with a bunch of scoring. Like his teammates didn't wow you with scoring. He had Jordan won with defensive players. He didn't need a joker dropping 26 or 41 or this and he is scored.
Let me ask you a question. In the 90s, was there a team that had multiple top scorers that won a championship?
Exactly.
When? What are you talking about?
I'm asking in the 90s, was there any teams that won a championship with multiple with great scores? Like, let's say
well, only the Bulls really won in the 90s.
Houston, 95.
Only the Bulls really won in the 90s, so that question is mute.
Okay, what about the
80s? But if you go to the 80s, you had Dumars dropping. You had James Worthy dropping. You had Larry Bird and all them.
You had Kareem and Magic.
On average during the season, was those guys? Would you say that some of those guys were like double-digit, 20-point scores, like on the same team, like that, multiple on the same team or something?
Magic and Kareem.
No.
James Worthy.
95.
Let me explain the evolution of basketball. See, when Jordan came in the league, shooting guards wasn't popular. It was all about centers and big men. Like the bigger you were, the better you were. Like Ralph Sampson, Hakeem, David Robinson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Guards didn't get picked in the top one, first picks. So when Jordan came in, they said, "Oh, can't nobody that scored like this win a championship." Can't nobody do that.
Popular. You said shooting guards wasn't popular.
Willie, what do you mean? You got Mark McGwire, Alex English, Adrian Gadley.
Name the popular shooting guards before Michael Jordan, brother.
Adrian Gadley, Alex English, Mark McGwire.
Yeah, George Gervin, Alex English. Come on, what are you
George Gervin wasn't no shooting guard.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. Boy, he was 6'9", 6'10".
Joe Goodrich, Jerry West.
Yeah, it was Jerry West.
Yeah, but look where you're going. Like shooting guards wasn't the number one picks, bro.
Yeah, but Jordan wasn't the number one pick.
You said
exactly.
What? I think I know what he's saying.
Who was picked before Jordan? Sam Bowie and Hakeem.
Well, Hakeem's a goat.
Jordan's the only person that gets credit for dominating on anything that's weak. So because the shooting guard position is weak, Jordan is considered greater?
No, the shooting guard position was not the main thing that the NBA was looking at. Yeah. I mean, Shaq was the number one pick in '92.
I know, and you would have never won if they don't change the rules to help Jordan.
I mean, what he's saying. I see what he's trying to say. He's trying to say when Jordan got into the league, the offense was ran through the big man. That was the consensus. And he's trying to say to where Jordan really did switch that around once he started really winning and everything. Is that correct?
That's why D-Wade and all them coming out.
Hold on for a second.
It was because of Dr. J.
Wait, hold on. Did shooting guards never win?
Is that what you're trying to say, Willie?
Wait, did shooting guards never win a scoring title? Like did a guard never win a scoring title?
No, George Gervin won 4.
Well, then that doesn't seem like a good point to say the offense was ran by like centers if you had guards winning scoring.
No, he said what I just said. He's trying to say the offense is like when Jordan got into the league, the offense was ran through the big man. Mm-hmm. I mean that is the consensus, but I don't know if that's. I'm trying to see if that's exactly what Willie's trying to say.
Exactly. Why do you think Magic got so many assists? That's why I don't put a lot of emphasis on assists. People if you pass into the score, like not that like you the best player. But second of all, Magic passing the ball to Kareem, Stockton passing the ball to Malone. Like, yo, they was passing the ball to big men. They wasn't giving the ball to Jordan in the 80s. That's why Isaiah wasn't leading the league in scoring. Like, it was a big man's league. And then Jordan started flying and doing all this dumb shit. Mm-hmm. And then it became, let's draft Penny Hardaway. Oh, let's draft Kobe Bryant or T-Mac or D-Wade. Or it went into a guard or Steph Curry. Iverson. Guards started running the league after Jordan and Reggie Miller and all them boys.
So that proves our point that Jordan had no competition at the shooting guard position.
Then Isaiah Thomas started.
He didn't have competition.
No, I'm saying, but
Bernard King was a small forward, but Alex English was a 2 guard, and he was a serious scorer. So was what's his name? Like I said, Gervin, Dantley. All those guys.
Jordan changed the narrative of you couldn't win with a shooting guard that can lead the league in scoring. He did change that.
Say that, but
Mark Aguirre. First of all, let's let Ishmael get his taken. Go ahead, Ishmael, and then we're gonna let Kane Marco get his taken.
Kane Marco.
Good.
Yeah, you guys have. I would say like you guys have an interesting criteria. I just disagree with using advanced metrics though and per game averages. I just don't think you can shake all your head what you want, Travis, but here's the thing though. Totals don't change the criteria. Advanced metrics change how they see fit, and so it just doesn't make any sense where like who the heck wants to say I'm going to be the highest VORP of all time? Like how do you make that a goal? You can't make a goal of VORP because it's decided on statisticians. like some of these advanced metrics to me, it's just like you need to take a college algebra class, college algebra class to
In other words,
understand
you
it.
don't understand it.
Yeah, just so you know the basketball.
Some of them are important. Some of them are important, showing how
So, in other
impactful
words,
you
you
are
don't
to your
understand
teammates.
them. I got you. I mean,
some of them
all
are
of them.
useful.
Wait a minute, but all of them are predicated off of your totals.
And
Every
then
last one of them.
and then some of them is just like some of them are like they're just so difficult to understand. Like there's so many that are adjusted with different formulas based on box plus minus or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. You need to take a college algebra class so you freaking understand it. And they're gonna change. They're gonna say, well, this is this and this is for whatever narrative they're gonna. So it's ridiculous.
No, it's funny that you say that, Ishmael, because you know the anti LeBron guys love using the advanced metrics while disrespecting the way people view analytics in basketball. So the same people who created the advanced metrics, which are the analytic guys, are the guys that they hate, but they use those guys' metrics to help them with their argument. That's funny.
I think some of them are useful.
Well, I
for
use
like,
everything.
I think some of them are useful
And you know we
for
do
like
too
a
as well.
single season.
Of course.
You know, like to measure the impact of a player. But like for career, it just like to say career is different because it's like with per game averages, circumstances change with players, and especially the longer you play, it's the harder to maintain a career average. Or sometimes people have a great rate of production, and then it dips the longer they play, or it's hard to maintain it. It's like I remember I asked a guy in the comment section, it was Bobby or something like that. He can answer me. I said because I use player A. Player A played 1,300 games, scored 27 points per game. Right, I mean, 25 points per game, and then player B played 900 games and scored 25 points per game. Who's better? You can't like who do you say who's better?
Well, you see
from that.
You see the gap. I mean, the gap in the games is much wider than the per game the example that you gave. So I wouldn't. You have to decipher that.
Well, you can't. So you can't really say because and player A was Kobe Bryant. The second player I believe was Jerry West. So it's like, and then the fact that Jerry West is ranked higher all time in per game averages, but per game averages is an estimate value based on the games that you play and from the production. And so
that's why you have to decide on a time played. You can't just be like,
no, that's subjective. No, thank you. Like you can't do that. Like Travis, in next 5 years, what in next 5 years? What is the average NBA career? Is 10 years? Are we going to say like, oh, now we got to do 15?
It would double in the next 5 years.
Look, man, no, man. That's why I'm sticking with totals because the purpose of totals is to go based off production. Despite the games you play, it doesn't matter because it goes based off a ranking. If you continue to score, your ranking goes up. If you continue to rebound, your ranking goes up. With per game averages, you continue to play, your averages can go down. So that makes it very difficult. You can't go like averages are good to me in single season, but you
that's
can't.
Why you don't use either.
That's why you got to count. You got to count everything. You just can't count one specific thing.
How do you count that? You can't even tell me who's better. You can't tell me who's better. You can't tell me who's better between Kobe and Jerry West.
That's why you got to do between both because Jerry West don't have 33,000 points. Kobe Bryant does. That's
the total. Exactly.
Yeah, we got to do both. So we got to do both. Let's let Kane Marco get his take, and he's been very patient. What you got for us for today's topic, sir?
What's good, fellas, man? Appreciate y'all having me on. To kind of explain what y'all was just talking about with the stats and all that. To me, when we get down to the top 10, 15 players of all time, all of those players average some variation of between 20 to 30 points, 5 to 10 rebounds, 5 to 10 assists, 1 to 2 steals, 1 to 2 blocks. So let's throw that out. We don't give a damn. At the end of the day, like Hermit would say, you play to win the game. Now, when we look at Jordan, what I called in for is to tell y'all why Jordan is the GOAT. So when you look at Jordan, when he played, he was indisputably the best offensive player in the league. Am I right?
Yes.
If you go scoring, he was the best scorer. Yeah, go ahead.
And he was also the best defensive player at his position. Now, when we go back to the different eras, and not to mention he also was the most dominant winner and the most clutch player. Now, when we go back to the other eras, and I'm not that old, so I don't go that far back. But just to, what we know, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. Bill Russell was probably the better defensive player, but Wilt was probably the better offensive player. It was an argument. When you get to the 70s, there wasn't really no one player that dominated the 70s. I guess maybe Kareem and Oscar Robertson.
Not even
maybe not.
Kareem and
but
really.
That's really, yeah, but the winning, it was straight parity. I think like a different team won every year in the 70s or some shit like that.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if I can personally my bad.
Yeah, you
look at the 80s. Mm-hmm. You look at the 80s, it was split between Magic and Bird as far as winning. Magic won a little bit more, but he had Kareem. But neither one of them was considered the best defensive player at their position or in the league. So we can go to the 2000s. You can maybe say Kobe was the best scorer during the 2000s, but you got an argument for Iverson because he took a chuck cut. You got an argument for Shaq. You got an argument for T-Mac because they won all them won scoring titles during that time. And Kobe wasn't considered never the best defensive player in the league. You get to the 2010s. You got LeBron, you got KD, you got Curry. It's an argument for which one of them the best offensive player in the league, and neither one of them was considered the best defensive player in the league. So when you look at Jordan, nobody actually dominated more than he did. Point blank, period. Unless you look at Bill Russell with the championships. But Bill Russell didn't dominate statistically like Jordan dominated statistically, if y'all want to go for the stats. But to me, stats for nerds.
He did dominate statistically wise. He ended up being.
He didn't dominate over Wilt statistically. Wilt dominated statistically during that time.
He had more rebounds than Wilt when he retired. So he did dominate that fact. He did factor in that way. He was top 15 in points when he retired in 1969. And the
15
fact that
though, but top 15 though.
Yeah, he was top. What do you want him to be? I mean, how much higher you want him to be?
I'm saying Jordan was
He's number one. He's number one in rebounds. He's number one in MVPs. He's number one in championships. He's top 15 in scoring. I mean, what else? He would have been number one in blocks.
So
if they count those,
I can grant you that, but I don't feel like Bill Russell was one of the best offensive players we ever seen.
That doesn't matter because you're comparing Jordan to his era. Because Jordan, to his era, of course, because his era was weak. He had no shooting guard to be the best defensive shooting guard. There were players that were playing better defense than Jordan.
But all I'm saying, so put it this way then. If you want to say Wilt is number one and Jordan is number two, it still ain't Bron.
No, see, look, there you go again. It's still Bron because Bron dominated across the board. It still is Bron. You're trying to find a way to make it not LeBron while you're sitting here and taking Jordan out of the GOAT debate. You're basically taking Jordan out. You just proved our point that no matter what y'all do, all y'all do is prove why Michael Jordan is not the GOAT. Because you just said, give me a chance to prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Now, when I show everything that you're bringing up doesn't make Michael Jordan the GOAT, you like, well, at least it makes him better than LeBron. So are you guys only concerned with how LeBron is ranked in any ranking list?
Ain't this a LeBron channel?
Wait, King Marco, are you the juggernaut?
Hold on, wait, no, wait.
I am absolutely the juggernaut.
No, listen, I here in GOAT James Kingdom, and Brandon and I, we've came up with a criteria proving LeBron the GOAT. He was just as dominant. You talking about him not being dominant because what? He wasn't better than Kawhi Leonard as a defender? Kawhi Leonard wasn't the best defender in the 2010s.
Hey, Johnny, I do want to say Wilt does have more rebounds in the 60s than Bill Russell.
Don't play with it.
No. You say in the 60s.
And I ain't using Google or none of that, and I ain't see it.
Wait. When Bill Russell retired, he was number one in rebounds. Wilt Chamberlain not have 22,000 rebounds in 1969, Ralph.
But Bill Russell came in the league before Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, he came in at 50s, though.
But that's what I said. I said when he retired, he was number one in rebounds. It took Wilt Chamberlain 5 more years. It took him 5 more years in 1973 when he retired for him to get past 22,000 rebounds.
He's got more in the playoffs. He's got the most in the playoffs.
And he does have more in the playoffs on top of that. And he has 5 more championships than Michael Jordan. He has 9 more championships than Wilt Chamberlain. Y'all, that's what I'm saying. So
I didn't hear everything.
But again, Bill Russell was not a top 10 offensive player during his era. He was not a top 10 offensive player during his era.
That doesn't matter. What does that have to do with anything?
But that's what I said. I said Jordan was the best offensive player and the best defensive player at his position.
You said that how was Jordan a better offensive player? We can say if there was players better than Jordan offensively. Scoring doesn't make you the best offensive player.
So who was the best offensive player then during the 90s?
There's a lot of players we can throw out there for
go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I can start off with John
Go
Stockton.
ahead. I'll wait. And let's see if anybody on the panel agree with you. Let's see if anybody on the panel agree with you. Let's see if anybody in sports history agrees with you.
Clearly was a better scorer to start off his career along.
You are not going to ask me a question and then try to overtalk me.
Yeah. I want to.
John Stockton averaged well over 10 assists per game throughout the 90s. He was a great offensive player. His shooting efficiency was great. His three-point shooting was great. His free throw shooting was great. He was a great offensive player. You only want to go off of scoring. You're going to say he's not a great offensive player. Why? Because he only averaged 13 points per game or 14 points per game? But he was averaging 10, 12 assists. So he was contributing all over the place. So again, you guys are making false statements about Michael Jordan that doesn't exist. Jordan's not the greatest offensive player because of scoring. Especially when we talk about the 90s, because Jordan's greatest scoring years are in the 80s.
Who scored the most points in the 90s?
So in the 90s,
Karl Malone scored the most in the 90s.
I would just check it. I would just
go ahead, Ralph, and then we're gonna let real debates come in. Go ahead, Ralph.
When you said with John Stockton in the 90s, like when you equate those 10 assists, what minimum of like 20 points right there, along with the 14, that would be what 34.
14 points? It's a minimum.
Y'all can down the John Stockton hill. I'll let y'all have it.
I'm just saying with John Stockton, like I know you said 14 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
The 10, yes. What you could say like that would equate to like 20 points. You know? Right?
And that's pretty good, but John Stockton wasn't the primary scorer nor the primary offensive player on the team.
Again, all you're doing is talking about scoring. Scoring is not the only offensive aspect of the game.
Like,
it's not the only aspect. So that doesn't you can't just go off of just scoring.
I'll let y'all down to John Stockton. Y'all go ahead. Y'all can talk about John Stockton.
Hold on. First of all, you don't let us do shit. We do what the fuck we want to do. This is GOAT James Kingdom. Did Jordan have
and I just came in here and cooked the whole kingdom right off the
bat. Wait. No, you didn't do nothing. Did Jordan have a Wilt Chamberlain to compete with to be the best offensive?
Willie warmed y'all up. I just came and finished y'all over.
Answer the question, Kane. Answer the question, Kane.
Well, I wanted to.
Hold on, Ralph. I got to deal with this because we got people who think they're cooking. We got people who think they're cooking and they're not cooking. I'm gonna ask you again, Kane. Did Michael Jordan have a Wilt Chamberlain in the 90s to compete with?
We're not talking about bringing people from other eras. We're not talking about that. We talking about what actually happened. We talking about what actually happened.
We are comparing that because he said that he wasn't number one in offense. I mean, you were talking about Bill Russell in another era. So I'm asking you again.
I said yes, when he played.
Shut
your bitch ass up.
Sit your ass down.
Ladies and gentlemen, you get put in a Michael Jordan dugout when you don't allow to actually let people speak, nor are you willing to have a conversation and answer the question. I asked you a very simple question. You brought up being dominant as an offensive player. I'm asking you, did Jordan have the competition that Bill Russell had in offense? Jordan didn't have somebody averaging 40 points per game when he was playing in the 80s and the 90s, did he? No. Did Oscar Robinson? Let's do that. Did Michael Jordan have anybody as good as Oscar Robinson came?
You mean on this team or to go against?
Offensively, scoring points. Offensively, did he have
on the opposite team?
Yes, offensively, did Michael Jordan have somebody as great as Oscar Robinson to compete with on offense in his era?
Yeah, Clyde Drexler was pretty comfortable. Clyde Drexler was getting almost 30 a game, bro.
Nah, but Dominique Wilkins was the elite
scorer. And Dominique, yeah.
Dominique's not in the same.
And Malone was getting almost 30 a game.
Dominique was in the 80s. Was Clyde Drexler averaging 27 points per game throughout the 90s?
Not throughout the 90s.
Now you just want
okay. Oscar Robinson was averaging that throughout the 60s. Was there any player in the 90s that was as good as Jerry West offensive-wise, scoring-wise?
Yes. Light work, guys. Come on.
Kane, answer the question, Kane. You're in the dugout.
I'm sorry. I thought you were posing that to the panel. What was the question?
No, you're the one in the dugout. You're the one in the dugout.
Yeah, I thought you put me in timeout. I was chilling. I was chilling, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Is there anybody in Jordan's era, offensively scoring-wise, as good as Jerry West?
As good as Jerry West, yes. Dominique Wilkins.
Dominique Wilkins was averaging 27 points per game, 30 points per game in the 90s?
Not throughout the 90s, no.
So how was he better? That's what West was doing throughout the 60s.
Because the players that you name in their careers started in the early 80s, bro. Clyde Drexler and Dominique careers started in the
Michael
early
Jordan
80s.
had no competition then, right? That there's no competition for you to sit here and say he dominated.
Okay, so check this out, right? What you're doing is you're trying to make me cross compare errors. I said when he played,
you did.
my whole no. Wait 1 second, bro. Wait 1 second. I said my point was he dominated his era more than any other player dominated their era. That was my point.
That's comparing eras. And I just told you Jordan had the weakest era to dominate.
No,
he didn't have to worry about a Wilt Chamberlain. He didn't have to worry about a Jerry West. He didn't have to worry about an Oscar Robertson. He didn't have to worry about a Kevin Durant or Kobe Bryant. He had nobody to deal with. Even the guys you guys are mentioning, like a Clyde Drexler and a Dominique Wilkins, were not dominant in the 90s.
Hey, Johnny.
I would have mentioned Hakeem. I would have mentioned David Robinson. I would have mentioned
Johnny.
Johnny, none of those. Wait. Even if you want to, Ralph, none of those guys are as great as scorers as Jerry West, as Oscar Robinson, as Wilt Chamberlain.
In that decade,
there's a bunch of guys who were more efficient.
Not Wilt, but Jerry West. I think that's a conversation between. Like,
come on, Ralph. You had Shaq.
You can say Malone. You can say Hakeem Olajuwon. You can say, I think they are.
Malone, you are good. You
had
said
Shaq, Malone, David Robinson. You had like Adrian Dantley. Alex English.
Say that because they
all these
people
people
in the 90s. You're naming people that did not play in the 90s. Stop it. The 90s was fucking horrible. We're done with the 90s. That shit is over with. Stop it. The fucking 90s suck. Jordan could dominate a horrible era all the fuck he wants to. Don't make him the GOAT. That's a weak era. He don't have a Kevin Durant. He don't got a Stephen Curry. He don't got none of this shit. He's over here dominating with Scottie Pippen. That's how he's winning. Those are the facts.
Johnny, you're knocking Jordan for playing in his era. You're knocking Jordan. You're knocking Jordan.
I'm knocking
You're knocking Jordan for dominating his era.
No, you're using his era that dominates to make him better when you don't have nothing else. That doesn't make him better because if anybody else is in his era, they would have dominated the same.
Hold on. So your era, basketball is your peers. That means your age group. That means the people that's 5 years older, 5 years younger. Your age group, right? LeBron is playing with his age, KD, drafted 2007. LeBron drafted 2003. So that's a 4-year difference. Just because your age group is just as good as you does not mean you're dominating. Jordan was better than his peers. Period.
Where?
So now you blaming why wasn't Drexler like Jordan? Why was it now you're going back to Hakeem and Wilt. Wilt was centers. You're comparing a center to a damn guard.
Wait a minute. What does Jordan's dominance have to do with what does that? Wait. What does that have to do with Clyde Drexler being able to average 30 points per game?
Jordan was better.
What does that have to do with Karl Malone not being able to average 30 points per game, but only once in his career? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anybody in the 90s who could not average 30 points per game?
30 points is irrelevant. Isn't a good goalpost when they're
Johnny, basketball was winning through the big man.
Not in the 90s. Not in the 90s.
Jordan changed that. Jordan changed that.
Okay,
that's why you got your T-Macs and your Iversons and your D-Wades. Jordan changed that.
No, what Jordan changed was the rules. What Jordan changed was the rules.
Didn't head checking go away in 2005?
No, it went away in 95. It went away in 95. You motherfuckers ain't gonna come up here and keep lying.
I swear Detroit.
We've been debunked this shit. This is why. This is why our GOAT criteria matters. Because all you guys want to do is talk nothing that has nothing to do with basketball. None of this has anything to do with basketball. You guys want to discredit the entire 90s just to make Jordan great. That's what you guys want to do. Yes, you want to discredit them because they didn't average 30 points per game.
No, 30 points is an arbitrary number that you came up with and you hold to the standard.
Why was Jordan so much dominant? Why was Jordan more dominant than Hakeem Olajuwon?
He wasn't.
Why was he more dominant than Karl Malone?
But Hakeem Olajuwon.
He was better defensively than Karl Malone.
Why was he more dominant than David Robinson? How was he more dominant than Scottie Pippen, who made the same amount of All NBAs, the same amount of All Stars, more All Defensive selections than Jordan?
Because he was a way better offensive player than Scottie Pippen. He was more efficient.
No, because of points. Because you're going to bring up 30 points per game. That's all
30,
I care
30
about.
points means nothing. He was more efficient than Scottie Pippen. He was a better offensive player, period. And he was arguably just as good defensively.
Look! Willie's just ranting. Look at.
Yeah, he won't stop, and that was my point earlier. He won't stop.
Let's get real debates.
Points per game measurement is only have to do with eras.
This is why I like to have one person up at a time, because we do have to let other people speak. So we're gonna do this because I have to address.
Hollywood Herb.
Let's get to it right here. Real debates.
Salute,
step up
Trav.
to the mic. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Herman, come up next. Go ahead. Real debates. We're waiting for your take, please. Are you there, Real Debates?
He probably drinking his 211, man.
Okay. All right, so go ahead, Herm. Go ahead, Herm. When he get go ahead, Herm. Shout out to Herm. Herm.
Salute, hey Johnny.
We're not suspended no more, Herm. We're not suspended no more.
Hey, that's good. Hey, but see, I'm not gonna cook you on Africa like that anymore, man. So we won't be suspended again. I cooked it so bad, he had to go to he tried to ditch the dream team by showing the tapes against Croatia. Man, he was just desperate, But end of the day, when it comes to the arrow stuff, y'all, we just gotta stop. Period. If you just a real basketball purist, you would never disrespect any era of basketball. You would look at it just as a fan of the game. You're not gonna try to diss it or discredit just to uplift other guys. The '90s did. To answer your question that you asked, though, hey Johnny, you said scores. David Robinson. He basically did average 30. You do the 29.9. Shaq averaged 29.2 as a 21-year-old. You had Karl Malone that was consistent, 27 or more points per game for the most part, especially in his peak when Utah was competing for the titles. But it was great scores in the 90s. It was great scores in every era. It's not that many eras going to have consistently guys that scoring 30 points a game. You consistently not gonna have. You have it now more in this era, just due to how the game has changed and it's more offensive based, and of course you got talented guys now. You got a lot of guys that are bucket getters, and how the game is played, it's bucket getters. This is a good era for any bucket getter. You don't even have to be the best defensively. As long as you a bucket getter, this is the area that you need to be in. But just this era, Jordan had years in the 90s that he was only averaging 28, 29 points. He wasn't averaging 30 every year in the 90s. And at the end of the day, he still was winning scoring titles. His averaging 28. So, end of the day, we don't have to diss any era, man. That's why I really want us not to do, Johnny. We don't have to do that. We can still talk about how great LeBron is without dissing any eras. We could talk about how great Jordan, Wilt, Kareem, all those guys without dissing eras. That's where the basketball talks go left. That's why we all at times will sound like casuals, because we dissing eras. We just got to talk the game and actually talk as fans of the game. We all love basketball. Let's act like it.
But that's what I was trying to explain, because they love to do this thing about Jordan dominating his era. And they forget that there's plenty of players who dominated their era. Magic dominated his era. There's a lot of people who dominated their era. Sure, if we want to, we would brought up Kareem. Because there was no Dr. J, he dominated the NBA for 5-6 years. But he was winning MVPs. But he won 4 MVPs between 1971 and 1976, right? So it's like, there's plenty of players who were dominant. None of that makes Michael Jordan the GOAT. That's what they fail to realize. Like Jordan didn't have no competition. I sat here and did a whole criteria. You saw it yesterday for the greatest teams of all times and the teams that won the most games. There wasn't even teams in the 90s that could win 65 games. While in every other era, there was multiple teams who can do it. The 90s was a very
lot of
special
64 win teams, though.
Bro, you capping too, man. Yeah. You capping, bro.
Orlando Magic won.
Jordan faced most 60-win teams than everybody, bro.
Yeah,
I said there wasn't no teams that couldn't win 65 games. You guys have to listen. If 60 wins means so much, if you got 65 wins, what does it matter if you're playing a 60-win team? Who faced more teams with a better record and beat them with a better record? Michael Jordan or LeBron, Kane?
Kobe Bryant.
You tell me.
That is true about Kobe.
LeBron.
Kobe
LeBron
beat the
faced
best
LeBron
competition
beat
in the
teams
whole
with
of
a
them.
higher record and a higher seed than him than Jordan did by far.
But LeBron got upset way more times than anybody else too.
Upset meaning by what?
Upset meaning
What's
he
the
was the
upset?
number one seed and lost.
That only happened once when he was the number one seed and lost.
Twice.
What second time?
09 and 2010. He was number one
Appreciate
seed.
that, y'all.
Yeah, 09, he was the number one seed in the East.
They did have the number one seed in 2010 as well. You're right. They just won less games. So those are 2 times that he won that. So we're gonna hold LeBron accountable for not being able to win the championship because he won 60-something games. But you're gonna praise the team that Jordan played that didn't win the championship for winning 60 games.
So the bottom line is this: when Jordan had the championship caliber team, he didn't lose. When LeBron had championship caliber teams, he still got his ass whooped.
What teams were that?
All his teams that were either the number one seed or made the finals.
So all you gotta do is be a number one
Teams
seed
was
and be a
that? Which teams was that? No, which teams was that? Which teams was that?
09 and 10. Those are only 2 teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I
that.
said all his teams that he played on that were either the number one seed or made the finals. So that's about 12 different. That's about 12 different teams, right?
So making the finals make you the favorite?
And so
that makes you a championship caliber team. If you have a championship caliber team, you should make the finals.
So
that only happened 6 times with Jordan.
Exactly. So
So
Jordan
you said that only happened 6 times with Jordan.
So LeBron had more championship teams than Jordan.
He had more. He was on more championship caliber teams than Jordan. Yes.
Because he got to the finals.
And he still won less and lost more.
What does that have to do with anything though? That means nothing. Winning more doesn't mean nothing. Jordan didn't win more. He didn't win the most.
How he didn't win the most?
He won more, but not the most.
6 is not the most championship rings, my friend.
We talking about Jordan and LeBron, right? Ain't this a LeBron channel?
We're
It
talking
seems
about
like
the
there's a lot of goalposts moving on this channel. I thought the goalpost was gone.
Kane, the greatest players of all time. We count everybody. You don't. It's not Michael Jordan versus LeBron. You can't make Michael Jordan better than anybody else. How is he even better than LeBron?
My bad. I thought it said Goat James Kingdom on your page or something.
That means he's better than everybody, not just Jordan. He's better than everybody, not just Jordan.
This is not.
But you ain't proved one point about him being better than Jordan.
Yes, we did. We proved the point that he's better than Jordan. We just told you that. We proved it.
Bro, you brought out John Stockton and started dissing errors and cross comparing and everything, bro. You did all kind of running and goalpost moving, bro.
No, we didn't. Bro, you're not listening. You don't listen.
We going player for player.
No, it's not player for player. It's the greatest players of all time. You have to go against all players. This is not Mortal Kombat.
John. Give me a hug.
Let's let Ruddy Hood Sports get his take in. Ruddy Hood Sports, thank you for joining us again on the platform. What you got for us, brother?
Before you start that, Johnny, I got to roll. Yo,
I appreciate you, Ralph.
All right, thanks for coming on,
Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph, man. Appreciate you. It's good to see you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Always.
All right. See you next week if you can. So go ahead, Ruddy Sports. What you got for us?
Yo, what's good, everybody, man? I hope everyone is chilling on this good God-given Sunday.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So here's my thing, right? When it comes, for me, there's about 3 or 4 players in the GOAT debate. Wilt, Kareem, LeBron, Jordan. And I know the main 2 that are argued, obviously, is LeBron and Michael Jordan. And what a lot of people like to do, the main argument that I've heard for Jordan over all these years, I'm only 37, you know what I mean? Over all these years, the main argument I've heard is 6-0. 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. And for me, championships are team accomplishments. This is why on an earlier show, I had said that the difference between LeBron's 17 points per game in 2011, the difference between that being a finals MVP worthy performance or being a flop or a choke is whether his team won or not, because Iggy and Kawhi won a finals MVP with those same numbers. So we have to take into account that championships are team accomplishments. So what I like to do is compare the 2 individuals. Who's the better rebounder? Who's the better passer? Who's the better playmaker? Who's the better scorer? Who's the better shooter? Who has the higher field goal percentage and 3-point percentage? And who can play 1 through 5? Who can guard 1 through 5? Whose impact is greater? LeBron went to 3 separate teams and won a Finals MVP with 3 different teams. Only player to do that in history. That should tell you. That should tell you that it wasn't the team around him. It was LeBron. LeBron was the determining factor. And here's the other thing, right? They want to talk about LeBron didn't dominate his era. I also said this before. We know that's cap because ever since LeBron was drafted into the NBA, there is not one player who's won more championships. There's not one player who's won more MVPs. There's not one player who's won more finals MVPs, more all-star selections, more all-NBA selections, who's scored more points, who's broken more records, who's reached more milestones. That is dominance. And we're talking about what's going on to be a 22-year stretch. Still, not one person that's entered the NBA after LeBron James has been able to accomplish more than he has accomplished. If that is not dominance, I do not know what is. So when it comes to the GOAT debate of who's the greatest of all time, you want to put Michael Jordan and LeBron in the conversation? Well, now we got to compare these two players to each other. And someone tell me who's the better player. See, they can't do that. What they have to do is bring up, oh, well, Jordan is 6-0. Well, let me tell you something. If y'all feel like 6-0 is worth more than Bill Russell's 11 championships, then I think 2016 by itself, that one championship, is worth more than 6-0. And that's all about I had to say.
Great ass take there, Ruddy. Ruddy, I need your obedience and you to worship me though, and I love you. Great take.
And like you said, Kane, this is a LeBron fans page, and you see LeBron fans talk the game better than you, Zesty Jeffries.
No, that he did. That was a cool little take, man. It was cool.
I like that take. I really did.
I'm not impressed with the take, man. You know,
yeah, that was cute. And but the whole championships being the team accomplishment thing, all these players that we talking about that's in the GOAT discussion done had about the same amount of chances to win the championship. And LeBron probably done had more than everybody, but he still lost more than everybody. So miss me with that, man.
He was by himself, bro. That's why I said team accomplishment. It's 5 people.
But all these players that had the same amount of chances to win, bro.
I'm gonna tell you.
And he happened to come up more than everybody else.
All right. Because
I can see if all the other players had way more chances than him to win the championship, that would be different.
I mean, you trying to act like Michael Jordan is the standard for titles when he's not. So I don't understand this argument.
The argument because you didn't listen to what I said the first time. I said not only the championships, I said he was the best offensive player and the best defensive player at his position, along with the championships, along with being clutch.
What does his position has to do with anything? We're talking about the greatest players. Who cares about his position? We talking about the greatest players of all time, not the greatest shooting guards of all time. If Michael, you trying to dictate this debate on what Michael Jordan did versus shooting guards in his era, and he did not have great shooting guards in his era. So that's a weak argument alone. Who you comparing him to? Reggie Miller, who would average 3 rebounds a game and less than a half a steal a game? Who are you trying to compare him to?
It's a terrible take
in his era.
I mean,
not only that, Kane, you are not praising the person who lost the least. You're talking about somebody who lose the most. The guy who lost the least, you're disrespecting him because of stats and offense, basically.
Because it's two ends to the court, bro.
Damn, that was a good.
I mean, I can easily make an argument that LeBron James is a better offensive and defensive player than Michael Jordan. So, but that don't have anything to do with what you're trying to say. If we're trying to say who's the greatest offensive player, it's going to be LeBron James. LeBron James has done more offensively than Michael Jordan, as well as defensively than Michael Jordan. The only thing you can hang your hat on is the all defensive teams that was voted on for Michael Jordan to win. But when we look at what LeBron James done on the court, he has statistical dominance that no one has had before. And it's
stats for nerds, bro. Stats for nerds. Like I said, you play to win the game, you play to win championships, bro.
Okay.
You play to win championships, bro.
All right. Who are you taking, Robert Horry or Michael Jordan?
What you mean?
Who are you taking, Robert Horry with more titles or Michael Jordan with less?
A role player, bro. A role player.
Oh wait, no, don't bring up stats. Don't bring up stats. Don't bring up stats.
Let's not bring down the intelligence
Don't
of the
bring up
whole panel,
stats.
bro.
Don't
Let's
bring up
not bring
stats.
down the
You
intelligence
just
of the
said
whole panel,
stats
bro.
don't matter. Don't become a
Who are
nerd.
you
Don't be a
taking?
nerd.
Who are you
Don't be a
taking?
nerd.
Who are you taking? Who are you
Let's
taking?
not bring down the intelligence of the whole
No.
panel, y'all.
Who are you taking? Michael Jordan or Robert Horry?
But y'all reach for John Stockton, Robert Orr. Y'all reach for anything when y'all be getting drugged, man.
Simple question. Who are you taking? Robert Horry or Michael Jordan? It's a simple question.
Hey, Kane,
It's pretty obvious.
Based off of stats, we're gonna get Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan don't have 7 rings.
Robert Horry.
Yeah, we're gonna use stats. So once you say stats are for nerds, you're gonna use that for Michael Jordan over Bill Russell and over Robert Horry. That's why we're using stats.
I didn't say stats. I said dominating the game offensively and defensively.
You do that offensively with stats.
I didn't say not one stat my whole time, bro.
How was Jordan dominant? So how was Jordan dominant?
You tell me like Michael Jordan dominant.
Hey, John, I can answer that question. I can answer that question.
You can't save him, Herb. You can't play a savior.
His ass is going to answer it without stats. How you going to say Michael Jordan's a better offensive player in his era? Don't use any stats.
Hey, Billy,
because he won the most and he had the most scoring titles.
You want to?
That's a stat. Stats. There you go with stats. There you go with stats.
Don't use any stats. Next, how is Michael Jordan a better offensive player without using stats?
I just told you.
You said, bro.
You used the stat. Using scoring titles are the most
points. You used the word intelligence and then said scoring title. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, dude, you said scoring. That's a stat. That's a stat of accomplishment. Like, what are you talking about?
You're making us Jordan fans look like casuals right now.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Did Herm just admit that he's a Jordan fan, Herm? Herm's a Jordan fan, ladies and gentlemen. He admitted to it right here on GOAT James Kingdom because we brought up a zesty Jeffrey. Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead and explain it.
I'm not a zesty Jeffrey. I just don't want...
I know you're not.
I just don't want my boy to make us look bad, so I got to step in a little bit. This is how you kill him. And B. Lee and A. Johnny, y'all can chime in. This is how I'm going to kill them with just simple things. If LeBron James is so-called a GOAT, why is he still playing? Ask me why he's still playing the NBA right now.
Okay. I can answer that. Okay. What is the limit he has to play first?
I mean, he can play as long as he wants to, but why you think he's still playing? What motivates him to still get up every single year, to still push himself, to still work?
Because he's still the best player in the game.
That's not answering the question though.
That answers everything. When you're still the best, you still play. Just like when Michael Jordan came back and we knew he wasn't what he was, he just said, I'm going to bow out because I can't keep up with them. LeBron James is keeping up with them while outplaying all these younger guys and still being the best player on the floor. That's why he's still playing, because he's great.
Billy, you hate to admit it. It's only one reason why LeBron... It's only one reason why LeBron is still playing.
What's that reason?
LeBron is still chasing a title. LeBron wants to win the title. He wants to get more rings.
I got this. So what you're saying is that if LeBron had 6 titles at this point in time in his career, he would have
been retired. He would have been retired.
That is hilarious.
Did you know that his
let me ask Herm this question. Why did Jordan retire after 6 and not after when he had 12?
He probably could have kept going, but the reason being they explained it. They explained why, because they broke up the whole team. Jordan wanted to run it back. When the Bulls say we're not running it back, his ass quit. His ass said, "Hey, I'm not playing with you."
Jordan broke up the team. The only people who weren't coming back was Pippen and Phil. Everybody else would have came back.
Yeah, Jordan could have kept playing if he wanted to, but he couldn't reach 12. So why LeBron got to reach 6?
No, it's not about it because, like I said, we know LeBron's motivation is to be recognized as the greatest player of all time. At the end of the day, if he actually himself, this is why I asked y'all this question, because if he felt like he was the GOAT himself, he would have retired. He wouldn't still be playing. It's the reason why he's still playing. LeBron
just
knows,
as you.
No.
Just
LeBron
as you, right?
LeBron knows he got to get. He got.
So are you saying LeBron James doesn't think he's the GOAT? Because from my understanding, Zesty Jeffrey says he's the self-proclaimed GOAT.
He's insecure.
You say Clutch Sports. You say Clutch Sports is paying people to say that he's the GOAT. So LeBron has nothing to do with that.
Now I'm saying LeBron is insecure about his status as a legacy in the
Now
game.
LeBron's insecure. Okay.
He told
Herm, did you know that Herm, did you know that Rich
Hey,
Paul
Ishmael,
said
stay
that
out of this, man. Stay out
hold
of
on
this,
for a
man.
second. Let me just
Stay
say
out of
add
this,
to
man.
say
This ain't got nothing to do with you.
I think it
This
has
ain't got nothing to do with
everything
you.
to do with who's on the panel. So I'm addressing what you're saying.
I was asking
listen.
Johnny and B Lee, man.
I know, but this
I
is
want to ask you a question. I want to ask you
you
if you know what I'm about to say.
You starting to sound a little bit, Herm. You starting to sound a little bit
It's
like
real
It's a slap in the face to all the people out there in America for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James as a captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. What the hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
All right, we're gonna do
Now
this.
I wouldn't go that far though.
I'm gonna ask you this.
You call him insecure and everything for some reason.
Herm, I ask you this: if LeBron James wins a championship in 2025, coming up this NBA season, would that make him the GOAT, or does he still have to keep playing to win 6?
I think LeBron would feel comfortable enough to feel like, okay, I got this 5th ring. I won my 5th championship at 40 years old. I did this at 40. So I think LeBron himself would feel like, I'm good now. I did it now. Nobody
what
can't
about you?
question.
Would you make him the GOAT if he won a championship with his
I'm not
son
gonna
in
lie.
year
If he
22?
win, I'm gonna tell you right now. And this is on record. This would be on record. If LeBron James win his 5th title this year with this team that he got right now, they don't make any adjustments, anything, like don't even get a superstar count. He wins with this roster right here. I'll say he's the GOAT.
Shots fired. All right, let's let Mingo Justin in, because Mingo Justin just showed up. You got something to say, Brandon?
I wanted to ask him a question.
No, hold on, because it's gonna go too far. Let's let Mingo Justin come in first, and then you can ask Herm a question. Herm got all day. He's suspended on FYF. Go ahead, Mingo Justin. What's good, brother?
What's going on, man? Man? I don't understand what I don't even understand what the combo done went. I mean, like everybody be everywhere. Like we'll be talking about one specific thing, then y'all start bringing up Robert Horry and all. Man, who the heck? Bro, Robert Horry got 7 championships, yeah. But bro ain't got nothing else outside of those 7 championships. What else he got outside of those 7 championships? Name some stuff.
So more stuff is needed besides championship.
Let me go and answer this question. So he was saying that stats don't mean anything, only the number of titles. So I asked him, is Robert Horry better than Jordan? Which is obviously no, but he wouldn't answer the question because he didn't want to put his foot in his mouth. So you're going to say Michael Jordan's better than Robert Horry because of stats, even though he has more titles, and that's why we say LeBron James is the GOAT, even though other players have more titles. Just as simple as that.
Bro, that wasn't my point. When I first started, I said that all the players that we comparing got comparable stats, bro. I had said that way in the beginning. That's why I said you weren't listening. I said that from the very beginning.
Nobody got the stats.
No, they don't. They don't have
so to me,
Kane, you had your chance to speak. Let's let Mingo Jester save you, because trust me, Mingo Jester can save you. Go ahead, Mingo.
I already cooked y'all, boys. I ain't worried about it. I'm just here to listen, man.
How you cooked us? You a Kobe guy. You can't cook us if you a Kobe guy.
Wait,
nah. I had you pulling out John Stockton, bro.
Wait. There's too many people talking. I thought Mingo Jester said that. I'm sorry, Mingo Jester. You didn't say that. Go ahead.
I did say that. I'm a Kobe guy too. What
No. You said you cooked us. When did you cook us?
I said that.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You didn't say that. Kane said that. I thought that was you who said that. That's what I'm saying. But I apologize. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I know you're a Kobe guy. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, man, you can't just be bringing up just random role players trying to put them in these conversations because they got more titles. Robert Horry just was in the right situation at the right time. That's why he got 7 titles. He wasn't the leader of none of those teams. That's why you can't put him in these conversations. But anyway,
stats matter.
I mean, stats does matter, but so does accolades and all that other stuff too, right?
NBA history though, with that point.
I mean, everything does matter.
You have to get accolades with stats.
But
So
that's
how
why
in the
we.
world?
But Mingo Justice, that's why we created criteria that included everything. And then when we did that, Michael Jordan wasn't the GOAT. It was LeBron.
Nah, bro. Cause wait a minute. How did y'all do that? How did y'all come up with this?
All right, so we're gonna let Brandon explain it again. Brandon, if you don't mind explaining, or you want me to explain it, because I know you got the grasp of it.
You could go and explain. I gotta get this little girl quiet.
Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and do this right quick. Let me bring this up here. So we did this based off of these simple criterias. All right, we did off the regular season. So you see, we did by a player's point per game average. We measured everybody's points per game to Michael Jordan's 30.1. Would you agree 30.1 is the greatest accomplishment in points per game, Mingo Jester?
Yeah.
Okay. Magic Johnson's 11.2 assists per game. Is that the greatest accomplishment when it comes to assists per game for careers?
Yeah.
Right? We go down the line. We go to totals. We got the totals as well. LeBron James is 40,000 points. Would you consider that the greatest when we're talking about totals, correct?
Yeah.
Right? We did the same thing with awards, right? The most finals MVPs is Michael Jordan, correct? So everybody was compared to all of these great accomplishments. So as an example, LeBron James has 4 finals MVPs. Michael Jordan has 6. So LeBron James is 66% of Jordan's greatness when it comes to finals MVPs. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And we basically gave that 66% a whole number. We did it times 10. So it becomes 6.6. So for LeBron James 4 MVPs, he scores 6.6 points. And that's what we did across the board. Now, this is just for the regular season. We also included the advanced stats on the right. You see the advanced metrics? All of those metrics were used, right? And then we also did the same thing for the playoffs. When we got to the playoffs, we used the players' career averages, career totals, their advanced metrics, and their awards. So as an example, like we said, Michael Jordan's 6 finals MVPs is the greatest. Michael Jordan gets 100, so he gets 10 points for being the guy who has the most finals MVPs. He gets 10 points for averaging the most points in the playoff for his career. And we graded everybody that across the board. That's how we did it. And when we did that, Michael Jordan ended up being 4th all time.
Yeah. Okay. And now I see what's going on now. That's because all these players played longer than Michael Jordan. Hence why they's on higher. I get.
No. Wilt
It's
Chamberlain.
more of a longevity thing than
Wilt Chamberlain played 14 years. Bill Russell played 13 years. That's shorter than Jordan, and they were still able to score. And in fact, players like Vince Carter couldn't even crack the top 75 list. So it didn't matter. Longevity, nothing gave it an advantage, no matter what it was. Whether it was your position, whether it was your era, whether it was longevity or not. At the end of the day, Jordan has longevity. That's why he's in the top 4. He's played 15 NBA seasons. He has over 1,000 games played for his career. If you go here, Magic Johnson doesn't have longevity, but he eventually is in the top 10 because his career is great. His accomplishments are great. When you grade his accomplishment to everybody else, that's how you end up being great. That's
Magic
the
still
whole.
played 12 seasons though.
Huh?
Magic still played 12 seasons though.
Yeah, no, he did play 12 seasons, but that's not as much as 15, right? That's not as much as 17.
It's not as much as 15.
Shaq played 17. Kareem played, Akeem played 17. Duncan played 19. Dr. J played 17 years. And Magic Johnson still sat there in front of all of them. So Magic Johnson actually has the shortest career out of everybody here. And like I said, he ranked in the top 10. And people like Vince Carter, Robert Parrish, they didn't even crack the top 50. Even though they played 20-something years. So longevity has nothing to do with it. It's predicated on how great you are because, again, we're measuring you to the greatest accomplishments of all time. So what we're basically saying is that all of these numbers represent how close you are to these actual great players and what they've done throughout their career. That is our criteria. That's why it's the most comprehensive criteria because it includes everything. And it's the most objective because it doesn't give anything an advantage, no matter the era, the position, whatever it is, longevity, not longevity, short career, long career. It measures you to the greatest accomplishments of all time. And that's why we have the greatest criteria ever.
And it's just the stats, right? No accolades or nothing else, right?
No, accolades are involved as well. Yeah, we included accolades. You see right there. Accolades are right there. You see it says it right there. It says awards. You got all NBA, all defensive selections, all stars, league MVP, defensive player of the year, and seasonal titles. Like your scoring titles, rebounding titles, steal titles, assist titles. All of that was included. All of that.
That's funny. You guys didn't even include player of the month or player of the weeks in this.
No, we
So
didn't
it's
do
like,
that. No, we didn't do that.
mhm.
No, we didn't do that. So that was the formula that we use, and our formula is still the greatest formula. No one could come with a better criteria, especially anybody who wants to put Michael Jordan as the GOAT.
I like my criteria better, but your guys's might be better. I like mine, but yours might be better.
Yours
It's
is
more
garbage.
objective.
So Mingo Jester, do you have any
No, it's not. It's
questions?
better
Do
than
you
yours,
have
Chuck.
any questions about the criteria? Anything that was confusing? Because I know I talk kind of fast.
No. I got it. I got it. No.
Okay,
I got it.
okay. You got any questions about any player and where they ranked? Because we can give you the. I got the list.
Yeah,
Here. We did the
because
top.
I was looking for Larry Bird and Kobe in the whole thing.
Yeah, Larry Bird and Kobe just got out of the top 10. Kobe is 11th and Larry Bird is 12th on the list.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That's how you know
What
it's
do y'all
garbage.
use for the tiebreaker if two players got the same score?
See, Travis, in mine, at least I got Kobe in my top 10.
The way we scored it, that's why we used the 100th decimal to help break the tiebreaker, and luckily we did do that because there were no players that actually had the same numbers. Every player of some sort was better by whether it was the 10th decimal or the 100th decimal. So, and to give you a better idea and a better picture, this was Stephen Curry right here. I don't know why they always show the last person, but give me a second here.
And what was Steph ranked at? You said Larry Bird was 12. So what was Steph?
Stephen Curry ended up being 27th on the list.
My God.
My goodness.
And that's because again now granted the numbers do change because again we did this last year before this NBA season. So when you look at it as an example, right? Stephen Curry scores high in the averages. You look on the top left on the average, you see how he got like 8.2 because he averages like 25 points per game for his career. That's like 80. That's like 80% of Michael Jordan's career average, right? But then when you go to the totals, it's not enough because Curry has like 23,000 points. Compare that to LeBron, who had 38,000 at this time. He's only 56%. You see what I'm trying to say? So a lot of things change, but he does score high in general because the best score you can get is 10 across the board, right? So that means you can score as high as 80 points. If we were talking about the greatest player ever, they would get an 80. So Stephen Curry is a 34 points out of 80. He's basically almost damn near half of greatness when you really talk about it. And his career's not even over yet. It probably changes now because his totals go up. You see what I'm saying? He has more All NBA selections. You see what I'm saying? So he gets a little bit of a boost there depending on that. But again, it does measure him to all of these. So these are all his numbers. So like I said, his rebounding, we compared his rebounding to Dennis Rodman. You agree Dennis Rodman is the greatest rebounder of all time, right?
Yes.
All right, so his 13.1 rebounds per game is compared to what Curry's is, which is like 4 point something. And that's only like 3.5%. That's like 36%. You see what I'm saying? And that's where we grade him. And then what we did was we average out your per game average. So what he scores with his points per game, his rebounds per game, his assists per game, his steals per game, and his blocks per game, we divide that by 5, and it becomes a total score of 4.82. And then
So let me ask you a question. So why are we comparing Curry's rebounding to Rodman's rebounding?
That's a great question, because at the end of the day, right? Points per game is a neutral thing. It doesn't matter position. You agree with that, correct? Right? It doesn't matter what position you are. You could be a great scorer, correct? So that's a neutral position. Rebounding and blocks more than likely goes to the big man. So the little men do get a disadvantage at that point. But steals and assists are going usually to the smaller guys, and that gives the big men a disadvantage. So at the end, it's still 2-2. So while we're comparing Curry to Rodman's rebounds, we're also comparing Rodman's assists to Curry's assists and Curry's steals. You see what I'm saying? So he may have the advantage on rebounds, but because, like you said, of his position, he's not going to have the advantage on assists or steals because Curry's going to have that as a guard. So that kind of evens out the scale right there. That's why it doesn't really help any other position. And that's why we didn't include field goal percentage, because like you said, field goal percentage is also predicated on your on your position, and to take the greatest field goal percentage of all time is not fair to someone like a Kobe Bryant or Stephen Curry, because you know what I'm saying? They're not shooting like, let's just say, a Shaquille O'Neal who shoots like 58% from the field for his career, some crazy number like that.
So to me, and this is very comprehensive and very informative, but to me, this is why I say you can't cross compare errors, because 30 points per game today is not the same as 30 points per game in the 2000s. You see what I'm saying? So to me, like when I was saying that Jordan had scoring titles, it wasn't because he averaged 30 points per game or however much he averaged during the 90s. It was because regardless of how much the league was scoring and whatever, and what players' points per game were, he was still the best scorer in the league. Regardless of whether that would have been 30 points per game, 20 points per game, 25, 27, 28. So that's why I say I don't like to cross compare errors, because the only thing we can go off is what they did against the players that was in front of them.
Yeah, but we gave Jordan the credit for being the points per game guy because he averages 30. He's number one. So we didn't take that away.
Well, no, I'm not trying to give him credit for it. I'm just saying, like, comparing points per game across errors, to me, is kind of faulty.
It's not.
And so you will have to basically split up Jordans in the 80s and 90s. So how would you do that if you split up both eras?
You said, how would you do it?
Yeah, because you have to split up.
I wouldn't do it. My thing is, did you win the scoring title or not? Did you win the rebounding title or not? Did you win the assist title or not? The number is irrelevant.
No, but that's my point. But this is the point I'm trying to bring to you. What does Jordan scoring 30 points per game have to do with somebody else who can't do that? Why is Jordan getting credited because someone else can't score 30 points per game?
He's being credited. He's being credited for winning all those consecutive scoring titles, which prove he was the best scorer during his time. So he had the best offensive arsenal out of everybody in the league.
Well, he took more shots than anybody during that span as well. So that's why he was scoring more. He just shot the ball more than anybody. He wasn't more efficient than anyone else. He just took more shots.
So are you saying we're only going to measure about who scored the most points in the era? Like, that's how you would do it? Who scored the most points?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is using the numbers doesn't necessarily tell you. You can't compare across errors. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But you're using numbers. But you're using numbers to show how dominant Jordan was. So that doesn't make sense.
That's why I was gonna get at Go James Kingdom. Like, Karen, if you go use the scoring element as a talking point, bring up something different that nobody really don't know. A lot of people don't know that Jordan in the season scored over 2,500 points 6 seasons. You know what I'm saying? Only him and Wilt have done that more than 5 times. LeBron James, you could have brought up LeBron, never scored 2,500 points in the season. Never did.
But LeBron James is the only player. LeBron James is the only player with 15 seasons. No, but LeBron James is the only player with 15 seasons plus, averaging 25 points per game. So, like, we can bring up stuff like that as well. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of ways to talk about the scoring. Because, again, the way the criteria works and ways y'all talking, like, Wilt Chamberlain led the league in most categories by far. Like, by far. He led the league more as far as scoring, right? I know Jordan did it 10 times, but as far as which I was bringing up, the 2,500 points per game and all that other stuff. 2,500 points in the season. And then he also led the league in rebounding. He led the league in field goal percentage. He led the league in games played, minutes played. Like, there's so many categories that goes beyond just scoring, but y'all just want to make scoring the most important part. Yeah, we know Jordan was a dominant scorer, but just because Jordan was a dominant scorer doesn't mean that he was the only dominant person. And there's a lot of players like Tim Duncan, Mingo Jester. Are you saying Tim Duncan is not a great player because he never led the league in any category? Or Larry Bird? Because he never led the league in any category ever.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. It depends on how you're looking at the numbers.
That's what I'm saying, because those are all around players, just like LeBron. Yeah. If you're an all around player, you're not gonna lead the league in some category.
I think a lot of people just do not understand that. Yes, LeBron only had one scoring title because he's constantly getting assists and passing the ball. He did more than one thing. Like, we want to penalize LeBron for getting rebounds and assists because he's not just scoring.
What do you mean penalize
When in
him?
fact he's more of an all around player.
Because
The
he's not
counter,
he doesn't have scoring titles and
the
stuff like
counter
that.
that though, the counter that what y'all saying for is like what A. Johnny brings up, because Jordan just shot more, he still had to make them. But when it comes to the all around player thing, Jordan was an all around player too. It's just that the reason why LeBron gets looked at highly regarded as a better all around player in a lot of people's eyes, I don't know why, it's because he actually has the ball more. So LeBron James actually has the ball more. So end of the
He's a
day,
point
you're gonna
guard.
do the same thing with Jordan taking more shots. You got to do the same thing with LeBron actually having the ball more for us being more.
But Herm,
Being
the
more
question
the
is
guy
no, but
that
the Herm,
makes
no. This is the question, Herm.
That's
So
not
why
cap.
don't Jordan fans say that about Jordan? Why they only mention his scoring? Why don't they mention how good he was as an all around player?
I mean,
Why don't they mention
a
that?
lot of guys really, like I said, they don't really talk from an aspect of being a fan of the game of basketball itself. So you're not gonna get those type of talking points that we should get, but they're not gonna do that. So that's the biggest issue when it comes to that, honestly.
You heard that, Kane? He
Okay,
called you out.
Herm,
He heard you out. He
hold on.
called you out, Kane and Mingle Jester, because y'all got to talk the basketball. Talk the game, brother. Talk the game.
I know you were saying so. What's more impressive, scoring 2,000 points, 500 assists, and 500 rebounds, or 2,500 points? Like, which one would you think is a greater accomplishment in your mind for a
Casual,
season?
but that's a casual talking point though, because
Mhm.
like hey Johnny mentioned, all the reason Jordan was scoring more was because he was shooting the ball more. The same way you can say why LeBron has the ability to play more of an all around game is because he actually handles the ball more. He's more of a primary ball handler than Michael Jordan. So when you do that, you can't say one thing where Jordan was just the best scorer because he took more shots, but then you want to use the all around thing for LeBron, but he was more of a primary ball handler more than Michael Jordan. So it goes both ways. I think that's a casual talking point, honestly, when you bring that up.
It's not a casual talk. It's which one is more impressive talk. No one's saying which one is better. Like, which one is more impressive to you?
You don't want to answer the question, like they said.
I mean,
Answer the
it's a
question,
simple
Herm.
question.
We got let me let Twin
Which one is more impressive? Whoever won the championship is more impressive.
So,
whichever one got you the most championships is the most impressive. How about that?
And until it's Bill Russell, correct? Until it's Bill Russell, correct?
I wanted to say the stats that
Y'all act like y'all was alive for Bill Russell, bro. Y'all going straight off Google, bro.
I mean, you don't want to talk about titles. You don't want to talk about titles.
Well, I wanted to say the stats that are actually comparable across eras without anything are totals, because it's not it's not based on per game averages for that set season. It's based on the ranking of everybody that's played in NBA history, and they go based off that record. Yes, because it's like, I understand, like, when people say that you can't compare eras for averages like that, because the different level of pace of play and different rules affect that. But I do know totals, you can't compare it like that, because it's not based on the rate of production. It's just based on your career.
Yeah, listen, your totals tell you how great you are. Without a fact, it tells you how.
I understand that. Yeah.
Let's do this, because I want to ask Mingo Jester this. Mingo Jester, right? We in our criteria, Jason Kidd ended up being better than these 4 point guards. Would you agree? And it goes down the line. So it's basically Jason Kidd, Westbrook, then Gary Payton, then Tony Parker, then Stephon Marbury. Would you agree with that down the line as in this 5 order ranking with these 5
Yes,
guys?
I do.
As far as point guards, right? Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right, so let's go here. We know Jordan and Kobe were the 2 best shooting guards, right? So after that, we had Dwayne Wade ended up being the next best one, but then it was AI, Gervin, Allen, and then Reggie Miller. Would you agree with this order as far as shooting guards go?
I do.
Ranking them?
I do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, how about this one? This one might throw you off a little bit. Scottie Pippen was ranked higher than these 4 small forwards in our rank list. Would you agree with this ranking?
I got a hard time with Scottie Pippen and Kawhi Leonard. I got a hard time with it. That's the only 2 I got a problem with, Scottie Pippen and and Kawhi Leonard. But
so you would put Kawhi Leonard in front of Scottie Pippen, but then Scottie Pippen down
yeah,
the line.
yeah,
Everything else
it's
is good.
Kawhi, then Scottie Pippen, then the rest of them.
Man, you can't put Kawhi Leonard over nobody, man. He barely be on the court. You can't put
I get that, but Kawhi Leonard a hell of a player, though.
That's what John said. Shout out to John. I know he had to get up out of here. We've been here for a while. We're about to get up out of here real shortly. We've been having fun. Shout out to everybody again. We are debuting on FYF today for the first time. So shout out to everybody who's showing love to us on FYF. Yeah, I know we are also on Facebook, Instagram. Well, we just got off of Instagram because we went too long, but we're having some fun. Let's keep going, Mingo Justin. Let's keep going.
Where Bird at?
Bird is before.
They already got Bird and LeBron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember Bird was 11.
random.
Bird was 11. Scottie Pippen was 22nd. So Scottie Pippen ended up being 22nd all time. Let's go to the power forwards. Would you agree Dirk Nowitzki is better than these 4 power forwards, and also in that order?
That's a pretty tough one.
Wow, who you want to put higher?
I would actually go Anthony Davis, then Dennis Rodman, and then you know.
Okay, then Paul. I know you a Kobe guy. Paul Gasol don't get that much love.
No. Paul Gasol would be 4. He would be after. He could be after AD and Rodman. Then it'd be Paul Gasol. Then Dirk, Paul Gasol. Then Chris Bosh.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is about when you really look at Rodman's numbers, even the advanced metrics, man, Rodman didn't really do nothing but just rebound, to be honest with you. That's all that man ever did.
He has some good defense.
Where
Barkley rebound. He got 2 Defensive Player of the Years, 5 titles, so his career is pretty great.
Good defense.
Barkley was ranked in front of Dirk Nowitzki. Barkley was ranked at 26th. Dirk Nowitzki was 30th. So
AD carried LeBron to a title.
Was better than Dirk Nowitzki. So let's go. Let's finish it with the centers. And these were the centers. So we had these are the centers. Would you agree with this ranking? With Akeem being obviously better than Rodman? I mean, than Robinson, and then Moses, then Howard, then Maton.
I actually agree with that. I'm with that one. Yeah.
Good with that one. So with Mingo Jester, who's highly critical of what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, he went on ahead and agreed with our criteria and basically said, "Hey, this criteria is not that bad. I appreciate
it. Ain't that bad actually."
Yeah, and again, it works across the board as well. It works across the board because I did my own criteria, but I removed the advanced metrics, right? And I added some stuff, and this is my top 10 here, right? This is my top 10
Look at there.
Here.
Kobe's not in the top 10.
No.
Neither is Larry Bird, but okay.
Yeah.
Irving out of there.
And then I also did it to do defenders, and like you said, this one I was able to separate players by their positions. So I did perimeter to interior, and I compared them the same way by defensive metrics by using like defensive rebounds, steals, blocks, defensive win shares, defensive block plus minus, and this ended up being my top 10 list. So in reality, like Brandon and I have said, we can use this criteria across the board for anything. We can determine who's the best player per era. Like we can do so much with this as long as you know what the greatest accomplishment is of the whatever category you want to use. You just grade players to that category, and that's really it. It's the best.
Does anybody want to free up a spot? H from the Lord Servant said he wants to join the panel.
Yeah. Jump off, man.
Yeah, that's for the UK.
Wait. Who said they can jump off first?
Who said that?
That was Kane. I'll jump off, man. I appreciate y'all too, man. It was fun, bro.
No, Kane, you were the man, son. You do exactly what we expect. You stood 10 toes down. Appreciate you, man. Hopefully we can catch you on another show, on another topic, but it was definitely fun. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Y'all boys keep it real.
All right, no doubt. I'm going to put the link up again for y'all. What happened?
Can you put the centers back up?
Oh, you want me to put the centers back up? All right, hold on.
Y'all crazy, man. Kobe Bryant top 10, man. Get him out of here, man.
Stop it.
Nah, bro. He's got some of the greatest. He's got some of the greatest production of any player in career career in history. Bro, he's top 10, bro. I'll never disrespect the Mamba like that.
I would have to move Dwight Howard up. I'm sorry. I think he should go in front of David Robinson.
Fuck no.
That's incredible.
You capping.
I see.
That's
Honestly, I'm
insane
trolling.
right there. But
Honestly, I'm
okay.
trolling. I'm
He
trolling.
ain't
I'm
putting no
trolling.
damn
I'm
Dwight
trolling.
Howard for no
I'm
damn
Twin man,
trolling.
uniform.
I'm trolling.
Twin
I
man,
just
just
had
to
to
let
get y'all going. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trolling.
just to let you know, Dwight Howard was ranked 37th all time, and David Robinson is 15th. There's no way in
Listen.
hell
I
you're
was
gonna
just
have him
trolling to
jump up
mess
that
with
many
y'all,
people.
bro. I just knew somebody was gonna get upset. That's why I did it. But
Let
nah,
me ask
honestly,
you.
if I
Let me
was
Put
if
up
I
the
was
link
gonna
for
switch
whoever was
anybody,
supposed
it
to
would be
show up.
Moses and Dwight.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at. Hey, so I don't know if I was paying attention to that. So, hey, Johnny, do you rank the awards differently by the numbers, or it's like because
Well, my original criteria before Brandon showed me his, because what happened was Brandon and I challenged each other to come up with a criteria. That was the criteria Brandon brought up. My original criteria was this, and what I did was I basically give me
no,
just a
I'm
second
talking about
here.
right now, like right now,
No,
the
right
new
now
one.
I go everything how Brandon does it. I go off of the actual accolades as who's the greatest in each category. That's how I do it.
I mean, Kobe got some of the most accolades out there. He
He
got like, I
does.
think I don't know, second or third most All NBA selections.
He
Second.
does. He
He has
does. He
second
does. All right, so put it like this:
all defensive selections.
Dr.
Like,
J
come
scored
on.
40. Dr. J scored 42.32. Kobe scored 40.48.
Man,
Bird was
Dr. J didn't even play in the NBA that long, man. Why he even here, bro? Man, you need to
Y'all
replace
feel
Kobe
too
him.
took
much, man.
let's let
Kobe
Let
took
it
let's
go.
let
Bronny to the
Kobe's
prom.
not top 10.
let's
Let
let's
it go,
let H
bro.
get his
Y'all tripping. Stop it.
let's let H get his take in, because we're gonna get up out of here. Again, y'all, thank you for joining us. This is the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. We go live every Sunday noon to talk the GOAT conversation and basketball like none other. We let people have different takes. There is no other platform where you will see LeBron fans, Jordan fans, and Kobe fans have a civil, decent conversation about basketball other right here than GOAT James Kingdom. Go ahead, H. What you got for us here? We're ready for your take, brother.
Yeah, man, this is not really a take, man. Just salute everyone, man. Salute Johnny, salute everyone there on the panel. I probably, how can I say, I'm joining late, so just give me a quick rundown of your top 10. I'm guessing you scored this according to accolades, data analytics, and more majority of it's being quantitative data, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, we use per game averages. We use a player's totals. We use their
Okay.
advanced metrics. We use the awards for both playoff and regular season. And we gave you a total number based off of how good you are to those particular stats and accolades that exist in NBA history. And when we did that, Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and LeBron ended up being in the top 10. LeBron's number one, Kareem's two, Wilt's three, Jordan's fourth, Bill Russell is fifth. Then to round off the top 10, it was Tim Duncan, Akeem Olajuwon, Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Dr. J. And those are the scores that they put up respectively for grading them the way we graded them.
Okay. Now, interestingly enough, just going off my top 10 in general, minus Akeem, that's pretty close because I think, shout out to you also, having Dr. J in the top 10, kudos to you because Dr. J is very underrated. Very, very underrated.
Yeah,
And for the fact that you put
we
him in your
included
top
his
10,
ABA records. We included his ABA
you've
records. That's
got
how he was able to
you've
do it.
got to include his ABA record. You
No,
have
we
to
did though.
because
We
at the
did.
end of the day, no, I'm
Well,
saying
how do
you
you
have
think
to. I
you?
agree with that.
Now let
How
H
do
go ahead.
you?
Go ahead, H. Go ahead, H. Let him
Yeah,
finish. Let
sorry.
him finish. Go ahead,
No,
H.
one thing I'd say though with these criterias is a lot of what you've used is quantitative data, but there's always a other side of the narrative. How come you don't use qualitative data? So with everything to get context of everything, you can't just use quantitative data. You have to use qualitative data as well, and that's how you get full context. Because a lot of
Okay.
these conversations. So go on, bro. Go on, bro.
No. I was gonna
Go on,
ask
sir.
you
Go.
what. No, I'm sorry. What qualitative data would we be able to use? That's what I was wondering.
Okay. I
Narratives,
give
right?
you a list. No, no, qualitative data is not narratives.
Are you there?
He
You there?
crashing out.
No,
H got
are you there?
exposed like a bitch.
Stop. Leave H alone. And let H show up and let him get his takeout. H, are you there? Because we can't hear you. You're not talking no more.
LeBron James ain't top five. He's not
What the?
Brandon out here looking up stuff. Hey, whenever you're ready, brother, you can come back and speak. But again, listen, y'all. I mean, the accolades and achievements that we use are basically the majority of the stuff that we hear in the GOAT debate. Now, mind you, when I did my top 10 list, I didn't include advanced metrics. And I also included extra stuff like how many times you made the playoffs, how many series you won, how much playoff games you won, right? I included those type of factors. So I added some extra stuff. On this one, Ishmael, I did include player of the month because it is a trophy. So I did also include that. So when I changed it, the actual top 10 list wasn't different as far as the players. It just changed in order. Magic just ended up being 10th when I took out the advanced metrics. And it still was the same thing. It was still LeBron, Kareem, Wilt, Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, and then it was Tim Duncan, Hakeem. But that was the same top 7 as GOAT James Kingdom. But then Dr. J jumped Shaq and Magic, and then Shaq stayed at 9th, and then Magic ended up being 10th. So I'm like I said, the criteria does help us understand how great a player is, if it does anything.
Did in the ABA, did they have all NBA team and stuff?
Yeah, they had
like
all
ABA team.
They had the all ABA team, and they had an all defensive team as well. They also
had
had
Ishmael upset, bro. Yeah. Ishmael, you mad Kobe ain't in the top 10, aren't you?
I'm just a little disappointed, man. This is come on now. This is disappointing.
That's why he's asking these questions. Ishmael is upset.
But that's why Kobe is the gatekeeper for the GOAT conversation. Because at the end of the day, the guys that you see that most people put in the GOAT conversation are these guys. So at the end of the day, Kobe is the gatekeeper. If you're not better than Kobe, then you're obviously not better than Dr. J. You're not better than Shaq. You're not better than Magic. You're not better than Hakeem. You're not better than Duncan. You're definitely not better than Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or LeBron James. So Kobe's the gatekeeper. Kobe's the gatekeeper for the GOAT conversation. You got to get past Kobe first. Shout out to all the Kobe Bryant fans.
God damn.
So Johnny, you drafting LeBron over Prime Hakeem?
So it's.
Let's let H finish his take. Go ahead, H, because we got to get up out of here. We've actually been doing FYF stuff going for 5 hours. I don't know how Lamont does it.
That's crazy.
Ahead, I know. Go ahead,
yeah,
H.
No, 5 hours is a long time. No, sorry, I was speaking all that time and I timed out, man.
Yeah, something happened to your mic, brother. I don't know what happened, but go ahead, finish up, brother. Did it time out again?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I keep on timing out, man. I'm trying to get to my notes on the phone, but then I end up timing out. So how can I just go off the top of my head? You have things like cultural impact, on-court and off-court behavior. You have other things, how can I say, leadership.
Just like I said, narratives. Narrative. When you talk about qualitative things, we're talking about theories and we're talking about narratives.
It's intangibles. He's talking about intangibles. Those things are hard to measure.
Qualitative. Qualitative is just personal experience. Narrative. That's what qualitative is.
Yeah, but that's why we ask, right? Because let's just say leadership, right? Yeah. H, right? We know Michael Jordan is the greatest points per game, right? For the regular season and playoffs. We know that. But who's considered the greatest leader, and how do we measure them to that leader?
That's interesting. That's when you probably have to go according to interviews. You probably have to go according to actually watching the game and how you perceive a leader to be. So, for example, I would say Bill Russell is probably the greatest leader. Example, when he came into the NBA, how can I say, he galvanized the troops from being a losing team to a winning team, and then also becoming a coach and still winning. That shows leadership to the point that he even created the fast break, being able to get Red Auerbach to buy into his philosophy. I class that as leadership. So I'd say he's the best leader. So then if you use him as the pinnacle, how many people are close to that pinnacle? And then that's how you grade it.
All right, so let me ask you this. All right, for me, it's Magic Johnson. How close for you is Magic Johnson to Bill Russell's greatness?
In terms of leadership?
As far as leadership, yeah.
I have Bill Russell. Let's say Bill Russell's a 10.
Yeah, he's a 10. If you're the greatest, you're a 10. So as an example, Michael Jordan's 33.4 points per game is a 10. LeBron James's 28 point something percent is like 95% of that, something like that, like 96% of that. So what would Magic's?
Yeah, so it's like a 9.5.
So he would be like 95% of Bill Russell's leadership greatness.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay,
we go.
now
Let's say Magic Johnson's a 9 or 9.5. That's
a
what
nine
we're
and a
saying.
half. But you do understand by doing that though, it's very subjective, right? There's no really way to measure that, and that's what we try to avoid. We try to eliminate that point. The point of us to make it as objective as possible.
I
So we try
mean,
to
the thing
eliminate any
is,
biases or
we could
subjectivity.
state that LeBron is a 10 and Jordan's a 5. That's our personal experience. That's why we're not using any qualitative narrative or personal experience in this criteria.
But Jordan
That's
is
the
the
whole point of
greatest
it.
leader. He punched
That's the whole
his
point of it.
teammates to victory, man. He punched his teammates to
No,
victory.
no, no,
That's
no. Now,
leadership.
mind you, H. Now, mind you,
Nah,
H.
boy, ran his food on
What
the
you're talking
airplane,
about,
which
H.
makes him
No,
a
no.
great leader.
What H is talking about, though, we do understand that that's something that people want to have in the GOAT conversation, and we understand that. That's why we allow people to have their takes, because, like you said, you can have your subjectivity, your opinion, and what you saw and how you perceive it, right? But the problem is that it's hard to measure. So when we get into these
No,
conversations,
it's definitely hard. It's
yeah.
definitely hard to measure, but I
Yeah,
think
so that's why when you get into
as
these
how can I say,
conversations, yeah, you have to let somebody speak, right? You have to. So I have to allow you to give your take in and not disrespect you, because again, it's hard to measure that. I can argue with you all day that Magic's the more better leader, but we really don't know. It just becomes a pointless argument. You understand what I'm trying to say?
no,
Draymond Green is
I
the
agree,
greatest
but
leader
then
for the Warriors.
Yeah.
don't you feel Ajani and B Lee? Don't you think though, if you just go how can I say solely off the quantitative data, it takes away the soul of the game?
To
Because
a
the
certain
game's not
degree.
just based on numbers. I think what's happened with basketball now is that we have two sets. We have people who just go solely off numbers, and then basically, to me, you've just become a textbook nerd. And then on the other side, you have people who just go solely off narratives, and then you have no, how can I say, no substance to what you're saying. I think the game is built on both of them, and that's how we get the true value of the game. The game's not just numbers, and the game's not just narrative. You have both of them to provide a full picture of context. Because I can show you, okay, you got two players who scored 25 points. How did they score 25 points? When in the first half, one person could have scored 0 points and the other person could have scored 20 points. How did that other person who scored 0 points in the first half end up to have 25 points? All of these things come into play. The coach could have, how could I say, riled him up. What's it called? A fan could have threw something and said, you're going to get traded, and that motivated him. All of these things come into play for the player, and that plays into context. I think when you take away that side of it, you took away the soul of basketball. And that's what I'm trying to add back in. I'm all about numbers in my day job. I play with numbers all day. That's a part of my day job, just doing analytics within construction. But I think also, if I'm going to go on a construction site, I can't just go off the report that I've seen numbers and said that this concrete cube's failed. I have to go in there. I have to see it myself. I have to have an, if it's say, feel it. I've got to see if it's in the right structure. All of these things so I can find the root cause of why it's gone wrong. And I think that's why quality data plays a part. It adds context, it adds body, it adds soul to the whole debate.
Now, listen,
All
we
right.
agree
So
with you.
yeah, I don't agree with that shit. But give me a time when someone led a team to a title with inferior stats.
Magic Johnson.
Meaning stats did not matter because Magic was
All right.
always leading in assists and rebounds. He never had inferior stats. Give me a
Definitely got
player
his rookie year.
that had inferior stats.
Probably 82 as well.
Udonis Haslam.
No, because this is what I was going to say. Because see, what
Yeah,
H is
I
saying.
really want to know which player led a team with inferior stats to a title.
How you say
Because,
led then?
Yeah, led them to inferior stats.
How would you
So I
say?
think I'd say how to define leadership. I think how you led it. You're talking about in terms because at the end of the day, basketball's a team game. It takes everyone
Yeah, it's
to
a
how can
team
I say
game, and
to
and
play up.
and and if you're not producing on the court, your teammates are not going to listen to you.
When as an
So
alpha,
which player
led your
had
team?
inferior stats that led them to a title?
What alpha has ever done that? That's not happened.
I think I understand what H is saying. I kind of understand. It's not that he's saying that the stats don't matter. He's saying that on top of the stats, right? Like Brandon, right?
Thank you.
Brandon,
Thank
you
you.
would agree, right? Right, Brandon, you would agree, right, that this is not your top 5. I mean, this is your top 5, but this is not your top 10 all across the board, correct? Right? Because
No, I
you
don't
have
have the
things
king in my top 10.
exactly right. Because you have certain intangibles that you can't measure that you haven't put in, like he's talking about. That's the thing. Just like me, my top 10 is different as well. My top 10 has Kobe Bryant in it. My top 10 doesn't have Akeem in it. Doesn't have Shaq in it, right?
What?
Because I have intangibles, and like he says, certain contexts that we really can't measure. There's certain
Yeah,
things like he was
like I
saying.
said, that's personal experience.
Yeah,
That's
that's personal.
personal
Yeah, that's
fan
personal.
feelings.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
taking a fan base bias out of it. That's what we're saying. Like we're taking out.
Exactly.
And if you
That's
want
what
to
we're
add
doing.
in my fan bias, it's going to be completely different than yours. So my bias is never going to be the same as someone else. As a leader, I think LeBron James is a 10, and as a leader, I'm gonna give Michael Jordan a 7. So no, that's going to be completely different than yours. So my bias about what a leadership is, what impact is, Michael Jordan couldn't even get above 500 without Scottie Pippen on his team. LeBron James led 3 different teams to titles. His impact is going to be greater for me than it will be for Michael Jordan. So putting in my bias, my personal experience, my personal feelings into something as a criteria just does not make any sense. I can say my personal top 10 is this and that. Just like a Giant said, his personal top 10 before had Kobe Bryant at 17. Like, yeah, that's crazy. But that's his personal
It
top
was
10.
15. It was 15, not 17. Don't make it that bad.
No, that's
I
that's
think
that's that's
it was
cool.
17. So
No,
that's why I
but
said, like, we cannot
that
add
was
that
being
in.
subjective. Let's get this super chat
Yeah.
in. Shout out to Julius Irvin. Julius, we will let you up, but we actually about to get off of here. We've actually gone way longer than our time. But you wanted to state this, and you gave us the super chat, so we'll let you speak. It says here, Bron's not better than Kobe or MJ, but I have him third. You sound like the rest of the zesty Jeffries who can't just accept LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. I don't know what to tell you about that. But we're going to land it out here. We're going to get up out of here.
Especially Kobe Bryant.
Listen, Kobe's a great player, man. Kobe has a great career. And if you watch, matter of fact, a lot of those people who talk like that, they watch more of Kobe Bryant than they did Michael Jordan. And they really, really want to say Kobe Bryant is better than Michael Jordan, but they just respect the Zesty Jeffries a little bit too much, which I think y'all should start going at the Zesty Jeffries. If you're a Kobe Bryant fan and you got him second, I don't see why you can't make him better than Michael Jordan. You might as well just make him better than Michael Jordan. That's just the facts. Because everything you're using to make him number 2 would make him better than Michael Jordan. That's just the facts. So we're going to get up out of here. Brandon, you got any last words so we get up out of here? Again, I want to thank all of you gentlemen. Thank you, King John. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Ishmael. All of our supporters, GOAT James Kingdom members. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Twin Man. Thank you, all you guys. Thank you, Ruddy Hood Sports, for supporting us and giving us the super chat. Thank you, H, for showing up. I appreciate you. I know it's tough coming up on GOAT James Kingdom, but you've seen us on FYF and you show some support. Thank you, sir. And shout out to Herm. Everybody who showed up. Kane, everybody. Shout out to all of y'all. Brandon, any last words?
No, I don't have anything. I got to get out of here too myself.
Yeah, all right. So listen, y'all, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Like I told y'all, we go live every Sunday noon to talk the game of basketball and to open up the panel for people who want to talk the game of basketball. You can catch us right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. We go live every Sunday noon. You guys can catch us on FYF as well, because now we're going to be multi-streaming on FYF. So shout out to everybody who's supporting us there and watching us on that channel. Shout out to Lamont and everybody who has a show on there as well. H, you have a show on FYF, correct?
Yeah. Shout out. It's the crossover, and we also do in the zone as well every Wednesday, and I believe it's every Monday as well. So yeah, plug in, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely plug into FYF. As you heard, he has different channels. He does In the Zone. That's also the crossover with other folks. They talk the game of basketball. It is a wonderful time when you come on GOAT James Kingdom or on FYF. Also, check out our membership in GOAT James Kingdom. Y'all know what we do best here. We take care of our GOAT James Kingdom members. We're going to have a special GOAT James Kingdom member show very shortly, y'all. So please sign up for our membership. There are different tiers, different perks for each tier. When you become a member of the channel, reach out to us at goatjameskingdom@gmail.com or GoatJamesKingdomShow@gmail.com. Also, you can catch me one-on-one. And since y'all love to talk about me so much, I'll be available for all of y'all on a Friday night exposure with the Exposer, where I open up myself for y'all to come talk to me about the game of basketball. But ladies and gentlemen, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We are the best at what we do. If you don't like what we do, that's your fault, because again, we got nothing better to do but be on YouTube every week. So y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay peaceful. Enjoy y'all Sunday.
Chat, bro.
We got another super chat? Let me see here. Hold on. I didn't see we had another super chat. Let me see. Oh, Julius Irvin wants to talk to me. He said, respect to y'all, but you can't take away intangibles. That's what separates these great players from other great players. Again, we do not take away the intangibles. We just basically tell you, you can't make the measurements for it. You can't tell me somebody's better at something without using some kind of stat. And anything you're using is going to be a stat. As H spoke, he spoke about Bill Russell's leadership. He used championships. He used galvanizing his team and helping them be a great team. You're still going to find some kind of stat in some way that's related to basketball. So at the end of the day, the game is still predicated around what a player does and their production, which is basically their stats, accolades, and achievements. And here in GOAT James Kingdom, that's what we do. We actually talk about the stats, accolades, and achievements so that our intangibles can be measured. Our subjective takes can have some kind of validity. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great Sunday afternoon. Peace and blessings, y'all. Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom platform. If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.